know what we're here for.
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
What now?
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Are you not entertained?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
It's a great day for being sad.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Don't even play.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Wife.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Cacao.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
It's science.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are once again.
floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to make sense of it all. Got a lot for us to talk about here on this moon day, so I guess we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as on these space flights, safety is a top concern. What is happening? This is rude. This is very rude. The fuck? Why are we playing these games? Let's not play these games. I don't like these games. No one likes this game. There we go. Okay. Are we gonna be like, okay, I guess, well, whatever. I'm not restarting you, I swear to God. I don't have time for that. Anyway, happy Moon Day to everybody. We're gonna be doing a slightly shorter than usual stream today, but I wanted to get one in before the month is over. We're still trying to solve the galactic deficit financing situation. We got a donation overnight, which brings us to 311 of 350, which means there's only $39 needed to complete that goal. Not going to even do a YouTube chat goal. It's going to be a short, like I said, it's going to be a short stream. Shorter stream. It's still going to be, you know, there's still going to be plenty for us to talk about here today, but won't be like a 9-hour stream as we often get. Mostly because it's been a long weekend. This last week was very long, and I got a lot of stuff I gotta get on top of here today. So yeah, if you're thinking of contributing, please think of using Cash App, PayPal, or starting yourself a sweet, sweet Galactic Patron membership, as the funds from all three of those aforementioned options, they get to us immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But before we even get to anything, we gotta do some shout-outs. Joe4771, Noah, and Mr. Spock, 123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist, a very close fourth. Morbid Daslo's here. Del Sol Verde. Oh, it's nice to have all the names back, isn't it? Is it just me, or I mean, is everybody else feeling that hard? Am I the only one? All right, what was I saying? Where did I leave off? Morbid Daslo, Look Bovine, Bob Carmody, PB, Will in Detroit, Arvin Trevino. It's so much easier for me to remember who I have shouted out. Sarah Layla, Good Heart Yoga and Health. I know who you are. Stop trying to hide with your fancy name change. Who else is here? Who needs a shout out? Sisyphean Task, also here. Shade Dragon, I see you. 007 Kevin. Okay, I think I got all the shoutouts. If I missed you, I'm sorry, as always. All right, what was I saying? Yes, that's right. We are getting ridiculously close to completing the galactic deficit financing goal. No YouTube chat goal today. Pre-show. Oh my god, I need this one in here too. I just realized I should definitely add this one here. But yeah, boy, oh boy. It's been a weird, crazy week already, and things are just seemingly getting weirder and weirder out there right now. Vote-A-Rama. I know it sounds fun. I know it's a fun sounding name, but it is in fact not fun. Not a fun time. Although possibilities abound within this Vote-A-Rama situation. If you don't know, that means that Congress, the Senate specifically, are now in a free-for-all bill amendment sort of period of time where senators, I mean, really the period of time could last as long as amendments continue to be added, right? So in theory, by adding amendments, we could basically never pass this bill. But for now, this is going on. There have been projections that it will last at least, somewhere between half a day and a whole day. I mean, it's been going for quite some time already. We aren't going to start off with that. We'll get to that a little bit later. We're going to work our way towards that. I'm kind of hoping that we'll get more clarity on what's going on by that time, at least to some degree. We're going to hit up a few other topics first. Let's start here. Talk about Pride. Because, of course, Pride Month is coming to an end officially today. Midnight tonight. That's it. So July is going to be here, and then I don't even know what month it's going to be, technically. Okay. Yes, let's start here at the State Department briefing room. One Tammy Bruce, the undersecretary, or whatever you call it, was asked about Pride parades. Not in the United States, though. Twist. It's a twist. About a Pride parade we discussed over the weekend in Hungary.
Yeah, just appreciate that. In one other case, a free expression, Hungary, Prime Minister Orban, who of course is a close ally of the president, tried to ban a Pride parade this weekend. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people came out. Does the U.S. have a view on that? Do you think that it's justified to ban an LGBTQ Pride parade?
Well, the Vice President or any of us speak about the nature of policy, or I think what's important regarding freedom of expression. That's our plan and what we feel is important to convey, and then what countries do is their business. Events happen all over the world, as we know, every day, which the United States has no comment about. And we have nothing to add on this matter. But again, I think it's about what what countries do, the choices they make with their nations, and what citizens do and how they respond to that.
With respect, I mean, the U.S. did criticize the UK over bans on anti-abortion protesters. Mm-hmm. Is there any contradiction and not?
Well, again, I'm not going to speak to individual situations.
Not going to speak to any individual instances of clear contradiction of our own policies, but sometimes we comment, sometimes we don't. There's really no clear. Well, I mean, I could draw a through line. I mean, unwilling to comment about friend of Donald Trump, Viktor Orban, doing something which Donald Trump likes, versus in this situation, in the other situation that was just mentioned, vis-a-vis the UK, it was somebody who Donald Trump was somewhat oppositional to, doing something that he didn't like. Right? I think that's pretty obvious to most people. Who's got the GNN Cash App tag? Oh, it's actually Cash App and PayPal links are in the bio on our YouTube page, or one of the mods could perhaps throw out the link in chat. That would be sweet. But yeah, also, I mean, the U.S. has commented on a bunch of foreign policy instances, so it's strange that, we don't have a comment on this particular one. Remember when J.D. Vance, at the beginning of Trump's term, was out in Europe just basically lambasting and yelling at European leaders over not allowing enough right-wing extremists on to do nasty things on social media? Anybody remember that? Remember that? There's a lot of comments about that. Strange how that works. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes we don't. Whatever. I'm done with this story. But we're not going to stop talking Pride for a moment. Let's go to Canada. Where's my sound? Oh, God damn you. CTV News from 8 hours ago. Oh, Canada indeed. Pride Parade brings hundreds of thousands to Toronto.
It is the largest celebration of its kind in the country.
Here, I'll start it from the beginning. There we go.
It is the largest celebration of its kind in the country. Tens of thousands of people took to Yonge Street to show off their pride. Thousands more cheered them on from the sidewalk. For some, it was their first Pride.
I think it's very important to support everybody and just love everybody and show that we love everybody.
For others, showing up on Sunday to show support for the 2S LGBTQ+ community has been a tradition for decades.
The diversity of the groups has increased from small amounts to big amounts. Every group counts. Everyone's voice needs to be heard.
The annual parade is the main event of Toronto Pride. This year, the organization dealt with a number of financial challenges, including rising costs and the loss of a number of corporate sponsors. On the parade route, Pride Toronto's CEO said, despite the issues, the event will continue to grow.
Pride Toronto was one way 47 years ago. We are not going to go back to where we were. We are going to continue to build to make Pride Toronto stronger, bigger, and more inclusive of everyone.
Trans are human rights!
As in years past, protest was also a part of these Pride festivities. This small group delayed the parade on several occasions to voice their opposition to corporate pride and call for a free Palestine. For the parade's Grand Marshal, who's attended the event since the beginning, protest was the genesis of what's become an internationally attended celebration.
From the beginning, it was celebration and demonstration. It should always be celebration and demonstration.
With two LGBT...
Gotta love that sentiment from her. That is a great sentiment. We're not giving up on protest, okay? That's a great take. It's a great take right there. All right. Here you go, Canada. Everyone. Little pride in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. All right. Let's go to a different issue, that being abortion. And RFK Jr. was in the, I think, a House committee. I think it was, goddamn, I can't remember what branch of Congress it was, but RFK was in there. Lizzie Fletcher. See, I don't even know her.
Here now,
I
recognize
think it's the
this
House, though. Yeah,
from...
she's House. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Lizzie Fletcher had some questions for Mr. RFK Jr. Let's see what those are about.
Here now, recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Representative Fletcher, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, do you know the requirements for hospitals under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, which is commonly called by its shortened name, EMTALA?
Yes, I do.
And just generally, what do you know EMTALA to require of hospitals?
That every hospital has to treat anybody who comes to the emergency room.
And they have to provide stabilizing care regardless of their ability to pay and regardless of the type of care required, correct?
Exactly.
And Secretary Kennedy, you understand that American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Medical Association, and the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine, in certain circumstances, necessary stabilizing care for the purposes of fulfilling a hospital's obligation under EMTALA could be providing abortion care, correct?
In cases, for example, ectopic pregnancies and botched abortions and in miscarriages, those hospitals are required to provide care. Elective abortions, they're not.
But they are required to provide abortion care if that is the care that a physician treating the patient determines in their medical judgment is the care necessary to stabilize the patient and to protect their life and health, correct?
And because there were confusion about that, I sent out a letter to every hospital in America restating that in those conditions they must provide care.
Okay, and I think that that's consistent with what we have heard from emergency physicians, obstetricians, other treating physicians that have made clear that in certain circumstances, clinically recognized, evidence-based, necessary medical treatment in various circumstances, including but not limited to the ones you just listed, abortion care is the necessary stabilizing care, or some kind of care that may end a pregnancy. So in those cases, you would agree with me that EMTALA requires the hospitals to provide that care?
Yes.
And
that's what President Trump believes.
And you just mentioned that you issued some guidance to all the hospitals and care providers across the country, rescinding some guidance from the prior administration and making clear that that is the requirement. Now, the guidance that you rescinded was issued shortly after the Dobbs decision, which was announced 3 years ago today, and created some confusion. And so I think one thing that's important, one thing that I hear from doctors in states like mine, is that this kind of guidance and clarity is very, very important to giving the practicing physicians the comfort that they need to do their jobs. And so I think it's really important that you continue, and I hope that you'll continue to make as clear as you have today in this hearing, that EMTALA ensures and protects pregnant women in all 50 states.
I will continue to do that, Congresswoman.
And with the time I have left, on one other note, in response to some questions from Mr. Pallone earlier, he talked about, as I believe Ranking Member DeGette has as well, several of the letters that our committee has sent, or members of our committee have sent to you with concerns about actions being taken at HHS. And certainly, I agree with a lot of those concerns.
Well, there we go. Representative Fletcher, I believe she's of Texas, trying to clarify with RFK Jr. in what scenarios are medically needed abortions okay? Because right now it's incredibly important that that is made clear, because at this time, many doctors are sitting in a lurch, in some sort of medical purgatory, including the women who need those services from those doctors, because it's been very vague and very unclear as to when they can provide abortions to save the mother. I mean, I think a hell of a lot more clarity needs to be added. I mean, of course, I wish we weren't even in this situation, right? But the Supreme Court has forced us into this on the back foot type of situation where, Roe v. Wade is now gone. So the federal levels from the federal, the protections from the federal level are just sort of gone, right? Oh, by the way, I just want to say thank you to whomever Will is. I see that you just donated to the Cash App. We are now, let me see here, 316 of 350. Whoa, 3,000. That's not it. Okay. $34. Getting even closer. Thank you. Beautiful. All right. Now let's go to the Senate hearing where Doug Collins was attempting to answer some questions.
The Democrats have been doing a pretty good job, I have to say, in these hearings. They have a little more latitude because obviously, they get the principles in for these hearings, and doing reconciliation bills. Not quite the same as the budget bills, but the ones where there's massive cuts. There's people got to come in and got to justify why they're cutting. They got to answer these questions. Here is the Honorable Doug Collins. He was in fact a congressperson, so he knows about this stuff. He knows how to prep for these hearings because he was on the other side.
I would hate for this to go.
Maybe not. This is obviously in the Senate, but here he is being questioned by Senator John Ossoff.
17% to $24 billion.
Not medical care, medical services. So here's your, just to be clear, I mean, the chairman mentioned this. We usually get,
I understand completely.
Specifies how many folks you intend to employ.
He's asking, you have all these cuts here in your budget.
Whoa.
And to be clear, Doug Collins is the VA secretary. So they want to know, you have all these cuts in terms of money, but where are the cuts coming from? Can you outline to us, where these cuts are coming from and why they are not going to have be problematic in terms of the service that you provide to veterans?
Not medical care, medical services. So here's your, just to be clear, I mean, the chairman mentioned this. We usually get,
I understand completely.
Specifies how many.
By the way, I just want to take a second. Everybody, look at what was in his left hand.
Not medical care, medical services. So here's your.
There's Doug Collins' little packet, little pamphlet there. Look at that versus what he picks up.
Just to be clear, I mean, the chairman mentioned this. We usually get.
I understand completely.
Specifies how many folks you intend to employ. We have a 26-page PowerPoint, but in that 26-page PowerPoint, here are specified about $17 billion in cuts to the medical services budget. So what are you cutting in medical services? Specifically, who are you cutting, since that's exclusively personnel?
Again, and this is the issue that we have right now, and I'll just state this for either of us to go back in circles. We'll be providing more of those numbers, as I said yesterday on our phone call this week. So at this point in time, the numbers that we're providing are the numbers that we have at this point. I'll be happy to talk to you further about those later.
And understand that's why we usually get these in advance of this hearing. I mean, I'm wondering if we need to reconvene having received the full budget request, because the thing that is causing a lot of consternation is this proposed $17-18 billion cut to medical services. I mean, and so today is the budget hearing where you justify the budget request. So how do you justify this cut to medical services, and who are you going to fire in order to pay for it?
And I'll go back to the same answer I gave you just a few minutes ago. I mean, in this process, we'll have the more information on that part of it as we go forward. The basis of the budget was based on our workforce as it existed and moving forward, and the numbers have not been cut to the medical.
I'm sorry. Yes,
pause it for a second. Okay, I just want to, because this is getting very Byzantine. Let me explain to you what Collins is saying here. Ossoff is saying you've got $16 billion worth of cuts to personnel. Doctors, it could be doctors, could be nurses, it could be, I guess theoretically,
security,
physical plant staff at the VA hospitals. It could be social care workers. And so Ossoff is saying, this is the hearing where you explain to us who you're cutting. And so who are you cutting and why? And Collins is saying, I don't know. Or what?
Dog ate my homework.
What is Doug Collins' current job?
I didn't know that was going to be on.
I didn't know. What is Doug Collins? Is he Secretary of the Department of the Interior? I cannot remember right now. Hold on, I gotta look this up. This guy has a Veterans Affairs. He's the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs, right? This dude is literally the top official at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and he doesn't know who they're cutting. That's good. That's good. He seems like he's really on the ball right now. God, wow, Jesus Christ. I was told we were going to get competence. Remember that? Beginning of this administration, they said we were taking away DEI so we can get competence in here. And now we got a bunch of old white guys in here seemingly lacking any merit or competence. It's very strange. I don't know.
Or what?
Dog ate my homework.
I didn't know that was going to be on the test.
This gives me flashbacks to college. I'm like, oh crap, I missed this deadline for this paper. I should have had the bibliography done.
Again. Oh my God, I don't know how I mixed those two. Can I get you that paper tonight, tomorrow morning? How's that sound? I will come to your house.
And I will turn it in next week.
And it's not even numbers. Like, numbers, obviously, Ossoff wants to know, like, how many doctors, how many nurses, how many people who, clean bedpans. But it's also sort of like, what are the justifications around this? Like, where are you providing too much VA care?
The slightest notion of how you arrived at $16-17 billion for cuts. Could you provide us with that?
Is there any other context where, like, was this this was the big meeting? I didn't know. Oh,
I thought we were talking about wokeness.
Oh, dude, I totally. Hey, okay, my bad. Good.
$18 billion cut to medical services. I mean, that, and so today is the budget hearing where you justify the budget request. So how do you justify this cut to medical services, and who are you going to fire in order to pay for it?
Okay. Did not know that was going to be.
And I'll go back to the same answer I gave you just a few minutes ago. I mean, in this process, we'll have the more information on that part of it as we go forward. The basis of the budget was based on our workforce as it existed and moving forward, and the numbers have not been cut to.
What is so strange about this is, as Sam just mentioned, Doug Collins was a congressperson. He knows full well what the purpose of this hearing is. It is to oversee what is being done at this or that agency, the agency in question right now, the VA, which Doug is not completely in control of. I mean, it is his responsibility to have this kind of stuff ready, and he's just going go. Well, you see, we got cuts. We don't know what they're going to do. But I didn't realize I was supposed to have answers for you at this thing that I'm very familiar with.
Medical.
I'm sorry. Yes, it has. Budget. You have in your PowerPoint here $17 to $18 billion in cuts to medical services. Again, this is a 26-page PowerPoint to justify the budget. So, and this is the budget hearing. So who's getting fired?
Okay, the PowerPoint is not an easy
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if we need to reconvene after they send us the materials, but I think this is insufficient. We clearly, and I'll follow up in my next round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I don't,
how about you just give me a passing grade and not go out?
Hold on for a second. Let's see your PowerPoint. Do you have one? Because I'm sitting over here and I'm like, where's your PowerPoint?
I could have just said this.
Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's happening.
Well,
he's gonna, yeah, I love that quote. Who was it that said that? I'm trying to remember. It wasn't Pete Hegseth. All right. Oh, shit. How did I not notice that? Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, my God. We just completed the galactic deficit. We have financed the galactic deficit thanks to 2 individuals on PayPal this time. Thank you to everyone for your sweet, sweet contributions. We did it. We did it, everybody. Goal be gone. It's beautiful. And now we have a goal-free stream. Okay, I mean, feel free to contribute, however you want to. I mean, but no, we're going to get through all the content today, regardless of YouTube chats or stickers or whatever else. We're just free ride here for the rest of the evening. Like I said, though, it is going to be a slightly shorter stream. I've only got 60 clips. I mean, that is a paltry sum comparison to usual galactic streams. But like I was saying, I figured I would take a half break tonight so I can get a few things done. Last week it was a little tough, being in extreme pain. We're literally in the hospital, so figured to start the week off strong. Where am I going next? Okay, let's do this one. Yeah, let's quickly talk executive power. Here's CNN from earlier today.
Welcome, Sally Yates, Alberto Gonzalez. Pleasure to have you. It feels to me like we have to start with what seems like a blockbuster Supreme Court ruling, the birthright citizenship case. And I just want to lay out as I understand why it's so significant and then hear from both of you your reactions. What it seems the court decided to do was to take this case and rule specifically on the procedural aspect of it, which is actually in some ways as important as the substantive one. The substantive issue was, can somebody born in this country be given a citizenship automatically? Is that a birthright because you were born in this country? The procedural issue is, can a district court judge issue an injunction, a kind of stay order, across the nation? And what the court said was no. You can only provide specific remedies for the person who sued. What strikes me, Sally, is nationwide injunctions have been, for, you tell me, but for decades and decades, I think, a very important part of the way courts limited executive power. Am I right? What do you think is going on here?
Yes, nationwide injunctions are nothing new. Now, to be honest, presidents have always hated them, whether you're a Democratic president or a Republican, because they are used as an effort to rein in actions of the executive. But nationwide injunctions also make sense. If you think about this, if a court has determined that the action of the executive is unconstitutional or unlawful, which is what the courts, all three courts to have considered this matter did, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense that it's only unconstitutional as to the particular litigants who brought this.
Yeah, no, abso-fucking-lutely. I just want to drive that point home as far as possible. I mean, it basically, this argument that was made by the Supreme Court goes to the heart of what the Constitution is and or does, right? Is it a governing document for the entire land of the United States? Or is it a pick and choose sort of, sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't document? You know, and I think, if I recall correctly, the framers felt that it was very much a sort of a law of the land from which to build on, right? That anything happening in the United States should follow the guides that are laid out within the Constitution. But this Supreme Court is purely ideological at this point. Everything they're doing, it comes from an ideological place, right? This is a 6-3 majority Supreme Court, Republican majority Supreme Court that has been born out of this sort of insane Federalist Society project. And it's leading us down a very dark, dark path. Raiders, welcome Letterhack Raiders. Good to see all of you here. Hope you had a good stream over there. All right, we're not going to sit around on this one for too long. Let's keep this moving. Let's quickly talk about trade. This is something that's going to be coming up over the next 2 weeks, big time. You know, let me think. Basically, the next 9-10 days. This is going to be a big, I mean, at least it needs to be a big topic of discussion right now. Because, of course, Re-Liberation Day, otherwise known as Liberation Day 2.0, which we've been talking about now for almost 3 full months, ever since Donald Trump paused those tariffs. We have been counting down the days to when those tariffs go back on, which is on July 9th. And there's been zero, count them, 0 full deals that have been announced. There's been partial deals with the UK and sort of like it's not even a partial deal with China. It's just a momentary, it's not even a real full pause between us and China. But there's been some agreement made for the interim period between us and China. And that's basically it. That's basically all that has happened. No 200 deals announced. Remember when Donald Trump was saying, I could announce 200 deals right now. Okay, I could. I'm not going to do it, but I could. 2 weeks, we'll have them all solved. And yet we've had nothing, heard nothing. But over the weekend, we did hear about how Canada had introduced a digital goods tax, which had prompted Donald Trump to suggest that we were going to, I can't remember exactly what the words were, but we were going to tariff Canada very strongly. And maybe rather than doing deals, that he was just going to do a flat tariff across the entire planet, 25 or something like that. I forget the exact number. I think it was 25% that he suggested he would just do on the whole planet. Since the great deal maker in chief, I guess he's tired of making deals. He never told us that he would get sick of winning, because it seems like he's giving up on his little making of hundreds of deals across the planet.
CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham joins us now from Washington with more. Eric, good to see you this afternoon.
Sir, what the fuck? What just happened? That's not what I meant to finish my sentence before starting that. What was I saying? Oh, but there has been an update to the situation. According to CTV News here, Canada has decided to drop that digital tax. And a resumption of trade talks will apparently take place.
CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham joins us now from Washington with more. Eric, good to see you this afternoon. Let's just talk about how the White House is positioning what has happened in the last 12 to 14 hours about Canada rescinding this DST. Trade talks are back on. The White House saying that it seems as though Canada caved in. Is that the narrative really playing out in the U.S.?
That certainly is the narrative that we are going to see this White House continue to push, that they caved. And of course, we heard from Carolyn Leavitt, not only did she say that they caved, but of course, Donald Trump being the best negotiator in the world. And so now this is also about a zero-sum game. There are winners and there are losers. And clearly what the administration wants to project is that they are winning and it is Canada that is losing.
The Prime Minister spoke about 5 minutes ago, Eric, over here, confirming that trade talks are back on. He had a chat with the President over the telephone yesterday. Counterparts of Secretary Besson, François-Philippe Champagne, also spoke as they commenced these trade talks once again. Any indications of what transpired in the phone calls? Are we hearing anything from the White House? What did the President have to tell the Prime Minister?
That's a really good question. We did not get any indication from the press briefing just now in terms of what was actually said in these phone calls. And more importantly, if there was some trading that actually took place as to why or how the Prime Minister actually decided to eliminate this tax. Of course, we know the president certainly could have put this on the table before making a big performance of walking away from trade talks. But now that these conversations are ongoing again, I think we'll have to wait and see exactly what deal, if any, actually comes out of this. But look, we knew that this was always going to be a very short window, and it was also going to be very, very difficult for the Prime Minister to get this over the finish line, particularly given how we know performative and mercurial the president can be.
Eric, I request you to stay with us. Let's take a listen into what the Prime Minister said about 5 minutes ago, and I'll come back to you for more.
Last night I had a good conversation with President Trump, and we agreed to recommence our negotiations with a view to the 21st of July deadline that we had agreed in. Kananaskis, Minister Champagne and LeBlanc had conversations with their counterparts as well. We've restarted the discussions this morning.
All right, that's the...
Now, all right, here is how I see this, right? Because Donald Trump had given up on negotiating with Canada. Then they introduced this digital tax. And it's basically, if everything that we just heard is true, it's brought the United States back to the negotiating table with Canada. So if anything, Mark Carney is the world's best negotiator. Very great deal maker, that Mark Carney. We'll see what all happens with this. I mean, we have 9 days for 200 deals to be announced. And the White House is saying that, you know what, there's been a bunch of rumor milling going on out there, like, oh, maybe Liberation Day won't come. But it's coming. And that was reconfirmed by Donald Trump earlier.
Go ahead.
Ms. Caroline, on the mega bill and the amendment that would limit Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, does the president want that amendment to pass?
The president wants this bill to pass. Meredith.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. On trade, we have this looming July 9th deadline coming up. We heard the Treasury Secretary say that he expects to wrap up these trade deals by Labor Day, but when President Trump was asked yesterday about any extensions by July 9th, he said, I think that would be necessary. So is the president ruling out any extensions on trade for any nations, even if they're negotiating in good faith?
Well, you heard from him directly. He said he did not think that it would be necessary. He is going to set the rates for many of these countries if they don't come to the table to negotiate in good faith. And he is meeting with his trade team this week to do that.
If they don't come, she's still talking in the future right now. We have 9 days, Caroline. How many deals can we get done in 9 days? But there we go. Caroline Leavitt at the Ministry of Truth office in the White House telling us that there's no need. According to Donald Trump, Supreme Leader Trump, Big Brother Trump says, hey, it's fine. We don't need to pause. We don't need to delay the great re-liberation day. And so it would seem that we should all be expecting, even though in this climate it's hard to expect anything with any real certainty, but 9 days from now, all of those horrible Liberation Day tariffs would seem to be coming back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, let's move from economics to talking about this, as it relates this war that Donald Trump has been waging on colleges and universities in the United States. Apparently, Donald Trump sent a strongly worded letter to Harvard, claiming that students' civil rights are being violated. Oh, that's a good one from the Orange Man in Chief. Why are you violating? Why are you violating civil rights? That's my job.
James.
That's why I'm the civil rights violator in chief. You don't get to do that. I do that.
Right now, I want to bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman. Willie, thank you for your time once again today. What are you hearing from the White House about the desire to get this bill passed and on the president's desk for signing?
Hey there, Mugo. Well, the president set that deadline essentially because it would be a nice deadline to touch off celebrating America's birthday. Of course, July 4th being Independence Day. The president here at the White House to celebrate that event likely will be here, I should say. But the White House is keenly focused on getting this done, essentially.
Sorry, I forgot they talk about a bunch of random shit before they get to this. I don't need all of this. We're going to be talking about the big, beautiful billionaire benefit quite a lot today. You don't need that part of it. I want to talk Harvard. Where does it start back? I think over here, I think. I don't know why CBS News, I don't know why any of these big news channels don't have the budget to clip these things up better. Why they feel it necessary. I think it's mostly the manufacturing consent of it all, but it's very annoying to me that they do these multi-topic clip videos. It's like, dude, come on. Come on!
The press secretary about this legislation.
Willie, I want to pivot here real quick and ask you about Harvard, because the Trump administration has sent a letter to Harvard University notifying them that the Office of Civil Rights has found the university in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act.
Really?
What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, that's right. And this focuses on an investigation in terms of how Jewish and Israeli students were treated on campus, that they face anti-Semitic views.
This is wild. This is a wild claim coming from the White House to suggest that the civil rights of Jewish students on campuses were being violated. Completely eliding the fact that Jewish students were, at these protests themselves. But it's not like, it's not like Jewish students were going into class and being told, "Oh, you have to sit in the Jewish section of this lecture hall right now." Nothing was actually happening, right? Unless you feel that hearing critical things about Israel and what it's doing to Palestinians, and you feel that somehow offends your sensibilities as a Jew, like, there is no way to interpret this as anything but nonsensical.
And comments from individuals on campus. We, of course, remember those protests breaking out, not only on the campus of Harvard University, but on campuses across the nation. And I'll read part of that statement from the administration, according to this letter, which CBS News has reviewed. It says, failure to institute adequate changes immediately will result in the loss of all federal financial resources and continue to affect Harvard's relationship with the federal government. We, of course, know that Harvard has been challenged by the federal government, by the Trump administration, in losing federal funding for different programs that it needs and depends on. But Harvard also had a response to this as well. They essentially said that anti-Semitism is a serious problem, no matter the context, but they then went on to say that Harvard has made significant strides to combat bigotry, hate, and bias. We are not alone in confronting this challenge and recognize that this work is ongoing. Later saying, we remain committed to ensuring members of our Jewish and Israeli community are embraced, respected, and can thrive at Harvard. So that statement coming from the university in response to this letter that was sent, essentially threatening federal funding to be pulled if Harvard.
So yeah, here we go. Donald Trump administration still continuing its attacks on Harvard, continuing to threaten pulling funds from them time and time again. The court stops them on one thing and they come up with another thing. They are relentless on trying to punish Harvard. Did Harvard not let Trump in or something when he was a kid? Like, what happened? What happened there? Why does he hate Harvard so much? I don't understand. It's very strange to me. Speaking of anti-Semitism, the U.S. State Department had some stuff today. $1,000 subs? Yes, we've hit 1,000 subs. It's true. State Department had some stuff to say about anti-Semitism specifically, as it, well, not, I don't know if it was actually, I can't remember if she actually claims anti-Semitism in this. Who made this clip? The Galactic News Network? Who is that? Who is that? Let's go here.
Matt Lee maybe has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do. I do want to ask about Syria, but first, I just want to give very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on,
How
Matt.
do you
I don't know.
how do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very, very.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa? Because for years and years and years, decades, in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet, retweeted by Secretary Rubio and confirmed by other officials. So what's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is...
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I gave everybody enough lead up to this. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what's happening here. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit. So what is being asked of Tammy Bruce is in relation to something that happened earlier today after the events in Glastonbury, at the Glastonbury Music Festival in the UK. We saw some of this footage from, I think it was yesterday. We watched it on Sunday Funday. Bob Villain on the stage said a number of different things relating to the Palestinian cause. And as a result of those things that were said, the U.S. State Department has revoked the visas of the band so that they will not be allowed to come to the United States, essentially. And here's Tammy Bruce trying to explain why.
Very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Villain banned in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants.
How dare they hate
Foreigners
the IDF?
who glorify violence and hate.
How dare they hate the IDF? Oh, we can't. Don't glorify violence against genocidal maniacs. That's illegal.
Including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Now, we've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from the Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here. And I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so it's basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
Well,
you're
I didn't say
okay
that. I
with-
said in this case that's
No,
what
it's
has
a
occurred.
case-by-case basis.
And I think that it's the policy.
Sometimes we comment, sometimes we don't, and it has nothing to do with the public nature of it. It's just happenstance that we happen to be commenting on it right now.
It's clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself that has been publicly discussed, they chose to do so this time. All right, Sean.
Can I go back to the music a bit?
Yes, sir.
On Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas. Members of this administration, particularly the vice president, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the vice president took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference?
Exactly. This is such a good question. I was literally just talking about this 2 seconds ago. It's exactly right. I mean, we were literally in Europe yelling, not we, but I mean, JD Vance represents this goddamn country. So might as well use that pronoun. We were yelling at Europe for not allowing, neo-Nazi political parties to say whatever the hell they want. And yet right now it's like, oh, well, this guy said something we don't like. Okay, we like neo-Nazis. We don't like pro-Palestinian voices. That's the distinction that's being made here.
Yes, sir.
On Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas. Members of this administration, particularly the vice president, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the vice president took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference here? I mean, I'm not justifying, I'm not supporting the Bob Dylan as a band, but why is it that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Right. I think that, again, this is not about the nature of a concert, I suppose, but it really is about our standards, about who we let in the country. That we're not telling people what they can sing about or what they can say. It's not involved here at all. They obviously felt free to say what they were saying. And
it's not in. Wait. It is intrinsically involved, Tammy. What do you mean? You're basing this all upon what he said. This is not arbitrary. It's not like, it's like today, let's just turn on the internet and we'll just We'll just point at the screen and we'll just pick at random someone to have their visas revoked, right? Like, what are we talking? We'll just open up the book and and oh, Bob Villain. Oh, sorry, your number came up today. That's not what happened. That's not even close to what happened. It's a very clear step-by-step process. Something was said, and then we said, that's not okay.
Illegal.
Jesus Christ. Now, hold on, I'm going to let her finish. I'll let her finish.
Planting at Glastonbury, and they can do that. And we can do what we do. So it really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism in general. That dynamic, the crime in the United States, what happened with the open border, the transnational gangs that are here.
The open border now.
This kind of...
Bob Dylan is a transnational gang, according to Tammy Bruce.
Border, the transnational gangs that are here, this kind of wanton dynamic that has ruined American lives, that has created cities that are unlivable, and every American deserves better. They deserve to know they have leadership, as we do now. And that's why they voted for Donald Trump.
We had leadership before.
Simple, basic law and order, respect for your neighbor, and if you're coming to this country, respect for the people who are here. So I think that when we think about why you have a visa system, which is in part to vet and to stop and to ask questions, is to take that seriously.
Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. This is how I see what's happened here. What I see as having happened here is this guy said something which the U.S. State Department, whoever decided this, they did not like. They did not like this particular speech. And they said, we can't have that kind of speech here in the United States. Why can't we have that kind of speech here in the United States? Well, we watched the footage over the weekend, and I think they're genuinely afraid of the sentiments that were espoused, because it was really, it was one of, not just of solidarity, but of, what's the word? Resolution not to be rolled over, not to be, to not stand there and allow these things to happen, right? And they are afraid of that. They are genuinely afraid that somehow people will realize that, peaceful protests are being cracked down on here. And if you recall what Bob Villain said over the weekend, I think that's what they're afraid of, is that people will will realize that peaceful protest is not as effective right now under this administration and might choose to go into different methods of protest. Also, I want to say thank you to Scouts for the membership message. You grew the candles yourself, did you? Wow, that's impressive. Happy 1000, me. Yes, thank you. I'm stoked about it too. Couldn't be more excited about it. Honestly, it's been one of those things that has been sort of irking at me this whole time, and to have crossed the Rubicon on 1000 feels great. All right. We'll transition from visas to immigration and what's been happening on the streets of the United States as it relates to all of that. Start here in LA, where horrific events unfolded on the streets.
A violent confrontation caught on video involving masked federal agents in Santa Ana.
And witnesses say a man was beaten with a baton and pepper sprayed in broad daylight yesterday. KTLA 5's Annie Rose Ramos has the video and also reaction from Santa Ana.
Well, all of this happening right here in the middle of the street yesterday afternoon, just behind me. And we just spoke to a couple who works at a nearby business. They say they heard the commotion coming from the street, came out to see a man in his 40s being apprehended by masked agents.
The agents pepper spray him. He's on the ground, face down, like
He has no way of defending himself. He got pepper sprayed twice in the face. I would see the gentleman like trying to pull his hands out, but it wasn't to resist them. It was to wipe his face, and he was crying, help, help, and the screams.
All of this happening right around 2 in the afternoon yesterday off Main Street in Santa Ana. Eyewitnesses telling us it started with one man in his 40s getting apprehended on the street. Masked officers with uniforms that say Border Patrol pepper.
These guys are still, did you notice, did you watch the badge? They're still wearing these like fake ass, like paper, like fabric badges, like rather than wearing actual badges with numbers on them and all of that stuff.
He's getting apprehended on the street. Masked officers with uniforms that say Border Patrol pepper spraying that man who was screaming for help. That's when bystanders started stepping in, yelling at the officers, including the 2 men you see here.
My question is, I mean, I don't know if you saw it. Well, actually,
And next thing you know,
okay, well, was it over here? I think it was over here. But if you look at this, like,
he got pepper sprayed twice.
look, there's 2 grown men on top of another man who's face down on the side, not the sidewalk, in the middle of the fucking street, and he's just pepper spraying him. He just this is just cruelty, right? This is some sort of, you know, sado, like masochist, some sort of masochistic kind of, just like, this is just torture. They're just torturing this man. Like, this is just cruelty for the point of cruelty. There is no fucking reason to pepper spray somebody whose face is literally smashed into the fucking pavement, unless you just want to inflict pain on that person. Okay?
Next thing you know, a officer, I don't know what he was, just ran towards the other gentleman, kind of caught him from behind sideways, and when that happened, his brother steps in, and that's when they just started resisting, and just they were really trying to fight him off, and that's just when it went downhill.
As federal officers are taking them both into custody, you can see agents violently forcing one of the men to the ground, while one of the officers repeatedly strikes that man with a baton. We now know he needed to go to the hospital after being released from federal custody in order to get stitches from what he is describing as a beating. KTLA has reached out to the Department of Homeland Security about this incident and is awaiting a response, but there have been multiple reports of federal enforcement operations in and around this area, including this one also in Santa Ana a few weeks ago, showing a landscaper by the name of Narciso Barranco being...
A few weeks ago? It says June 21st. That's it's 9 days ago. Okay. Anyway. ICE on the streets. One would assume could just be a bunch of Proud Boys playing dress up and attacking immigrants. Who's to say? They're continuing to not identify themselves and continuing to cover their faces every time they go and attack these people. So I don't know. I'll assume for now. I mean, from this vantage point, that it's one of those 2 things I just listed. It's fucking horrifying. It really is a horrifying time that we live in. Figure we'd do one more story on what's been happening with immigration recently. Let's go here to Hawaii. We covered this one over the weekend, but it's just this is emblematic. This next story is emblematic of exactly what they're doing. It's not about getting rid of violent criminals, you know. It's about getting rid of people who are not of European descent, who have, you know. That's basically all it is.
An emotional day for Sejun Park. After 48 years in the United States, the decorated Army veteran deported himself to South Korea. Some final hugs with his kids, parents, aunts, and friends, not knowing when he'll see them again. We caught up with Park before his flight.
This really kills me that I just have to drop everything and leave like this. They're being so supportive. They're all worried about me. They're like letting me know, oh, you'll be okay in Korea. I know I'll be okay. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them.
Park moved to the U.S. when he was 7 and had legal permanent residency under a green card. At 19, he joined the Army and fought in Panama during the Noriega War in 1989. He was awarded a Purple Heart for his bravery.
Here we go. A family man, a U.S. soldier who received the Purple Heart for his valor in combat, essentially, right? For having been wounded while fighting for this country. A man with a family who is now not going to be able to watch his kids get married, or enjoy any of those important family moments. For the only reason I can see for it is because he is Asian. And this, like I said, this administration is all about the old white nationalism. Not white nationalist enough for them, so you're getting sent out. Soldiers too. It's insane. And this is the government that we have right now. Meanwhile, of course, let's not forget that the president-in-chief was a absconder, right? He intentionally avoided military combat by faking bone spurs, okay?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Meanwhile, a Purple Heart veteran is getting sent out for being South Korean.
Fuck yeah!
Illegal.
All right, let's go to New York City, a city filled with immigrants, built by immigrants, and is at least looking like may have a immigrant mayor in its future. One Zohran Mamdani. But before we do the Zohran, I just want to go to this story which popped up in my feed from ABC 7 New York earlier today. I found this one fascinating. I'm not.
New York City Rent Guidelines Board.
Ma'am, I need you to shut up.
Hold a final.
Excuse me, please. Stop that.
How rude.
What did I was saying? Whoa. Do we have sound? No, we have sound. Why'd you say mute? Okay. All right, we're good. We're going to go to ABC 7. This came out, and I can't say one-to-one. I can't say with any 100% certainty here that this is as a result of the shifting tides in New York with Zohran coming in. But I thought to myself, this seems rather coincidental, the timing of this.
The New York City Rent Guidelines Board will hold a final vote tonight on raising rents on nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. Just last month, the board held a rare revote on its preliminary decision to raise rents. It decided to lower the increase on 2-year leases. The new proposed range will be between 3.75% and 7.75%. 1-year leases are still due to increase 1.75% to 4.75%. The final vote is set for 7.
Well, there we go. Now, it's incredibly incremental what they're changing. And like I said, it's complete speculation. But my thinking is that maybe the rent stabilization board may very well have thought to themselves, we got a guy coming in here who's going to freeze things and all this other stuff as it relates to rent control, and may have been trying to get ahead of that. I don't know. I'm fairly certain this was scheduled, but the change in the rate is what I'm merely talking about. Okay, now let's go to Zohran. NBC News.
Welcome back. A stunning political upset this week in the race to lead America's biggest city. 33-year-old Democratic Socialist and New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani is poised to win the Democratic primary for New York City. beating
Immediately,
out
if
former
not
Governor
sooner.
Andrew Cuomo. He's now set to head to the general election, but his likely primary win is already sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much.
I gotta say, I love that. I love that. I mean, first off, this is Zohran's like 4th or 5th like national media interview since winning, and it's only been like a week now. It's incredible how many people are just rushing to talk to Zohran. But I loved that statement the most. The fact that NBC is even recognizing that what's happened here in New York has sent, as she said, quote unquote, shockwaves through the Democratic Party. Something that we've been saying around here is sorely needed.
It's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. There is so much to discuss. We have to start with your remarkable victory in the primary for mayor. You're 33 years old. As I just said, you started out at close to 0% in the polls, Mr. Mamdani. You came back to topple one of the biggest names in New York politics, Andrew Cuomo. What was the secret to your success? Do you think it was your message? Do you think that voters were voting against Andrew Cuomo? A little bit of both? How do you see it?
I think ultimately it was the focus on the fact that we live in the most expensive city in the United States of America. It's also the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty, and the rest are seemingly trapped in a state of anxiety. And what we've seen is that this is a city that needs to be affordable for the people who build it every day. Our focus was on exactly that. And by keeping that focus on an economic agenda, we showed New Yorkers that this could be more than just a museum of what once was. It could be a living, breathing testament to possibility.
Well, let me ask you about what I was just discussing with Senator Chris Murphy. The fact that you have Leader Schumer, leaders Hakeem Jeffrey, who wrote very nice things about your victory, said you'd won a very strong campaign.
Aren't I a good guy?
Endorsed you. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed you. Do you think the Democratic establishment is afraid of you?
I think that people are catching up to this election. This is an election that went against so much of the analysis that had been told.
He is so good. He is so good at answering these questions, right? Like, his political acumen is just, it is mind-boggling to me. You know, me personally, I would have answered that question probably differently. You know, I'm not as diplomatic, I think, as Zohran is, you know, because in my estimation, yes, they are. They are afraid of Zohran. But he, you know, he's like, you know, just got a salient message.
Do you think the Democratic establishment is afraid of you?
I think that people are catching up to this election. This is an election that went against so much of the analysis that had been told about our party and where we needed to head to. And ultimately, what we're showing is that by putting working people first, by returning to the roots of the Democratic Party, we actually have a path out of this moment where we're facing authoritarianism in Washington, D.C.
Well, let's talk about your policies, your vision for this city. Here are some of the things you've proposed: free buses, rent-stabilized housing, a $30 minimum wage, the creation of city-owned grocery stores. It's a very long list of proposals. So let me ask you, if you were to be elected the next mayor of New York, what would your day one priority be?
The first thing is living up to these promises that I've made, because I've made them because I intend to keep them. And in a city of about 8.5 million people, close to 2.5 million New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized housing. The mayor, through a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, sets whether or not those rents increase or stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times. This one, led by Mayor Adams, increased it by 9%. So the first thing that I would do is start to constitute a board that votes in reflection of reality. And the reality I'm speaking of is that the median household income of those tenants is $60,000 a year. The landlords of those units have seen their profits increase by 12%. It's time for relief for working class New Yorkers.
Okay, well.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody, you know, Eric Adams is an NYC landlord, right? He himself owns multiple buildings in the New York area, right? And you know, he was never going to stick up for people and them struggling, because it literally benefited him. The more that they struggled to pay their rent, I mean, the higher the rents can go, the better for old Eric Adams, which I always found to be just a disgusting dichotomy. You know, it really bothers me when people in politics, honestly, are like running side businesses and whatever else, because I feel like it often just leads to sort of corrupt and bad decisions for the rest of everyone else.
Of course, the big question is, how are you going to pay for it? You've proposed increasing taxes on wealthier New Yorkers. The Democratic governor, though, of your state, Kathy Hochul, says she's not going to support increasing taxes in order to get it across the finish line. I want to let you take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say recently and respond on the other side. Here she is.
I'm not raising taxes on people at a time when affordability is the big issue. I'm actually cutting middle class taxes. Even on the wealthy. I don't want to lose any more people to go to Palm Beach. We've lost.
Kathy Hochul is so fucking pathetic. She has never been my favorite. You know, there's been a couple of times where she's done okay on this or that, and it's always seemed to be just accidental when she does do well. I am not a fan of her. You know, she is not that many degrees removed from an Andrew Cuomo type. And, you know, this bullshit fucking like claim that there's going to be this billionaire exodus from New York City, the most vibrant city on one of the most vibrant cities on the fucking planet. Like, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
And if they did, great. Please do leave. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to pay a tiny bit more tax. We can lose you if you're gonna cry about it, okay? But Kathy's here to defend the defender of billionaires, Kathy Hochul. Thank you, Kathy.
Enough.
How are you going to raise taxes if you can't get Democrats to support it?
So I think what we've shown over the last 8 months is our ability to take that which is considered a non-starter and make it seem inevitable.
God,
we've shown that with this campaign. And ultimately, we're seeing that our vision to tax the top 1% of New Yorkers, these are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more, and our proposal is to just tax them by 2% additional, is something that has broad support and will continue to increase that support over the next few months and years.
So you think you're going to be able to twist Governor Hochul's arm and get her to support raising taxes? I mean, what about the fact that she says she's concerned New Yorkers might leave? They might go to Florida.
Yeah, I think it's time for a leadership that doesn't twist arms, but rather builds partnership. And I'm looking forward to having that with the governor, because ultimately my policies, my vision, it's driven by an assessment of what's actually happening. The Fiscal Policy Institute found that the top 1% of New Yorkers leave at 1/4 the rate of other income groups. And when they do leave, it's actually to other states considered high tax, New Jersey, California. So it's not.
That answer is so good. He's like, I'm not going to wring her arm. You know, I'm not going to coerce her. We're going to build a coalition. We're going to work together. We're going to, like, it's just such good messaging. This guy is, I don't know where he came from. Like, out of what? I don't know how he became this guy. It was just so good. So good at the political messaging. Is
policy. It's quality of life. And ultimately, the reason I want to increase these taxes on the top 1%, the most profitable corporations, is to increase quality of life for everyone, including those who are going to be taxed.
Here's how the Washington Post editorial board wrote about your proposals.
The Washington Post editorial board that's run by one Jeffrey Bezos, the third richest man on the planet. That Washington Post? The billionaire-owned Washington Post? You know, the guy who literally owns an entire chain of grocery stores, a.k.a. Whole Foods? Okay, great. Thank you. Tell us about that, Kristen, or whatever your name is.
The Washington Post editorial board wrote about your proposals.
Great.
They say a massive minimum wage would depress low-skilled employment. His rent freeze would reduce the housing supply and decrease its quality. Cutting bus fares would leave a transit funding hole that, unless somehow filled, would erode service. Meanwhile, the grocery business operates on thin margins, and his plan...
Thin margins. Let's say, we talked about this earlier, but let me look it up again. 2024 Whole Foods profits, gross profits, $124 billion with a B dollars made by Whole Foods in 1 year, last year. Huh. Weird. Oh, those do sound like very thin margins. Jeez. Only $124 billion in gross profits in 1 year? Oh, God. However will they get by? Oh, God.
City-run stores would probably lead to fewer options, poor service, and shortages. Mr. Mamdani.
These are all lies. These are all lies that are coming out of a billionaire's personal newspaper. We are literally living in the Gilded Age right now. You know, it's not any... It's Gilded Age 2.0, right? This was, back then, there's a lot of, private ownership of papers and usually owned by business owners with an agenda to push. And this is exactly what we're getting out of the Washington Post now. They have lost all credibility.
Grocery business operates on thin margins, and his plan for city-run stores would probably lead to fewer options, poor service, and shortages. Mr. Mamdani, are your proposals going to hurt the very people you're trying to help?
Not at all. There have been many in editorial board who have had concerns, and what we've shown is that more than 400,000 New Yorkers are excited about this vision. And the reason they're excited about it is one that is in line with the scale of the crisis in this city. I mean, we are talking about our tax base growing smaller and smaller each day, with New Yorkers leaving to New Jersey, to Pennsylvania, to Connecticut. If we do not meet this moment, we will lose this city. And our proposals are ones that are thought out. They are ones that are also clearly going to be funded by these revenue streams. I'll give you an example. When we talk about grocery stores, I've put forward a proposal for a pilot of one grocery store in each borough. These are 5 grocery stores that would cost $60 million in a city budget of more than $113 billion. And ultimately, the reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas. We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting. And finally, it costs less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices, any guarantee of collective bargaining agreements, or that they accept SNAP or WIC.
Well,
that is a great fucking point from Zohran. And it was actually multiple points all sort of put together, but we are already subsidizing corporate-run grocery stores with zero promises from them to keep prices low, to accept SNAP benefits, or anything else. So why should we continue to subsidize those people engaging in capitalism, right? Why should we give socialism to the richest and continue to do nothing to help people who are struggling? It makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. Zohran killing it in here.
Me to my next question about grocery stores. Some executives, including one of the top grocery stores owners, billionaires, threatening to shut down his supermarket in the city. John Catsimatidis, who runs Gristedes grocery chain, you're probably very familiar with him. He said this on Election Day, quote, "If the city of New York is going socialist, I will definitely close or sell or move or franchise the Gristedes locations." In order to run New York City successfully as mayor, do you not need the support of a billionaire businessman like John Catsimatidis?
I don't know if I need his support specifically, but I want to make clear that my vision for this city is a vision for every...
I hate that framing. I hate that fucking framing from her. Don't you need the support of one billionaire to well, why? I would love to hear why she's making this assertion. Because what is it about this one billionaire that Zohran would need? That's my question. I don't see it. Because he's not Andrew Cuomo. He wasn't taking billionaire money. He was taking small dollar donations from the city, and that's what won him the primary. Why does he, now that he's in the general, need money from billionaires? That's what I'm assuming she's suggesting. Somehow you need this one billionaire to get on board, and I don't see how. I'm just not seeing how that works. It just doesn't make any sense. Or it's like it's almost like she's suggesting that this billionaire is going to shut down all the grocery stores in fucking New York. It's like, not going to have any more grocery stores in New York if you tax billionaires. It's like, come on.
Come on! Support specifically, but I want to make clear that my vision for this city is a vision for every single New Yorker, including business leaders across the city. And the reason I say that is that my proposals, even the ones to increase the top corporate tax rate of New York to match that of New Jersey, are ones that would also benefit those business leaders. Because when I have conversations with them, what I also hear is just how expensive this city is preventing them from attracting and retaining the talent they need to grow their business. And ultimately, I'm looking forward to having those meetings, having those sit-downs to make clear why this vision would benefit all.
We went on your website and realized there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
Jeez. That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
Dude, I cannot believe she's going to come in here and play that card. Like, what the fuck?
What you talking about?
Yeah, and he's just so matter-of-fact about it. He's like, look, which neighborhoods in New York are the richest? Oh, they're the white ones. Okay. Sorry we used a noun that is accurate and descriptive. My bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. We've seen time and again that this is a property tax system that is inequitable. It's one that actually Eric Adams ran on saying that he would change in the first 100 days. He's since sought to defend it and lost at every juncture in court.
And I understand you're saying we're simply describing the types of neighborhoods that would see these increase in taxes, and yet by invoking race, do you run the risk of potentially alienating key constituents?
You're alienating me right now. This woman is alienating me from this video right now. She is fucking killing me. She's gonna double down on this fucking point. Aren't you being reverse racist against the whites by trying to tax them more, even though they have more money and more property in the city?
They are, and ultimately,
and it's not like, I'm just gonna point this out to her, because it's not like Zohran is like gonna be checking people's. He's talking about the neighborhoods themselves, right? Not talking about just like checking everybody's IRS returns or whatever and their birth certificates, right? And being like, okay, all whiteys in New York are getting more taxes. No, that's not what's happening here. We're talking about people who have a quantifiable leg up on everybody else because of the wealth that they happen to hold. It's as easy as that.
The thing that motivates me in this is to create a system of fairness. It is not to work backwards from a racial assessment of neighborhoods or our city. Rather, it's to ensure that we actually have an equal playing field. And right now, what we see with the property tax system is one that is overtaxing a number of New Yorkers and undertaxing others, and an inability of political will to resolve that.
So no plans to change that language on your website.
They're tripling
the focus here is to actually ensure.
It is wild. She will not get off of this one. Triple down. She's like, so you're sure? You're sure? Are you sure though? Are you? Like, would you like to be have this be the whole interview? I mean, what the fuck is she doing? I love that comment from Seth Evans. Isn't this the white genocide though? Yes, that's exactly this. This is it. This is the great replacement.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Fair property tax system, and that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
All right, you are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well, let me ask you about what Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has had to say. He's had a lot to say about your campaign. He called you a communist. Because he's the president, I want to give you a chance to respond directly to him. How do you respond? Are you a communist?
No, I am not. And I have already had to start to get used to the fact that the president will talk about how I look, how I sound, where I'm from, who I am, ultimately because he wants to distract from what I'm fighting for. And I'm fighting for the very working people that he ran a campaign to empower that he has since then betrayed. And when we talk about my politics, you know, I call myself a democratic socialist in many ways inspired by the words of Dr. King from decades ago, who said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there has to be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And as income inequality has declined nationwide, it has increased in New York City. And ultimately, what we need is a city where every single person can thrive.
All right. Stay right there.
Zohran absolutely crushed this interview, and maybe we'll watch the second half later this week. I gotta keep this. I want to keep this moving. In my mind, I want this stream to be a shorter than usual stream, and I'm already moving super slow, much slower than I would like. Probably just because I'm just sort of fanboying over Zohran right now. He's crushing it. But yeah, this is, fantastic messaging from Zohran. A masterclass, as Will's put it in chat, in rebutting bullshit framing. It absolutely was. Just quick and succinct and very clear responses coming from Zohran, no matter the framing, coming from this. I always forget her name. Kristen? Karen? I always forget. It starts with a K, right? I cannot remember her name. From this NBC News anchor. All right, we're going to keep talking Zohran before we move on to the big billionaire bill, which is going to be immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Before we get to that, let's go to the majority report from yesterday. It got dropped yesterday. Is it Kristen?
Sam Cedar on the majority report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm.
I believe you're here with Sam and Ryan.
Founder and or co-founder of the site Drop Site, which you can find on Substack. We'll put a link to that, and also the co-host of Counterpoints on the Breaking Point.
For this exact reason, we are actually phasing out the name Counterpoints because it's just so confusing. Counterpoints on the Breaking Points channel, so it's just all going to be Breaking Points now. So we'll just have 4 co-hosts of Breaking Points, but 2 a day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will win. We just broke some news, did we?
You did. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Emma Vigeland on her honeymoon. It's already been 4 days. I don't know what she's doing, but there's a couple stories I want to talk about. But let's obviously start with the big one. You literally wrote the book about winning a campaign when they have money, but we have people. The name of your book, I'm not sure if you recall, the first one was They Have Money, We Have People.
Yeah, there you go. And underpinning that is that you also do need a little bit of money, not just people. And New York City's matching funds, I don't know if it necessarily made this possible because, as Mamdani was turning money away, but without the match getting him into the kind of credibility, viability range, maybe he doesn't get that amount of small dollars because people don't want to just give to anybody who is going to get 3%.
Absolutely. And you can't manage 50,000 volunteers unless you have some paid staff.
Exactly. And you can't organize that number of volunteers without some paid staff and some people. They might show up once and then it's a disastrous experience. Nobody's got a clipboard for you. They don't tell you what to do. It's hot out and you're like, well, I tried. Yeah. But so to make it a fulfilling and enriching and useful experience for these volunteers, you have to have it well structured and organized to get them to not just come back, but then to recruit their friends. So yeah, you do need money too. And which he had.
All right, so let's, track this for us. I know that you interviewed Mamdani 7 months, it's maybe around January, I think.
We just looked, it was November the first time.
November,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your sense of how this tracked over the campaign. I mean, we interviewed him in January, and I noticed about a month or two ago that the title was still is he going to beat Adams? And we're like, oh, we should change that. Now, of course, it's back in play because Adams had dropped out. But what happened here? I mean, what do you attribute this to?
That's interesting. You know, he had to get past a threshold of support, which means he had to start raising enough money that he'd start getting his name out there, and and he did that very early. And thanks to these matching funds, you know, up to $250, it's matched like 6 times or something. So he had, you know, by early January, a significant amount of money to start spending on, you know, social media ads and to put together a team that could then produce these really well done, you know, social videos that were getting out there. And he hit the podcast circuit, you know, pretty hard. So there, you know, you can reach kind of a threshold amount of people who are like very plugged, because they're very plugged into politics. Like,
right.
In fact, outside of the campaign headquarters on Tuesday night, I met a woman who was going to an exercise class. She was wearing a Zohran shirt, and she said, "Hey, I love Breaking Points, and I love the Majority Report." Like
She said both?
Yes, she watched the Majority Report
In that order?
Okay. Well, Breaking Points is in the morning. Majority Report's in the
that makes
afternoon.
sense. Okay, that tracks. That tracks.
In that order.
And
chronological.
She said, like, you know, she was constantly wanted to watch these programs to get updates on Zohran, and like, but she'd been watching it for a long time. So that's the kind of person that's going to then volunteer for the campaign. So because of this independent media pipeline, you can actually reach them. And then at some point, I think the public woke up to the fact that Andrew Cuomo was seriously trying to have another act as mayor of New York City, so then needed to start paying attention to this election and to see who the viable opponents were. And by the time people were paying attention, Mamdani was viable and had a message that resonated with people, which is that the city's unaffordable. Like, you have to make several $1 million a year. You tell me, in New York City for that not to resonate with you.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I mean the city is incredibly expensive, and it does resonate across a very wide spectrum of what, you know, people would be surprised, I think, if you live in other, you know, in smaller cities, just like how wide that resonates. I mean, I had people the day after the election approach me about childcare, and they're like, you know, we're spending, you know, $40,000 a year on childcare. And now, look, there's obviously cheaper childcare, but I don't know that you could get it cheaper than like $15,000. I mean, I was in a co-op 12 years ago for nursery school, you know, and that was 12 years ago. It was around that amount of money, but you could say, you know, save money by a co-op, but this and that. But it helps, just the idea of being seen in that way by a candidate, I think. But I just want to, like, this is, what's fascinating to me is that it feels like the Cuomo campaign and the entire Democratic establishment that was so upset the day after, whether that was like in the CNBC crew. I mean, obviously, let's put the
they're going to put the billionaires, all the Wall Streeters are going to be on an ice floe, and they're going to shoot us all in the streets. That was basically the vibes over at CNBC.
To aside for a moment, it is amazing to me because we have seen, starting with the Howard Dean campaign, which was in 2004, that there's a shift in the dynamic of how campaigns are run. And the reason why the primary is in June in New York State is because it was a incumbent or a big name protection racket.
Right.
They have the machine. Cuomo knew from day one he was going to get his 350,000 votes that are going to come from the machine that has been built.
Right.
And they just assume nobody can get a higher number than that. So if we put it in the summer, people won't come out. They don't realize that this alternative mechanism to at least get a jump start. I mean, look, Mamdani is a great candidate, and not everybody could do that. But they don't realize there's a mechanism, there's a counter machine that exists now that didn't exist, let's say, 30 years ago.
Yeah, AOC.
100%. And things have been shifting, but very slowly. It is this, in my estimation, this Zohran win in the mayoral primary here, it's going to have big implications. And I don't want to get too bogged down in the weeds on that, but this will absolutely, it already is, I think, hitting a lot of very centrist Democrats hard in different ways. Some are, I think, probably saying maybe I need to shift to the left. Others are probably thinking, oh, we need to do something to stop this. But I think this does, in fact, shift expectations as well because of how big New York City is. There's just a lot at play here, and I think we could. What we need to do is to what's the word? Cultivate. We need to cultivate this win into more wins across the country. If we want politics like this to be representing us rather than the big money machine politics, the consultant class type of bullshit that we've been living under for too long, we need to cultivate it. We need to be getting behind it, and we got to be looking at how we can replicate this across the board. And of course, it's going to be different in in a jurisdictional way, town by town, city by city, state by state. But I think this is something of a blueprint right now. People have been saying, "Oh, you can't go out there and say these radical things. You gotta stick to the playbook." And it sort of throws all that on its head. All right, that's enough for Zohran today. Let's get to the big, beautiful billionaire beneficiary bill. Starting it off with this vid from A More Perfect Union. Damn, More Perfect Union. God damn it. There we go.
You guys want to play a guessing game? You got snacks. It's cool. Hey, you guys want to play a guessing game? I'm all right. Okay. I wish I had some prizes. I'm at this strawberry festival in Ohio, and I'm asking a question that most Americans get wrong. The CEO of Lowe's, the hardware store, how much more do you think he makes compared to the average Lowe's worker who is helping you find the screwdrivers or whatever?
3 times.
3 times?
Jesus.
3.
Also 3. Okay, how much more do we think the CEO of McDonald's made than his workers last year?
I'm going to say 9.
The CEO of McDonald's made 1,212 times what his average worker made. 557 times more, 410 times more than the average Home Depot worker.
Regardless of their politics, there's one thing that most Americans agree on.
I gotta say, it's pretty shocking to me just how sort of uninformed some of these people seem to be on how much money these people are making. I don't even know how you could be this sort of oblivious to that sort of a fact. It's like 3 times? Is that a joke? Like, you think these you think these guys are making like $150,000 a year? Is that a joke? Really lowballed that one. How do you think they afford these multi-million-dollar mansions and jets and all this other garbage? Can't do that on 3 times minimum wage.
Regardless of their politics, there's one thing that most Americans agree on. CEOs make way too much money.
I'm a paycheck to paycheck woman. It's not fair. I'm a laundry lady. I make less than $15 an hour.
I was a manager at McDonald's.
Okay, so you've seen it from the inside.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But it wasn't always this way. If you go back to even just the mid-1960s, CEOs were making about 20 times as much as their workers. Today, that ratio has exploded to 209.
And I just, before we get too deep into this video, I just want to look at this. Like, this is what I think is so shocking in terms of people's sort of obliviousness to this problem. That one woman said 3 times, another woman said 9 times. And none of these people are even getting over the 1960s number. Like, they're not even, like, the complete illiteracy on economics in this country. I mean, in many ways, I think it's been, cultivated by billionaires like Bill Gates and whomever else. But the fact is people just don't seem to understand the world in which that they live, right? Like people weren't even getting close to the 1960 number, and it's been 65 years since then, right? Like somehow, I don't know how we get people to update their thinking and get informed on this crap, but we need it. We need them to, because this is ridiculous. How can you be so far off? How can you not understand the world that you're living in? Even in just a cursory sort of surface way, it would be, oh my God.
80 times more. So what happened? This is the story of how the wealthy took a weird corporate trick that used to be illegal and used it to supercharge their wealth at the expense of their workers. And why this year it could get way worse.
Slap them for good luck.
Felix Allen used to work at Lowe's Home Improvement in New Orleans.
I started at $12 an hour. Straight up, there have been people who were alive, when Martin Luther King Jr. was working on the Poor People's Campaign, working at our store, making less than $15 an hour.
Those figures track with what most Lowe's workers make nationwide, about $33,000 a year. The company's CEO made 557 times more in 2023.
And we're going to be great. One thing that became frustrating pretty quickly was understaffing. Often there were too many customers and not enough people in red vests. It's stressful. It wears on you.
Yeah, PB is making a great point here. A lot of this has to do with the information that's being fed to people, right? Starting with with our education system going and coming out the other side is the mainstream corporate captured media, where they don't, they're not gonna bother their bosses at Comcast and Disney and Paramount or whatever else by reminding people that they're getting screwed by those people. Their bosses would never have that, and that's the problem. This corporate captured media that does not, it's not in their best interest to inform the public of things like this. Even though, in my estimation, it's imperative to our democracy to have, more accurate information being given.
It's not just Lowe's. Workers at Home Depot, CVS, and Starbucks also say that understaffing is endemic nationwide. But all these companies are super profitable. I mean, wouldn't it make sense for them to just have enough staff?
Did he say, did he say 550% more? I could have sworn that I heard him say 557 times more, which would be 55,000%, not 557%. I'd honestly be okay with 550%. That's only 5 times as much. I'm fairly certain that it's 555 times as much, which is, in my estimation,
That's too much, man!
Too much.
Scheduled on the floor to help their customers? That's just good business, right? Well, it used to be. Let's rewind back to 1979. That's when Lowe's graduated from a single North Carolina hardware store to a nationwide chain with a listing on the New York Stock Exchange. Back then, the CEO of a company like Lowe's basically had 3 options for what to do with their profits. They could put them back into the business, maybe open some new stores, or invest in some fancy inventory software. They might use some of it to reward all of those new shareholders with a payment called a dividend. Maybe they use it to invest in their workers, pay for them to learn a new skill, or at least hire enough of them at a high enough wage to help their existing customers. Or maybe they do a little bit of all 3. Remember this chart?
Yes.
This is the era that we're talking about.
The gap between the average big company CEO and their typical worker was about 25-1.
Corporations were largely reinvesting in their innovation process, and in some cases, because of strong unions, paying their workers living wages.
But then something shifted in American corporate culture. It would eventually lead to the explosion of CEO pay that we've seen since then. It was a complete...
By the way, I want to point out real quick, since they were talking about investing into research, corporations have almost completely stopped the investment R&D research. And in comparison, if like you look at the graph from pre-80s to now, over the last 45 years, companies have stopped doing research and they've left it up to people like, college research, government-funded research, and basically avoided at all costs doing research because it's costly. You never know exactly what you're going to get out of research. That's kind of the scientific process. You can hypothesize what you'll get, but no guarantee. Much better to steal that research, take that research from government-funded programs, instead use your money for something else. Like stock buybacks.
Revolution in the way American companies were run. There's a scene in the 1991 Danny DeVito movie, Other People's Money, that actually does a pretty good job showing this new way of thinking.
Make the stockholders richer. Are you going to liquidate New England Wire and Cable? And if so, what about the people who work here?
Danny DeVito plays a corporate raider who is trying to convince the shareholders of a small New England cable company to sell him their shares so that they can cash out when he liquidates the company.
You invested in a business, and this business is dead. Let's have the intelligence to sign the death certificate to our employees, to our community. What will happen to them? I got 2 words for that. Who cares?
He tells the shareholders that the company has done them wrong by not prioritizing their payouts.
They sucked you dry. And our stock, 1/6 what it was 10 years ago.
DeVito is styled as the kind of lovable villain of this movie, but he actually represents a way of thinking that was taking over American business at the time.
The way that we have thought about the purpose of the corporation since the Reagan Revolution is to make as much money as possible for shareholders.
We're going to turn the bull loose.
I refer to this as shareholder primacy.
In the movie, the shareholders eventually agree to sell to DeVito's character over the objections of the company's CEO. In real life, shareholders found a way to make sure that CEOs always put their interest above everybody else's. Instead of paying CEOs a salary in cash like workers at the rest of the company, start paying them in company stock. The idea spread like wildfire.
Well, if one CEO starts to be paid in this new structure and you see their compensation go up very rapidly, that's going to spread very quickly across the entire ecosystem. It's like keeping up with the Joneses.
Something else happened when CEOs started getting paid in company stock, and it goes a long way towards explaining why companies like Lowe's won't schedule enough workers to help customers, or pay their employees like Felix a living wage. Remember those 3 options that Lowe's and other companies used to have for what to do with their profits? Well, in 1982, right before CEO pay started to really take off, they added a 4th option: buying shares of the company's stock. Here's how it
Illegal.
works. Let's say
Yeah, we're not going to go over all of stock buybacks. I think most people here are familiar with how stock buybacks work. They mentioned the stock buybacks at one time were illegal, okay, because it's stock manipulation. And all they're doing is taking free cash from the company's balance sheet, going out onto the open stock market, buying their shares up, which not only inflate the value itself, right? Like, if you think about the stock market, people are constantly buying and selling, but if there's an imbalance of people buying versus people selling, the stock price rises. But if you add in the fact that they are removing available shares for purchase, suddenly that dynamic gets sort of supercharged, right? Because one of the ways in which stocks are valued, right, is called price to earnings, right? And there's another one that I can't remember right now. But basically, you look at the number of shares that exist, right, that are in existence, right, and then you look at how much money the company is making. Then you divide that number by the number of shares outstanding, and then you get some sort of a mathematical figure that gives you an idea of how much the company should be worth on the stock market, right? And so it's a double whammy, right? Like they're lowering the number of stocks available, which increases, theoretically the demand or the intrinsic value, and also just bidding up their stock simultaneously.
A very, very low basic wage.
They're literally buying back their own stocks for it's hard for me to understand, but it's clear that if they're doing that, they got some coin to throw around, and they're getting paid however many hundreds of dollars per hour. And yet, my coworker who has worked at Lowe's for 20 years is making less than 15. I mean, it's almost like laughable. It's obviously incredibly offensive.
When companies started paying their CEOs in stock, it helped kickstart a massive nationwide transfer of wealth from workers to CEOs and shareholders. More recently, that wealth transfer has gone into overdrive thanks to one specific law.
Another huge turning point was the 2017 tax reform.
The biggest tax cut, biggest reform of all time.
Now, as Trump and the Republicans are working overtime to make these tax cuts permanent in his big, beautiful bill, it's easy to see how it'll supercharge this wealth transfer from workers to CEOs, because we already have all the evidence.
The biggest giveaway in that 2017 reform was the slashing of the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%.
This change gave corporations a huge amount of cash to throw around.
Company leaders promised that they would use their windfalls from that tax cut and funnel it almost immediately into workers' hands through wage increases and bonuses.
Well, you're going to start seeing a lot more money in your paycheck.
Well, what happened after that bill was passed? A handful of companies gave some modest bonuses, but then that was it.
Can you guess what they did instead?
It's not just a big year for earnings. It's a big year for buybacks.
Buybacks are expected to hit a record $1 trillion this year.
Companies announcing big share buyback programs along with their earnings reports.
Of course, the irony of it being named the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is that very, very little of these savings went to the workforce. Many people, including myself, were predicting that we would see buybacks as a main way that companies were utilizing the gains, but we saw it in levels that I didn't even expect.
It really changed the norm for stock buyback spending.
When we did a big tax cut, and when they took the money and did buybacks, that's not building a hangar, that's not buying aircraft, that's not doing the kind of things that I want them to do. We didn't think we would have had to restrict it because we thought they would have known better.
We thought they would know better than doing the thing that they've been doing for a very long time.
It's not clear to me whether or not Donald Trump understands economics in any form or fashion, but he certainly doesn't seem to understand how corporations operate, like in the real world. Like, he doesn't own a public, actually, now he does. But at that time, he did not own a public corporation. That was 7 years ago. Now he owns DJT. But at that time, I don't think he certainly didn't understand this aspect of things. And it's fascinating to me, just the sort of naive optimism that Donald Trump seemed to have, that, the corporations, they're great guys. They're great guys. They're just going to invest in America. They're not going to enrich themselves. Why would anybody want more money? It's weird. I don't get it.
Clearly, they don't know better. And even if we take Trump at his word here that he didn't know companies were going to do all these buybacks with their tax savings, it raises a really important question. Why is he about to run the exact same play?
Exactly. And he's literally rerunning the same fucking play from 2017 now, 8 years later. And we're getting the big billionaire benefit bill. And there's no way with these tax cuts that they're not going to continue to do more stock buybacks and other terrible things to the economy. Let's go here. See what Sheldon, White House, was saying on the Senate floor yesterday. Some of you may have already seen this. We were covering this
Mr. President,
quasi-live yesterday.
Mr. President, I rise today, and I will confess, I rise today a bit angry about this bill. This bill cooked up in back rooms, dropped at midnight, cloaked in fake numbers, with huge handouts to big Republican donors. It loots our country for some of the least deserving people you could imagine. When I first got here, this chamber filled me with awe and wonderment. Our leader, Harry Reid, frequently called me his happiest senator. Such was the awe and wonderment that I felt here. Today, I feel disgust. This piece of legislation is corrupt. This piece of legislation is crooked. This piece of legislation is a rotten racket. This place feels to me today like a crime scene. Get some of that yellow tape.
Illegal.
Put it around this chamber. The midnight transfer of wealth in this bill is disgusting. There's a backdrop here. The backdrop here is the wealth inequality in our country already, in which the wealthiest 1% of our population own 30% of the wealth, and the poorest half of our population together only own 3% of the wealth. Top 1%, third of the wealth. Bottom half of the population by income, 3% of the wealth. And against that backdrop, this bill transfers wealth from middle-class families to giant corporations, billionaires, and mega-billionaires. And it transfers wealth from our children and grandchildren to present-day billionaires by adding $5 trillion to the debt limit to run up the debt of the country to fund the tax giveaways to these special interests and wealthy billionaires. How do they do that? Take away health care from 16 million Americans. Give huge tax breaks to billionaires. Most families have someone sit down once a month and go through the bills. And you try to figure out what bills you can pay. You may not pay the whole insurance bill. You may just pay the minimum. You may not pay your whole credit card bill. You may just pay the minimum. You're aware of exactly how much money you have because you need to make those payments. That's kitchen table world. Billionaire world is different. You have a family office. You never see bills. You don't even know how much money you have, not even to the nearest $100,000. And you don't care. Because you got more than you could ever spend in your life. Come on! You could pay taxes like regular people. But there's something about your acquisition of wealth that can't stop.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at
So
this
you
juncture.
won't pay taxes like a normal person. You demand special treatment. You pay less of a tax rate than a firefighter, for God's sake. And that's not enough for you. Now you come here to this Senate floor wanting even more favors. You already don't know how much money you have. You could pay regular taxes and it wouldn't take a day from sunning on your private island, a day from cruising in your private yacht, a jet trip on your private jet, a ski trip to your private chalet. Nothing in your life would change if you had to pay taxes like a regular person, but you just don't want to. And the third is, oh, I should add, on the tax breaks, a lot of it goes to corporations. This bill doesn't just give big tax breaks to big corporations. It gives big tax breaks to big corporations that move jobs and investment offshore away from America.
Illegal.
Oh my God, how did I not notice? I got carried away over here, people. I just blew through the first break. Nobody was going to let me know. You're all just going to sit here and let me go on. My God, 2 hours and 15 minutes, no break. That's too much.
That's too much,
man. That is too much, man. Okay, before we go to the break, I just want to say once again, thank you to everyone for helping us with the galactic deficit financing goal. We got it done before the first of the month, and it couldn't have done it without all of you people. So I really appreciate that 100%. I am trying to figure out right now. I'm going to float an idea to all of you, those of you in this chat right now. Feel free to chime in, but I'm thinking of doing a 1,000 subscribers special stream at some point over the coming week or something like that, if I can manage it. I was thinking of doing it like a members only type of deal, or like I don't know if I can combine. I don't know if I can link to a members only video, but maybe I might be able to do that. Like for people who may not have a membership but have a Patreon, I might try and combine the two. But like once again, I'm just floating this idea right now. I was literally thinking about it like right before the stream, how I can celebrate, how we, not I, but how we can all celebrate together. I still don't know exactly how we would do it, but let me know what you think about something like that. Maybe where, anybody who is already a member on YouTube and or a patron can suggest a clip video for us to watch. Like in the Discord, I think is maybe how I'll make a separate channel within the Galactic Discord server for people to be able to make suggestions ahead of time. I'll try and build a list out, everything else. Just an idea. Okay. All right. We got to take a quick break, people. Sorry. But we will be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss any of the latest galactic content. Once you're doing all that clicking with your fingers and or thumbs, do you also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Still no Twitch right now, although I am trying to figure out ways to do that. You also got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to just have your money go directly to us rather than having YouTube take a sizable cut. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. Get you a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Like an avatar. That's right, you could be on the screen in front of you right now, hanging out at the pool. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me, chat. Enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get your butts back in those seats, Space Fams. We still got a lot of stuff to go over here tonight. We left off with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse rebuking Republicans' attempts to harm the vast majority of America and turn around and help out all those billionaires who are just having such a rough time of things. Let's go to CNN and see some of the polling on all of this.
CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton here to run the numbers. All right, Harry, how do Americans feel about the big, beautiful bill?
Yeah, if we're talking about adjectives, how about they think it's awful, they think it's horrible, and to quote our colleague Charles Barkley, terrible, terrible, terrible. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at the net favorable rating on the big, beautiful bill. I don't just got one poll for you, Omar. I got 5 of them, and the net favorable rating, minus 19 points, Washington Post, minus 20 points, Pew Research Center, Fox, minus 21, Quinnipiac University, minus 26, KFF, minus 29. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that when the net favorable rating of your bill is somewhere between minus 19 and minus 29 points, that it is not a positive bill as viewed by the American public. The American public...
I love Harry is fired up. I don't know if anybody else is getting that vibe right now, but Harry is fired up over this one.
19 and minus 29 points, that it is not a positive bill as viewed by the American public. The American public at this particular point hate the big, beautiful bill. As far as they're concerned, it's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, bad bill.
I always appreciate when you hold back, Harry.
I know, I try.
As people have learned more about the bill, I mean, obviously we're still in these stages working out individual pieces, and we'll see where this ends up. But as people have learned about it, has that popularity changed at all once they get more details?
No, Omar. You know, we have Quinnipiac University. They hated it in early June when the net favorable rating was minus 26 points. And look at where we are in late June.
Oh, still
it's the same. Minus 26 points. The more they learn about this bill, they hate it just as much. I've been going through the historical books and trying to find a piece of legislation that looks more likely than not to pass and seeing if there is one as unpopular as the big, beautiful bill. And the bottom line is, Omar, I can't find one. This one is in the history books, and for all of the wrong reasons as far as the American public is concerned.
So why is this bill so unpopular?
Why is this bill so unpopular? Well, I think Republicans would argue that this bill is supposed to help out the American people and their family. But the American people disagree with that idea. All right, Trump's policies and your family, help or hurt? The big, beautiful bill. Just 23% say help. How about 49%? 49% say hurt. Look, that's a 26-point difference in the direction of hurt. Compare that to Trump's first-term agenda, where the plurality said it helped their family at 44% compared to 31% who said hurt. So the American people elected Trump to help them and their families, but they see the big, beautiful bill as one that, on the whole, hurts their families.
Yeah, the numbers for this are not looking good. America and the sentiment here in America seems to be very negative on this bill. Shock of shocks. Shock of shocks. Meanwhile, Republicans are still going to try and pass it, even though everyone hates it. For whatever reason. I think the majority report covered this one too, but I felt this needed a second go. It's just, those numbers are so stark. It's a net negative rating of 20 plus points. No matter how you want to try and slice it, it is incredibly unpopular. But Republicans are going to keep trying to do whatever they can, lie, obfuscate, to push this bill through for
Hey
Daddy
everyone.
Trump.
It's good to see you all on a Sunday afternoon. I am here in my Senate office, and the reason for that is that the Republicans are in the midst of trying to pass a big, ugly bill. And the short version of this bill, it's, 945 pages, so condensing it a lot, is basically to take away health care from what now appears to be about 17 million people and use a big chunk of that money for giant tax giveaways for billionaires and billionaire corporations. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's kind of the heart, and everything else revolves around that. So the Democrats are pushing back with everything we've got. I mean, we are completely united on this. We are fighting. And frankly, we're trying to pick up some Republicans to fight alongside us. And so I'm up here right now because we just had a meeting in the Democratic caucus, just the Democrats in the Senate together, as we were laying out our different strategies and still talking about what's in the plan, what we know about what the Republicans have put in there, what they've taken out. In other words, you're not surprised to hear this, the whole thing is like it's still moving. They can't quite settle on the pieces because they don't have the votes for it yet. So we are figuring out how to push back. And I got out of that meeting, came over to my office, and decided what I'd like to do is just talk with some people who've been following the bill, answer questions that you all send in so that we can talk about it. And then in, I think it's about an hour and a half, schedule shift a little bit, I'm supposed to be down on the floor of the Senate giving a speech about this bill. And then later tonight, maybe midnight-ish, we're going to run out of debate time for the Democrats, and then we will start voting on the bill, and we will start with amendments called Vote-A-Rama. And so we may be here all night, maybe here well into tomorrow.
On that, I just refreshed my page on my list page, and they are the PBS NewsHour live feed is still going right now as we speak, so they must still be there.
That's kind of the overview of what's going on right now. One of the things about the bill, just to understand why there's been so much back and forth, is that, like I said, the heart of the bill is cutting access to health care for what they've now discovered is about 17 million people, and then using a chunk of that money to do a big tax giveaway for a handful of billionaires and billionaire corporations.
Follow the rich way, man.
The trick, however, is the money still doesn't add up. That is, the tax giveaways are so much bigger even than the cost of cutting health care for all these folks, that combined with a bunch of other giveaways that they want to put in this bill, they're actually going to increase the national debt by roughly $3.5 trillion extra. So these are going to be tax cuts for billionaires put on a credit card for our children and our grandchildren to.
Exactly. We're doing the thing that Republicans claim to hate all the time. Deficit financing. We're doing Keynesian economics here. We're just going to keep putting it on the credit card over and over and over. I've heard Republicans complain about it so many times. I don't even know. I couldn't even count the number of times I've heard them complain about what they're doing right now. But it's the Republican playbook. When they're out of power, they complain about these things. When they get back in power, they do exactly the exact things that they complain about. And they supercharge them. And it's an incredible, in this particular case, it's an incredibly irresponsible thing to do, right? To benefit a tiny fraction of the country, they are going to hurt the rest of the country, right? I don't know exactly what that number, maybe 10 to 90, 10% of people will benefit from this, while the bottom 90 are going to be left behind or hurt by this bill. All right, let's keep going. Keep talking about this. CNN did a fact check on some of the things being said about this big, beautiful
Right
bill.
now on Capitol Hill, senators are in the so-called Vote-A-Rama. They're voting on amendments to President Trump's key policy bill of his second term. A final vote is expected later tonight. At least 2 Republicans have indicated that they will oppose the bill. But where do things stack up on what's in the bill versus what we've heard from the Trump administration? Also, there is the House version. There's a lot to sift through, so we want to bring in our senior reporter, Daniel Dale, who joins us now for a fact check. Hi, Daniel. So let's start with what the president has said on Medicaid. How does that compare to what's actually in this bill?
Some of the president's recent comments, Pamela, have been wildly categorically inaccurate. Listen, for example, to something he said last week.
We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting.
Whatever the merits of this legislation, and whatever the merits, and you can certainly defend this legislation as Republicans have been doing, it objectively does not leave Medicaid the same. It is objective fact that this legislation makes major changes and indeed major cuts to Medicaid. So what kinds of changes are we talking about? Well, one of them that has received a lot of discussion is a work requirement, specifically a requirement that many recipients considered able-bodied who do not have young children prove that they are working or in school or in job training or volunteering 80 plus hours a month. That's
Now, I want to remind everybody, the work requirement is really a paperwork requirement, okay? This is the fact is the vast majority of people who are receiving Medicaid benefits are working, okay? And what this does is puts up barriers to receiving the health care which you are completely deserving of, and causing you to run around whatever your town or city may be, maybe if you're computer savvy, maybe you can get all the paperwork done on the computer. But the point is this takes people who are already working or are maybe disabled or whatever else, right? Who have kids, who have bills to pay, who are already struggling to pay those bills, make them take time out of their day every single month in some cases to prove to the government that they're working enough, right? It is ineffective, and the only thing that it does, and Republicans know this full well, is that this will just kick people off of the program, people who deserve it, and that'll be a cost savings for the government. That's all it is. They just know that some people won't be able to complete it, and in some way that will save them money, and it's shameful and ridiculous.
the only big change. The legislation would require for the first time certain Medicaid enrollees to pay out of pocket for certain health services. There would be significant changes to the so-called provider tax that rural hospitals warned could force the closure of some of them or require significant cuts in care. It imposes additional administrative burdens on people and states. So again, good or bad, defend it or not defend it, this is big stuff. And how big? Well, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says we're talking $930 billion cut in federal support for Medicaid over 10 years. That is the biggest Medicaid cut in history, according to many experts. And that would, of course, impact real people. This nonpartisan CBO estimates that we're talking about 11.8 million additional uninsured people in 2034.
Yeah, the numbers are terrible. And everything the Republicans are saying right now is a lie. They're just lying to us because it's easier than telling us the truth. Because they also, they prefer to, honestly, they'd prefer to be able to please the president without losing their jobs. That's all it is. They don't want to lose their jobs by telling people the reality of this bill. And they find it more important, honestly, that they please the Supreme Leader, Donald Trump, over ensuring that the voters know what they're actually doing, which is pathetic. What they're doing is harming.
I know that they're saying that they're not planning
Americans.
to cut Medicaid, right? I reached out.
Hey, shut up. Sorry. There we go. All right, we're going to stick with CNN. Go to this other video here. Title, quote unquote, "This is not a luxury. Families in Trump states agonize over GOP's proposed Medicaid cuts."
I know that they're saying that they're not planning to cut Medicaid, right? I reached out concerned that if any changes are made, there will be this trickle-down effect that will impact families like mine.
The front lines of the Medicaid debate are right here in Courtney Leader's kitchen.
What is the face of Medicaid, do you think? And is it different than you think some people may assume?
I mean, we are the face of Medicaid.
The Missouri mother of 5 wrote her Republican Senator Josh Hawley to explain how slashing benefits would be devastating to her 9-year-old daughter, Serena, who lives with brain damage and cerebral palsy.
Our private insurance won't cover the formula. It doesn't cover the feeding tube pump. The hit on our budget, it would be over $1,500 a month.
Oh my God.
Just for the formula, just for the pump rental.
Oh my God. $1,500 more a month. A month. That is $18,000 a year. Most families can't just come up with an extra $18,000 a year. Who here has an extra $18,000 just laying around? Seems to be some sort of a table tossing competition going on in chat. I approve.
And those are things that we have to have to keep my daughter alive. You know, without that, she's not eating. There's no way to get nutrition into her. So it's really a lifeline for our family for her to have that feeding tube.
Literally. Hawley has cited her story, emerging as a rare Republican critic of cuts to Medicaid in rural hospitals.
I gotta pause it right there, because this man right here who's using her story to talk about this is a disgusting human being. Okay, let's not forget. And maybe nobody even knows this, so maybe I'm saying it the wrong way. Let me remind everyone here of what Josh Hawley is doing. He's voting for this bill. Josh Hawley has expressed that he will be voting for this bill. So while he might be out there, messaging in a way that is correct and speaking to people's needs, he's turning around and voting for the thing that he knows is hurting her, which makes him probably a worse person, honestly, than not saying anything. Like, it's this two-faced garbage from Josh Hawley. Oh God, this woman is going to be hurt so bad. Let me just keep signing. Let me sign my name to the bill real quick. Oh, do you know how much this is going to hurt this woman? And just keep signing his name. Like, it's a garbage person that can do such a thing.
Emerging as a rare Republican critic of cuts to Medicaid in rural hospitals, all part of a monumentous tug-of-war over paying for President Trump's agenda.
Oh, there's my beautiful.
What I love is that CNN doesn't even mention the fact that Josh Hawley, it's like a fucking Josh Hawley glaze up over here at fucking GNN. I mean CNN. I just called CNN GNN.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
They don't even bring it up. They're like, look, Josh Hawley, the great Republican Josh Hawley. He's trying to fight for this woman, even though he's signing the bill that she is going to be hurt by.
Come on!
Smile.
We came along for the ride, sitting behind Serena's nurse, who's funded by Medicaid, as they drove to weekly therapy sessions, also paid by Medicaid, which more than 1 in 5 Missourians rely on for health coverage.
Being a mom is not political, but this debate is political. How do you navigate the politics of this as you advocate?
I mean, I just keep consistency. I share the same story to people regardless of what side they stand on. We cannot let people like my daughter lose her benefits. And If anybody tells you that, oh, she's covered, she's protected, I would really encourage you to say how. What provisions have you made to make sure that those who meet eligibility requirements are covered?
Good morning. How are ya?
Shelley Jones has an infectious smile as she hands out food to a growing number.
My answer to that woman would be is nothing. They've put the onus upon her and her family to prove every single month that they qualify. They have added a burden onto her, right? This bill adds a burden onto families like hers. Hands down.
Yeah.
Shelley Jones has an infectious smile as she hands out food to a growing number of people in need, as deep cuts also loom for federal food aid.
Do you expect that it's tough for some people to ask for help and come here?
100%. Yeah. But they make it so nice and easy for you to, and accessible.
We visited Ozark's Food Harvest, which distributes food across 1/3 of Missouri.
What is the demand like for food?
Unfortunately, Jeff, right now, the demand for food is quite a bit higher than it was even at the height of the COVID crisis. 60% of the folks that use SNAP or food pantries are from working families, and the other 40% are from seniors or children under the age of 18.
Congress is weighing billions in cuts to food assistance programs like SNAP, once known as food stamps. That will increase demand at already crowded food pantries like this.
How important is this food to you?
Well, it really helps us get through the month, and they have a good variety of things. So, and especially the fresh fruits and vegetables, I really like those.
Your husband got hurt in an accident?
Yeah, he fell between 10 and 11 feet, landed on top of his head, but it kind of changed everything. We were in the process of getting all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, for retirement, and then he got hurt really bad, and it just upside down everything. And so food pantries do that, have helped us through the situation.
Another hotly contested piece of the spending bill is deep cuts to rural hospitals. Inside a maternity ward in Clinton, Missouri, Dr. Jennifer Blair worries for her patients.
Missouri has the 4th largest number of maternity care deserts. We actually are surrounded by several maternity care deserts. That's defined as a county that has no or very limited access to obstetric services for their patients.
I just want this to sink in for everybody right now. State of Missouri here has maternity care deserts. Not the only, I mean, basically all states have some areas that are complete maternity care deserts. And this administration is going to cut more maternity care. The same administration, which is obsessed with people having babies.
Don't be creepy.
It's true. They, they are obsessed with having fucking babies. I mean, they're trying to force women to have babies, against their will. And we're going to get rid of the care that's intended to help those women. And it is utterly perverse and just sort of backwards. All right, let's go here. Quick clip from Forbes breaking news 10 hours ago. John Ossoff, Georgia.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 2696 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia offers an amendment number 2696 to amendment.
What the fuck was that sound? What the fuck? Was that in the video?
Clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia offers an amendment number 2696 to amendment number 2360.
Madam President, instead of adding trillions to the debt and tax cuts for the rich while destroying Medicaid and renewable energy, I propose we help our constituents afford health insurance. If we allow Affordable Care Act benefits to expire, as this bill would, more than 1 million Georgians will pay more for health insurance next year. A family of 4 in Clayton County making $65,000 a year, that's a $2,600 increase. Dougherty County, $2,200. Chattahoochee County, $2,300. Augusta-Richmond County, $2,600. Liberty County, $2,600. Macon-Bibb County, $2,700. The AJC, our paper, reports 300,000 Georgians would lose insurance altogether. And
every single state, if this thing passes, is going to have the same exact story. Millions and millions and millions of people are going to be hurt by this, and then vicariously through those people, millions and millions and millions of more people will be forced to try and find a way to shore up and help those people and their families, their friends. It's going to have just horrifying implications. And if this passes, and I mean, honestly, it had better not. It had better not. Republicans need to grow a fucking spine at this point. Find it inside of themselves to care about anyone but themselves. I don't mean billionaires.
After a weekend of exhausting and divisive debates between Senate Republicans over their signature tax breaks and spending cut plan that included at least one GOP senator saying they would no longer seek re-election after a public spat with President Donald Trump, the lawmakers have now decided that they are going to proceed with a marathon series of amendments known as a vote-a-thon. So what is a vote-a-thon? In essence, it's an endurance test for lawmakers, where senators are allowed to propose an unlimited number of amendments to this bill. In theory, it could go on forever, though senators have said that they predict that it's going to take about 12 to 15 hours to get through the process.
I mean, this is called the Vote-A-Rama for a reason, so we're about ready to walk in the Thunderdome. I don't know how many there are going to be.
The Democrats are saying that they're going to submit amendments on issues such as
the Thunderdome. Wow. Well, there we go. There's a little explanation of what this vote-a-thon is all about. It is a open period of time for senators to propose amendments, and until all of those amendments have been proposed and both sides have signaled their readiness to vote, we will be in this limbo called a vote-a-thon, where we will be holding on to our hats, helmets, preparing for what is to come. We're not quite going to go to the live stream yet. Let's see some more things that were said by senators.
Mr. President, in one of the richest countries in the world, we have maternal and infant mortality crises. In fact, we have the highest maternal mortality rate among wealthy nations. Today, Medicaid is the single largest payer of maternity care in the United States, covering 40% of births nationwide and nearly half of the births in our rural communities. Obstetric units, particularly in rural hospitals, are closing at alarming rates, actually creating maternity deserts in this country. And a reason why? Low Medicaid hospital rates. To be blunt, now is not the time to be slashing the Medicaid program. My amendment would stop cuts to Medicaid used for vital hospital services, especially labor and delivery rooms. Leader Thune said it himself earlier today that Medicaid should be for pregnant moms. So, my colleagues, we have a choice. Do we stand for billionaires, or do we stand up for moms and babies? For Democrats, the choice is clear, and I urge my Republican colleagues to vote yes on the motion to support families over billionaires.
Here we go, Senator Blunt Rochester saying the truth over here to the Senate. Republicans are trying to help billionaires rather than moms and babies, even though they're always claiming they love moms and babies and they're so pro-life. I can tell you right now, a bunch of moms and babies to be will die because of these cuts. Hands down. It's a given. It's a given. Complications during pregnancy happen. Okay? They happen. And if you don't have necessary medical care, even if you do sometimes. But I mean, it's certainly exacerbated by not having care. That's a given. I think that's obvious to everyone. All right, let's see what Elizabeth Warren was proposing.
Thank you, Mr.
earlier.
President. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the financial watchdog to keep people from getting cheated on credit cards and mortgages and Venmo and payday loans and a zillion other transactions. When this financial cop can't do its job, there is no one else in the federal government to pick up the slack. The CFPB has returned over $21 billion to more than 205 million Americans who were cheated by big banks and giant corporations. That is why this agency is popular across the country. But from the beginning, Republicans in Congress have been trying to kill it, and now they want to slash the CFPB's modest funding cap almost in half. Not to save working people money, but to make it easier for corporations to trick and trap millions of people. Scammers love this Republican move. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support the CFPB, the little agency that fights for all Americans. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my...
Oh, Jesus Christ. We don't have time for this part of it. Just a nutshell what Senator Senator Scott was going to say. He just started introducing a bunch of like what do you call them? Procedural complaints about what Elizabeth Warren was suggesting, and then Elizabeth Warren comes back and is like, well, what Mr. Scott is forgetting is that this is obviously blah 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 blah, and that was the end of that. Okay. Where did they get these ties? I don't know. The tie barn. Does that still exist? All right, let's go to the majority report once again. Talk about this massive, massive wealth transfer being proposed by Senate Republicans.
Here is State Senator Mallory McMurrow. She's in the Michigan State Capitol. She's running for, I think, Senate in Michigan as well. She's talking about this disaster of a bill that the Senate is en route to passing. And it is a massive transfer of wealth to the wealthy. Government, and here's the bottom line, government always redistributes money. Always, always. Every government that has ever existed, in fact, probably every society that has ever existed, redistributes wealth in one form or another. That is like literally the function. It is impossible to have a society where there is not a redistribution of wealth. It's almost definitional to the name. It may not be, currency that is redistributed, but it's just impossible. So the question always is, in which way is it flowing? Which way does it flow? And this bill is a massive redistribution of money to the top. Play this clip.
Today, we are on the verge of the single largest redistribution of wealth from poor and working class Michiganders to the rich in our nation's history. That's what we're staring down in this so-called big, beautiful bill. And sure, if you're already wealthy, this bill is going to be great for you. If you earn more than $715,800, congratulations! You will get a tax cut of over $50,000. That tax cut alone is significantly higher than the $39,500 that the average Michigander earns in an entire year. Are you a foreign investor? Congratulations. Collectively, you will all get $23 billion in tax cuts next year alone. Are you in a position to leave more than $7 million to your heirs? Congratulations. You will get a cut to the estate tax. But how does this bill pay for all of this? By cutting the services that you rely on. This big bad bill cuts more than $200 billion from food assistance, potentially affecting 4 million children and 7 million adults nationwide. In Michigan, SNAP provides vital food assistance to over 1.4 million Michiganders. That's approximately 15% of our state's population. SNAP dollars fueled $2 billion in economic activity supporting farms and grocery stores, especially in our rural communities. But colleagues, proponents of this bill, and I have heard it here today, will argue that it's just about cutting so-called waste, fraud, and abuse, and that these cuts are necessary, and that enacting these cuts will benefit everybody. That argument is a flat-out lie. The University of Michigan economist Justin Wolfers analyzed the impact of all of the Trump policies combined. The cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP found in this big bad bill, the tax cuts here that overwhelmingly benefit the rich, and Trump's reckless tariff policy that adds cost to the food and the goods that so many of us rely on in our daily lives, with that additional cost not borne by the country of origin, not borne by the importer, not borne by the retailer, but passed on to you. Combined over the next 10 years, here's how those policies will impact you. If you are in the lowest 10% of earners making just under $19,000 a year, you will lose $2,600. If you're in the lowest 25% of earners making $40,000 a year, you will lose $1,600. If you're the median income earner, if you make $80,000 a year, you will lose $1,200. If you're in the top 75% of earners making $1,770, you will lose $600. If you're in the top 80% of earners, you will lose $500. Are you picking up on a trend here? But if you happen to be in the top 10% of earners earning over $250,000 a year, congratulations. You will gain an average of $7,200. 90% of Americans will lose money over the next 10 years to give the wealthiest 10% of Americans more money. That's insane. 50 years of trickle-down economics has shown us clearly that it simply does not work. The wealthiest Americans are wealthier than they ever have been before, while just about everyone else, from low income to middle class, is struggling to make ends meet. But do not fret.
That's, I mean, and for those who still out there laughably cite the Laffer curve, and the idea that somehow we're going to get more revenue because we've cut taxes, because it's going to spur such a huge GDP growth. Go back to 2017. Go back to look at the promises of 4% growth that never, ever, ever materialized with those tax cuts. Never, ever.
I can't remember. Does anybody else remember? I'm trying to figure it out right now, but I don't have time to do all the. I think we talked about Mallory months ago. Did anybody know if she's trying to run for the House of Representatives or not? I could have sworn she was one of the people who was looking to unseat an incumbent. I don't know. I could be wrong. All right. Let's keep going. It's great messaging from Mallory there. I do like her. She's got a certain vibe. You know, she's just saying it like it is. You can tell. Now, one man who we've all been much too familiar with in recent months, Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Settle down, Elon. Settle down. We know that you're going to say incorrect things, but somehow Elon is saying some slightly correct things. Ish. Kind of correct is what I guess we would call them. In recent days, Elon has been taking to his private social media platform to display his disapproval of this big bad bill. Shockingly.
We begin tonight with what President Trump calls his big, beautiful bill, which could be headed for a final vote in the Senate after a long day of debating amendments to it and perhaps for some Republican members staring into the abyss. Here's why. Polling consistently shows it is strikingly unpopular with voters. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it adds more than $3 trillion to the national debt and could deprive nearly 12 million Americans of health insurance through Medicaid. That, and it now comes with a double dose of existential terror for Republicans on the fence. On the one hand, the president over the weekend managed to drive one opponent of the bill out of seeking another term. On the other, Elon Musk has just weighed in on anyone voting yes. Quoting him now, every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame. And if that weren't enough, he adds, and they will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth.
Truly incredible. I mean, I find this to actually be sort of hilarious. I mean, in a way, Elon is saying he doesn't want a tax break, which I find fascinating. Because that's where the debt increase is coming from, right? The debt increase is coming from the massive billionaire tax break. And Elon's out here saying this is a bad idea. That he's going to spend, I can't even imagine how much money to primary each and every one of the people that are voting for this thing, because he'd be talking about both the House and the Senate, right? Because he said the Congress, not it wasn't specific. So we're talking about like 250 or something like that people, I guess.
Now, given that his Mars mission won't be ready to go for years, that's a lot of primaries.
Yeah.
But that's not all. He also reiterated his call from 3 weeks ago for a new political party and says he would start one a day after the bill.
Oh, so Elon just doesn't understand. I see. Elon doesn't get it. Aww. Aww. That's cute, Elon. That's cute. Elon Musk doesn't understand how the government works. Shocking, considering how much money he's received from the government. You'd think he'd understand what's going on. So he thinks that it's obvious that the cause of this debt increase has something to do with spending. Insane spending, as he puts it. And that's just false. That is just demonstrably false. The problem with this bill that adds to the deficit by, as he says, $5 trillion. Now, in my estimation, he's overshooting by about $500 billion, but let's not split hairs here. The reason is the lack of revenue. The massive lack of revenue from the tax cuts. That's the only reason that this bill is increasing the debt. It's because we are adding massive tax cuts onto it.
Passes. Rock, meet, hard place.
I'm actually...
North Carolina's Tom Tillis chose...
I guess I'm not that shocked, but I'm more than a little disappointed in CNN every single day. But, like, this is a perfect opportunity to actually explain to people what is going on in terms of, I don't know, the differences between revenues and spending and how the math works, right? Because that's all this is math. Money coming in, money going out. And what the difference between those two numbers is, that's where you get your deficit. Very frustrating. CNN still sucks.
Passes. Rock, meet, hard place. North Carolina's Tom Tillis chose the rock, announcing that he will not seek another term, and he slammed the president on the bill's Medicaid cuts.
What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years? When President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys, it is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office.
So today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Senator Tillis is, and these are her words, just wrong. But listen to what the president has been saying on this subject going back a decade and decide for yourself.
Save Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security without cuts. Have to do it.
We're going to
love and cherish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're not going to do anything with that.
Can you guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question.
What happens if it comes to your desk, has the tax cuts, but also cuts to Medicaid? Would you veto that?
Well, we're not doing that.
Would
No,
you
we're
veto
not.
that?
I would if they were cutting it, but they're not cutting it. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting.
No, I'm not in Donald Trump's head. I don't know if he actually cares about Medicaid and Social Security at all. But do you know what it would require? Like Kristen's question here, for him to know that it was going to cut Medicaid and Medicare or Social Security? It would require him to read it, or for him to be surrounded by people interested in telling him the truth about this. But you have a bunch of very ideological people who have the ear of the president, like Stephen Miller, right? He's all for this. Stephen Miller couldn't be more thrilled that this bill is going forward right now. It would take somebody like a Stephen Miller to say, Mr. President, this is actually going to cut Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. He's not going to do that. He's never going to do that. Are you shitting me? Stephen Miller? Nosferatu? Yeah. That's a good one.
Give me a joke.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Wouldn't
be prudent at this juncture.
Care.
A lot to get to tonight. CNN Chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins starts us off. Caitlin, how concerned is the White House about potential cracks in the Republican coalition?
I mean, they're watching all of this and watching Senator Tom Tillis, in that scathing floor speech on Sunday, John. But then, of course, after he announced that he was not going to be seeking re-election, the president was cheerleading that and saying essentially good riddance to Tom Tillis, given they believe he's been a thorn in their side during all of this. And John, obviously, when they look at this overall, and I've been talking to White House officials about what they think is ultimately going to happen here, they do think this will pass. They don't think Republicans are going to defy the president on his signature legislation, as big and sweeping as it is, and with those potential cuts. The question is how long it's going to take to get this through, to get this done. And that's what they've been watching, obviously, very closely at the White House. But with Senator Tillis there, as he's coming out and he's saying that the president is being misinformed by his advisors on what is actually in this bill, and that it's going to make him essentially go back on the promises that you just heard him say there about not interfering with people's Medicaid benefits. I mean, the White House is just...
Yeah, it seems like me and Caitlin agree on this. It would require Donald Trump's advisors to advise him of the facts, the actual facts of the bill. Because Donald Trump's not going to read a 1,000-page bill. Are you kidding me? If we had to wait for Donald Trump to read this whole bill, it would be... actually, maybe good for society, but he's certainly... I wouldn't hold your breath. I would not hold your breath on that one. About a 0% chance Donald Trump is going to read a 1,000-page bill. All right. Let's talk about one man, a supposed Democrat, he's very upset. He's having a very hard time with all of this stuff. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania.
We live in a country right now where we have immigrants terrorized, literally terrorized. We have families of immigrants who are not immigrants themselves terrorized. We have 500,000 Haitians in the country who have been here on temporary protected status, going to have to go back to Haiti, which is, again, a tremendous mess. But they're being told they need to get out of the country within 2 or 3 months. We have LGBTQ bans in elementary schools. We have trans kids who are banned essentially from getting health care. Soon, perhaps, adults unable to get gender-affirming care. We have one of the worst pieces of legislation that have been passed or about to be passed in my lifetime. And I'm old. I remember the Telecommunications Act of 1996. I remember the so-called welfare reform of the mid-90s. The police, the crime bill. Horrible pieces of legislation. Really bad. And yet, John Fetterman is fuming about having to stick around and missing an outing on the weekend?
Did you get any clues on the floor about what time this might wrap?
Oh my God! I just want to go home. I've missed our entire trip to the beach. My family's going to be back before we on that. So, and again, I'm going to vote no. There's no drama. The votes are going to go. In fact, the only interesting votes are going to be on the margin, whether that's Collins or Johnson and those. But all the Democrats, we all know how that's going to go. And I don't think it's really helpful to put people here till when some ungodly hour. And again,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, poor John.
He's complaining because last night 2 nights ago, the Democrats made the House, the Senate reporter or a secretary, I'm not exactly sure what they call it, read the bill. And then there's an extended Vote-A-Rama of voting for amendments that started this morning. And the reason why you do this is because it's extraordinary. And it keeps reporters on the beat. They've got to stay in the Senate. They've got to report on it. If you look at all of the political reporting today, it's all been about that. And the reason why you do it is because you're trying to communicate to people this bill is about to pass. It is a horrible, horrible bill. We played the Harry Enton polling up front. This bill
weak
polls somewhere between negative 19% and negative 29%. It is a horrible bill, and people don't even begin to understand the implications of it. And so you pull stunts like this, even if the outcome is predetermined, which it
honestly
seemingly is, but not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I think it's honestly giving away the game. Well, that's the wrong colloquialism to use in this, but you're basically pre-surrendering, right? This is not a given. You know how I know that? Republicans have a choice. Every single Republican in the Senate, all 53 of them, right? 53? I think, but however many there are, every single one of them has the ability to use their own free will. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but the humans supposedly have free will, and we can make choices. And each and every one of those senators could say no. They could say no to this bill, right? Instead, maybe they won't, of course. I mean, they certainly haven't been saying a whole lot of no's to Donald Trump, but they could do it. 100% they could do it. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying it's not predetermined.
He even said there's some votes on the margin, like, Collins on one side, Johnson on the other. And the idea that he has the audacity to complain about this. He is one of 100 people in the country who get to decide on this. 100 people will decide for 330 plus million people.
Exactly.
And he's bitching about it. I have an idea. Go home. Stay there.
Stay there.
Resign.
Leave.
Bye-bye.
Well, they didn't poll, to be fair. They pulled the big, beautiful bill. They didn't poll, how much Americans want Fetterman to get his beach days in.
It is.
Matt makes a good point. John Fetterman, he needs those beach days. He needs to scare all the children on the beach looking like an ogre. Unfortunately, we can't have him staying back at home right now because we need him to actually vote against this thing. If the time comes that there may be some actual achievable margin here to stop this thing, we're going to need all the votes. But right after that, he should definitely resign. 100%. I am so sick of John Fetterman and his fucking bullshit. And his fake-ass progressive bullshit. Like this man was supposed to be a progressive. I remember when we were talking about John Fetterman being a progressive. Now he's to the right of Joe Manchin and complaining about not getting enough time to whatever. I don't even know what it is he would actually be doing in this. What's he gonna do? Go on another weird walk through a park? All the videos I see of him are of him just completely alone, just walking around like aimlessly, and people notice him. They're like, "Hey, John, why are you doing this?" And he's like, "I don't want to talk about it. I'm just trying to sit here." Now we've made it this far. We might as well see what's happening in the Senate. Here we go. PBS NewsHour live stream. 2,000 people watching right now. My God. Hold on. Let's see what's been going on here for the last 12 hours. Doesn't seem like a lot is happening right now, so we'll go back to the beginning. See if there's anything
Ms.
that
Klobuchar, aye.
How's everybody holding up? Space fams, you doing good over there? Ugh. How's it already been this stressful? It's only been one day this week. One actual day. And it's already a terrible week.
(2696).
Without objection.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 2696 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia offers an amendment number 2696 to amendment number 2360.
Doing good. Glad to hear that, Pitchforks. Good.
Madam President, instead of adding trillions to the debt and tax cuts for the rich while destroying Medicaid and renewable energy, I propose we help our constituents afford health insurance. If we allow Affordable Care Act benefits to expire, as this bill would, more than 1 million Georgians will pay more for health insurance next year. A family of 4 in Clayton County making $65,000 a year, that's a $2,600 increase. Dougherty County, $2,200. Chattahoochee County, $2,300. Augusta-Richmond County, $2,600. Liberty County, $2,600. Macon-Bibb County, $2,700. The AJC, our paper, reports 300,000 Georgians would lose insurance altogether. And that's on top of the cuts to Medicaid and hospitals. A vote against this amendment is a vote to gut the Affordable Care Act and raise health insurance premiums. I urge a yes vote.
The majority whip.
Madam President, this amendment would disproportionately hit our successful job creators throughout the country,
Oh.
harming workers.
Not the successful job creators. Oh God, like who? Like United Healthcare?
And local economies. Now that result runs directly across.
Do local economies need hospitals? I wonder. Anybody got information on that for me? I'm pretty sure they do. Last time I checked.
Ayes are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Senator Blunt, Rochester, motion to commit.
Without objection. I now recognize the senator for Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, moved to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in one of the richest countries in the world, we have maternal and infant mortality crises. In fact, we have the highest maternal mortality rate among wealthy nations. Today, Medicaid is the single largest payer of maternity care in the United States, covering 40% of births nationwide and nearly half of the births in our rural communities. Obstetric units, particularly in rural hospitals, are closing at alarming rates, actually creating maternity deserts in this country. And a reason why? low Medicaid hospital rates. To be blunt, now is not the time to be slashing the Medicaid program.
Right. Okay, we heard this one earlier, if I recall. I'm just trying to get through this here, and hoping that when I get done listening to all the amendments that are getting proposed here, we will have something going on the live feed.
Senator's time's expired.
Wait, go back. Hey, what are we doing? Play.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2705, and I ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, proposes amendment number 2705 to amendment number 2360.
Not be used to fund health care for illegal immigrants. Border Patrol talks about push factors and pull factors. One of the pull factors for illegal immigration is the knowledge that people will be able to receive various benefits once they make it into the country. We need legal immigration, which has been one of the greatest gifts to our country we've ever had. Illegal immigration has been an unmitigated.
I cannot believe John Cornyn is here to talk about legal immigration right now in the middle of all this. Really, John? Really? Okay, buddy.
Disaster. But here the problem is states are using their Medicaid funds to pay for health care for illegal aliens.
The one thing that I'm worrying about right now while listening to John talk about illegal aliens, as he's calling them, one thing that I can't help but think about, which is kind of scary to me, is that I'm starting to think that maybe Republicans will try and get amendments, carve-outs for their states, so that their constituents won't be hurt, and that none of the amendments will be nationwide. So it won't, like, anybody see what I'm saying here? Like, I have a deep concern that Republican senators are going to find ways to carve things out for themselves, right? For their voters, leaving the rest of the country, blue states, essentially, in the wind, right? I could be completely wrong, but in my estimation, if there were a bunch of carve-outs that would basically keep certain benefits for their states while taking them away from blue states, I think they would see that as a win. I think they would vote for that, and it genuinely concerns me. It's obviously very selfish.
Violates innocent until.
But I certainly don't put selfishness and cruelty past Republicans.
Once again, Republicans have chosen the comforting embrace of partisan politics, but here's a few facts to cut through the noise. 0 federal dollars are spent on health coverage. Second, this policy dictates how states spend their own funds. What happened to states' rights? Third, this policy violates innocent until proven guilty, because it even talks about those charged with a crime. But most importantly, what this amendment says is that if one person, despite state law, through a bureaucratic mistake, is receiving funds, then the whole state pays the price and has their rate on expanded Medicaid changed from 90% to 80%. This is a backdoor for 41 states, which includes the majority of Republican states, to reduce the federal match from 90% to 80%, with huge, huge impact on the coverage of individuals across this country. Haven't we done enough damage already to the fundamental principle of health care without this collective punishment of American citizens by reducing the state funding from 90% to 80%? I renew my point of order.
Mr. President.
You agree, PB? I'm glad someone agrees with me. Right, Murkowski, I heard her doing this earlier today while I was trying to get ready for the stream. And I've seen a bunch of blue amendments go and get stopped all of which, from what I can tell, the Democrat senators are coming in and saying we should just do this for the whole country. Meanwhile, you have Murkowski and other Republicans coming and saying, can we carve out something for our sweet, sweet state? Forget everybody else. States' rights to fuck everybody else over.
On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of
Motion to waive the Budget Act with respect to the Cornyn Amendment. Oh, there we go. The Cornyn Amendment passed. So they're literally, this is exactly what we're talking about. Texas got their amendment passed.
Or is sustained and the amendment falls.
You got a few Democrat
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2446 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposed an amendment number for himself and others, number 2446 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, this amendment is about defending the integrity of our legislative process. Every now and then, a new strategy creates either the appearance of conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest. And that is the case with elected officials promoting or selling crypto coins in which they have a personal financial stake. The coins cost little to make, so the buyers know they're enriching.
Order on the floor, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. These digital coins cost little to make, so buyers know they're enriching the elected officials selling them. Some people believe, therefore, that perhaps they can influence government policy by buying these coins, enriching individuals who serve in government and therefore change policy. In fact, a buyer of $2 million of meme coins announced that he bought the coins to get favorable consideration of a change in freight policy. My friends, the sale of crypto coins by any of us for the financial benefit is corrupting our responsibility to govern by and for the people. Vote aye to defend the integrity of our We the People government.
I can tell you right now, that's probably not
Senator from Wyoming.
I rise to express my opposition to the amendment proposed by my colleague from Oregon and others. I appreciate their concerns about ethics and transparency in government, but this amendment would inflict serious harm on American innovation and competitiveness.
Innovation and competitiveness in crypto? Is that a joke? Innovation and corruption? Is that what this is? Oh boy, who is this woman?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
What are you talking about? Cryptocurrency is the opposite of innovation. You already have much more effective means of transferring money that existed well before cryptocurrency came about. In no way is it beneficial to society, and this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous! And for that matter, it applies to the adult children directly or indirectly of elected and non-elected officials. It goes too far.
Oh, the poor children of elected officials can't sell their own cryptos too. Wah. You remember when Republicans were literally every single hour of every single day for multiple years talking about Hunter Biden and Burisma? Anybody? Am I the only person that remembers that? And she's like, we can't let the children of elected officials be harmed. They should be able to make as much money as possible. You know? Oh, God, it's not fair to those children to not be able to trade in the family name.
Come on!
Sorry, I thought I got it up to the vote for this thing. I think this thing is going to go way longer than 12 or 15 hours like the Associated Press was talking. It's already over 12. I know that. I can say that much. God, these fucking ghouls.
We good? On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn in not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent.
Republicans want to be able to engage in crypto corruption, and their kids too. Hunter Coin coming to you next.
To be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Murray, number 2771.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I hate John Thune.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I call it my amendment number 2771, ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray, proposes an amendment number 2771 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, my amendment is about a really important issue that has not gotten near enough attention for how devastating it will be for women in our country. Republicans' bill will cut millions of women off from birth control, cancer screenings, essential preventive health care that they will not be able to afford anywhere else. And it will shutter some 200 health care clinics in our country. And it will take another step towards enacting Republicans' plan for a backdoor nationwide abortion ban. How does it do this? By defunding Planned Parenthood. This is a long-sought goal of anti-choice extremists. No surprise, it is overwhelmingly unpopular with the American people. But Republicans are bent on ripping away any access to abortion care and happy to cut off this life-saving care. No matter that, women may not have another place to get the care that they can afford or another place they can get any care at all. This amendment that I'm offering will strip this awful provision to defund Planned Parenthood from this bill and protect health care access for the millions of patients who rely on Planned Parenthood health centers.
Senator's
Thank you,
time.
Mr. President. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President,
The senator from Mississippi.
I object to the
good.
senator's motion to strike the provision establishing a common sense protection of taxpayers' dollars by
A common sense protection. This is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
It is not common sense to get rid of Planned Parenthood. And that is what this bitch is saying right here. Fuck yourself. You go fuck yourself, okay? You go on and fuck yourself.
A fucking bitch.
You piece of shit. Is this just common sense to get rid of Planned Parenthood, even though 90% of the care they provide has nothing to do with abortion? And in fact, they provide a whole bunch of maternity care and obstetric care and things that have, just health stuff. Just get rid of it. That's fine. That's common sense. It's common sense to just, remove one of the only options for many people for receiving care. That's just common sense. We're protecting taxpayer dollars by giving them to billionaires. Don't you get it? Does this thing fucking pass? I know it's not going to. I can already tell you it's not going to. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic. Probably not. Wait. Did I miss it in here somewhere? Where? God damn it.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51.
Jesus
Three-fifths
Christ.
of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
There we go. Republicans don't want women to have health care. Sorry, women. Sorry. No Planned Parenthood for you, even though Planned Parenthood does Planned Parenthood. I don't know if you're familiar. They do planning for parenthood. It's not just abortions. They help women who are attempting to conceive, who are attempting to, carry a baby to term, maternity care. Oh, good. Pro-life. Those pro-life Republicans. They sure love life, don't they? Life lovers.
The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Blackburn, number 2401.
Oh, good. Marcia Blackburn's got one for us. Great.
Is there an objection?
So good.
Without objection.
I'm excited.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I call up
What do
my
you want,
Senator
Marcia?
from Tennessee.
I call up my amendment number 2401 and ask that it be reported by number.
Great.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, proposes an amendment number 2401 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Millions of vulnerable Americans, including the disabled, elderly, and low-income children, depend on Medicaid for vital health care services. But waste, fraud, and abuse are pushing this program to the point of insolvency. According to one...
Oh, my God, Marcia. What are you about to fucking say right now?
Abuse are pushing this program to the point of insolvency.
The vast majority, the vast majority of abuse is happening on the side of the providers, not of the people. So I hope you're not going to start blaming, I don't know, lazy, able-bodied people all of a sudden. I'm sure that she is, but God damn you, Marcia.
To one estimate, there were more than $1 trillion in improper payments over the last decade. To protect Medicaid for those who truly need it, this corruption must end, including by removing the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently exploiting the program. My amendment would close a loophole.
Oh, here we go. I'll bet you money this Marcia Blackburn amendment passes. I'm not going to listen to this whole fucking garbage speech from her. You go fuck yourself, Marcia, okay? Okay, you're a terrible person. And the fact is, I don't know if the federal government can actually remove... I'm not sure Marcia even understands what she's talking about. Because I think that the only undocumented immigrants who receive any sort of Medicaid benefits are actually state dollars, not federal dollars. So I'm not sure that this would have any actual real world effect, because at least that's my understanding. BCAT leaving. Have you been leaving Marcia Blackburn? Good. You keep leaving her voicemails. You're a true patriot, BCAT. You're a true patriot. Everybody, call your senators. Tell them, especially if you're in a red state, not to vote for this garbage. And that you will do everything in your power to see that they are no longer in office if they do.
On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are...
And actually, I recommend you lie to them. There's nothing against the law about lying to your senators. I recommend everyone say, I voted for you, and I voted for Mr. Trump, right? And I am incredibly disappointed by this. I'm on Medicaid, and you are going to take it away from me. You know? Might as well. For the people who actually are.
47, 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Look at that. Wait, is not agreed to? Wait, it's 53 to 47? What?
47, 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order.
Oh my God, I just realized. Wait, so they need a they need a 2/3 majority. They need the 60 vote. Wait, so the amendments require the 60 vote threshold? This is idiotic. Oh God. Some of the ins and outs of Senate procedure are just ridiculous. So they're going to pass this budget with the 51 vote, with a 1 vote margin, right? But to get an amendment passed, you need 60 fucking votes? Oh, then I guess I've misinterpreted some of these things. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment in order prior to a vote in relation to amendments or motions. Kane, motion to commit, and Blumenthal, motion to commit.
Without objection.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 30% of the federal workforce is veterans, compared with only 6% of the overall workforce. The Trump administration has fired more veterans than any administration in the history of the United States. Derek Copeland, as an example, was a 20-year Air Force veteran who trained bomb-sniffing dogs. He then took a job with the Department of Agriculture to train dogs to sniff out illegal agricultural products. He was fired 11 days before the end of his probationary year. His termination letter said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." He said, "I gave blood, sweat, and tears to this country for 20 years to continue service to the federal government. I feel like I've been thrown out like a piece of trash." My motion hits pause on this bill and would stop mass firing of veterans because it's wrong, and I would ask my colleagues to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Sure.
I wonder if Republicans are going to support the veterans. I thought they loved the troops. They're always telling us that we're America haters, that they love America more.
Senator from Montana.
Well, I thank my colleague, the other Tim, for his concern for our veterans. I feel compelled to note that this motion alone would stop the big, beautiful bill in its tracks. I've been asking for months, where was the Democrat outrage similarly when we laid off tens of thousands of veterans and contractors during the COVID vaccine hesitancy pandemic? They were no dupe.
They were not laid off. They were let go. There's a difference between laid off and being let go, right? There's a very big difference, and clearly this guy doesn't quite understand that. Thanks, pal. Let's see if this passes. I'll bet you money it doesn't, because Republicans hate the veterans.
America! Fuck yeah!
And finally,
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Aww.
Mr. President.
That it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Gagel, motion to commit. Hassan, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
By the way, I just want to point something out. We are 6 hours into this thing, and they have proposed like 4 amendments. This is going to take forever, and I hope it does. I hope they continue doing this all week, straight through July 4th, and so Donald Trump can, cry about it. At the very least, just somehow postpone this garbage legislation.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at desk.
Clerk will report.
Fact is,
Senator from
fact is, the longer that this goes, the more that the news media has to focus on this, and the more that people will learn about what is being taken away from them, and may continue to tip the favorability of this fucking bill further and further to the negative column, and it'll be so toxic that it'll either fail or Republicans will basically be, holding the bag of this, because, this is their baby.
Arizona, Mr. Gallego moves to commit the bill.
Mr. President, I ask for the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to offer a motion to strike provisions that cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse disorder treatments. Families across the country are facing the heartbreaking reality of loved ones battling substance use disorders. For many, Medicaid is the only way to afford the treatment they need. Republican efforts to cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse treatment is cruel. It hurts those who have shown the bravery to seek help and undermines our nation's efforts to combat public health crises such as the fentanyl epidemic. At the same time, this Republican bill will give the wealthiest Americans and large corporations tax cuts and loopholes that will only benefit the elite. We can continue to fund substance use disorder treatment by finally making corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to protect those seeking treatment and finally make corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share.
Oh, I'm sure Republicans will jump on that one. I'm sure the Republicans are going to love that. That's going to happen, for sure.
Mr. President.
No way.
To recognize
Would Republicans not hold corporations
Mr. President, Republicans
responsible.
are strengthening Medicaid
Oh,
and setting
you're
it on a more
strengthening it.
fiscally sustainable.
We're strengthening it by destroying it. Let's see here. How did Republicans wind up voting? I can guarantee you did not vote for this one either. Oh my God.
Mr. Coons. I forgot I was supposed to show. Aye.
They never get the blame for the shit that they do. They blame the Democrats to get away with it. I mean, that's 100% true. That's why we have to create a fucking spectacle about this. Like, we can't allow that to happen. We have to hold this thing up.
The yeas are 47, the
until
nays are 53.
every single American knows just how bad this thing is. Oh, look, Mark Wayne is here.
The
Give me a
yeas are
joke.
47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mark Wayne is here. Very, very exciting. Very exciting. Got Mark Wayne
Mr.
here.
President.
That failed again. Great.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New Hampshire, Ms. Hassan, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, across the country, Americans of every political stripe are urging us to come together to help bring down painfully high costs. Instead, the President is making life even less affordable, both with this partisan budget bill and with his decision to launch a trade war with our ally, Canada. The President's tariffs, combined with this bill, will raise costs for firefighters, truck drivers, and teachers by $500, all so that the wealthiest 0.1%, making over $4 million, get a $350,000 windfall. At a time when the American people need their costs to come down, I can think of few ideas as willfully self-destructive as launching a trade war with one of our closest allies and, in effect, imposing a national sales tax on families and small businesses. I urge my colleagues to listen to the great majority of Americans who need their costs to come down and to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Senator for Idaho.
Crapo. Oh, Idaho, sorry.
That was an Oklahoman accent for you, sir.
Yeah, I got to get used to that. Mr. President, no decision has been made about tariffs in this bill. More importantly, none of the President's tariffs rely on any authorities made from a prior reconciliation bill.
What are you talking about? The prior reconciliation, or in the continuing resolution, at least, you all gave over your power. You remember? Did you forget about that? Did you forget about giving Donald Trump your power, Congress's power to enact trade policy? It's like Republicans have it's like they have a memory of a goldfish intentionally, so they don't have to answer to anything of substance. It's great. A bunch of garbage people. No, too far. I went too far. So if we can get 4 Republicans to vote against it, then it won't pass. All you have to get to do is 3 Republicans to not vote. Really, they don't have to vote one way or the other. All you have to do is get 3 Republicans not to vote. Right? They got 53 votes. 30 people don't vote. That's it. The bill is dead. Right? Just get them to go for a coffee. Oh, whoopsies, missed the vote. Oh, no, that's too bad. No, absolutely, GeoDragon. This is a 10-year bill. It's going to impact an entire multi-generations, right? Multiple generations will be impacted by this. It's horrifying. Oops. You're right. They do have to reconcile this bill, even though this isn't a real reconciliation, and they've completely ignored the actual reconciliation process and have, rather than listened to the Senate parliamentarian, they've basically contradicted the parliamentarian, have tried to push forward things that they're not allowed to do, that are clearly the sorts of changes that you're not supposed to be able to do under reconciliation. And yet, here we are. Here we are. They're doing it. You know, I just realized we should take a break, because we just hit 4 hours. Boy, oh boy. Have we really gone through 2 halves already? How's that possible? Although I do have this set up so that we go straight into the rest of the news, environmental news and Earth news. All right, this will be fine. I'm starting to think this stream is going to take longer than I originally anticipated. I'm not good at gauging how long things are going to take with this sometimes. But we got to take a quick break. Should I do a confetti goal? Just purely out of confetti. Like, it has nothing to do with me doing the whole stream. I'll absolutely do the whole stream. But might as well, I suppose. But yeah, we got to take a quick break. So stick around. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Whoa, what does that sound? Oh, I get it. I see what happened. There we go. I'll fix that. Okay. right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, hit the bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, if you'd like to support the stream and help in the production costs of getting content like this to you on a regular basis, well, great news. We got all sorts of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer. Every dollar that you contribute go directly to funding the stream. And of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. $3 a month. That's it. That's all it'll take. You will get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So you make your choice how you want to show your support. Totally up to you. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions, and with 12 minutes of debate equally divided on the Kennedy Amendment, number 2772, between Senators Kennedy, Welch, and Scott of South Carolina. Duckworth, motion to commit. Schiff, motion to commit. Kennedy, number 2772. Also Brooks, motion to commit. Kelly, motion to commit. Murphy, motion to commit. King, motion to commit. Padilla, motion to commit. Bennett, motion to commit. And Collins, number 2812.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when House Republicans confronted concerns that H.R. 1 would threaten SNAP benefits of veterans, the Republican chairman of the House Agriculture Committee finally claimed our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement, which is the law, and we are not changing it. Well, he spoke too soon, because without a hearing, without notice and certainty, without good cause, Senate Republicans literally stripped away the very protection that House Republicans cited when arguing that veterans would not be harmed by this ugly bill. Senate Republicans are abandoning veterans, the homeless, former foster youth, and also parents with children above the age of 13, because we all know teenagers don't have big appetites. To be beaten down with complex paperwork and confusing bureaucracy that has
Okay, everybody. Time for us to get back to the stream. We're gonna get straight back into it here.
Yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions, and with 12 minutes of debate equally divided on the Kennedy Amendment, number 2772, between Senators Kennedy, Welch, and Scott of South Carolina. Duckworth, motion to commit. Schiff, motion to commit. Kennedy, number 2772. Also Brooks, motion to commit. Kelly, motion to commit. Murphy, motion to commit. King, motion to commit. Padilla, motion to commit. Bennett, motion to commit. And Collins, number 2812.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The senator from Illinois.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I
Agriculture.
ask that the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when House Republicans confronted concerns that H.R. 1 would threaten SNAP benefits of veterans, the Republican chairman of the House Agriculture Committee finally claimed our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement, which is the law, and we are not changing it. Well, he spoke too soon, because without a hearing, without notice and certainty, without good cause, Senate Republicans literally stripped away the very protection that House Republicans cited when arguing that veterans would not be harmed by this ugly bill. Senate Republicans are abandoning veterans, the homeless, former foster youth, and also parents with children above the age of 13, because we all know teenagers don't have big appetites. To be beaten down with complex paperwork and confusing bureaucracy that has nothing to do with helping struggling Americans find work, and rather is simply a cynical scheme to discourage those who serve our nation in uniform from receiving the safety net support they're eligible for under the law.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from Illinois.
Yes.
The agriculture title of the bill empowers individuals to pursue work, education, training.
Don't you see, we're empowering those lazy veterans to pursue work. By taking away their food, they're being incentivized to go out there and work. Those lazy veterans receiving all these goddamn SNAP benefits. I see. Okay. I can already tell this amendment's not going to pass. Republicans hate the veterans for some reason. They seem to think veterans are a bunch of lazy assholes. But, I mean, everything they say seems to be sort of proving that point. We're just trying to incentivize the veterans to get off their goddamn lazy asses, not protecting the country. What's that? They are protecting the country. Oh, weird. But they still need SNAP benefits. Okay, well, then maybe we should give them to them? I don't know.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51.
Shock. I'm shocked.
The motion is not agreed to.
I'm shocked. He has a wife, you know. Incontinentia buttocks.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Schiff, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition,
Ask
and
that further
Forestry.
reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
What's Schiff
Mr.
got
President,
for
my
us?
motion is simple. It will prevent families with kids under 12 from losing food assistance under the bill. It's bad enough we're borrowing money, trillions of dollars from our kids and grandkids to pay for tax cuts for rich people, but it is worse still that we leave families hungry today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from California. The agricultural title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability.
We're going to improve SNAP by getting everybody off of it. Because it'll be the fact is, nobody can complain about the effectiveness of SNAP, like that they're not getting enough benefits if nobody's on SNAP anymore. Don't you see? Don't you see? Come on.
Come on!
We're certainly getting through these amendments quickly. I don't think a single one has passed in the... How many hours now are we into this thing? 8 hours. 8 hours. All 7 amendments have not passed. Okay. This is going well.
So the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, we just
Oh my
spent
God.
13 hours.
Jesus Christ. Settle the fuck down, John. Oh my God. Fucking Kennedy. We need to get these Kennedys out of here. Please stop
Doing
yelling.
motions.
Does the senator want to call up his amendment?
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2772 and ask that it be reported by number.
Jesus
The
Christ.
clerk will report.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr.
What does Mr. Kennedy want exactly?
Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2772 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours on motions to commit. I'm not blaming my Democratic colleagues
Okay.
because we had to agree to it. But anybody with a brain above a single-cell organism knows that a motion to commit has no chance of passing.
Oh.
So basically,
Why don't they have a chance of passing? Well, is it because you're so insanely partisan that anything a Democrat votes for, you won't vote for, even if it's to ensure that the veterans have SNAP benefits and access to health care? Is that what you're saying, John?
we've been standing around for 13 hours. We might as well just been standing around sucking on our teeth.
Might as well have been sucking on our teeth. Says John Kennedy from Louisiana. You know, you understand, we've been here for 13 hours. We can't be standing around. You know how old I am? I cannot stand here this long. It's been very painful on my knees.
Now, I'd like to ask for order in this chamber.
Oh,
At
thank
least
God.
We can have that.
Can we have order? I mean, you're the one who's...
Mr.
If anybody is causing a disruption right now, it's you, Mr. Kennedy. I practically fell out of my seat when he started screaming. If anybody is causing a problem in here, it's you. In fact, I would like to remove Senator Kennedy from the floor.
President, in this bill, $1 billion is set aside to be spent by September 30th, 2027 to carry out the Defense Production Act. That's it. That's all there is.
Why
now,
are
I'm
you
not
yelling?
a big fan of government-directed industrialization.
Okay.
Government-directed industrialization is when government, with its superior instincts and infallible judgment,
Aren't you in
decides
government?
to pick winners and losers in the private sector. This business gets
You do that all the
some
time.
money, but you.
Senator Kennedy does that all the time. He's like, oil companies, you deserve billions of dollars in subsidies. Solar companies, green energy producers, you don't deserve subsidies. He does this all the time with all sorts of shit. He picks winners and losers constantly. He's pretending like, Democrats, they're picking winners and losers.
Ms. Businesswoman, you can't have the money. I'm against that for two reasons. Number one, it's immoral.
Is it?
It's unfair to people
It's
who
unfair.
don't get the money, the gift.
It's unfair that the government does its job and redistributes money, huh?
Gift from government. And number two, when government does it, when it picks winners and losers, government consistently picks losers.
Huh?
Now, I was against it in the prior administration.
What now?
And just recently in my committee, we had a hearing where the prior administration handed out $90 billion in the last 76 days of its administration in gifts and loans to entities in the private sector. And I raised...
Are you talking about the continuing resolution which you voted for? I'm fairly certain you passed that legislation, Mr. Kennedy, if I recall correctly. Just saying. This guy's having a fucking fit over here. You need to settle down. We need order. We need order, Mr. Kennedy.
What I do not believe is that the Congress should be powerless. And that's what we have become. Ceding our Article I authority to a chief executive, and I don't care whether it's a Republican or Democrat. The most important branch is the Article I branch because we are the closest to the people. And how is it that we have in this bill $1 billion that goes to an executive to be spent in ways we have no input as to how it will be spent. We have no accountability. We have no way to tell the people we represent how this money is being spent and why. Mr. President, I believe that the biggest threat we have to this democracy is the failure of this Congress to assert its authority and accept its responsibility to make the decisions that the Constitution says is our obligation to do, and that starts with the power of the purse. I support the man from Louisiana, in his amendment. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, how much time do I have?
Jesus Christ, stop yelling.
Mr. President, I understand my esteemed colleague and I disagree.
Dude, John.
The senator from Louisiana has 30 seconds, and the senator from South Carolina has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Scooter. I'm Mr. President. Mr. President, I appreciate my...
Order. He just referred to Scooter. I mean, Mr. President. If anything, at least Kennedy's adding a little entertainment value to this.
Are you not entertained?
Colleague support. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. But this town operates on two wrongs. Don't make it right, but they do make it even. It's time that Congress have a say in how the money's being spent. And this doesn't say the money can't be spent. It just says Congress gets to approve it.
One thing I must know, I must have an answer to this question. Where exactly was Mr. Kennedy back over the last 6 months when Donald Trump was usurping the power of the Congress and spending money or lack thereof spending? Where was Mr. Kennedy exactly? Oh, that's right. He was here at the Senate, not doing shit, not yelling about it. It's very strange. I find it strange. Is anybody else as confused as me? Because when Doge was unilaterally cutting stuff from the federal budget, you know, stuff that had already been appropriated by Congress, Kennedy was he was missing. He was actually, if I recall correctly, he was supporting that. And when Donald Trump himself was passing executive orders that did the exact same thing, Mr. Kennedy, where were you? Oh, that is right. That's right. You were nowhere to be found.
Mr. President, I really like my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. And Scooter's cousin Bubba called me recently.
Oh, God.
And I got to tell you that there's no doubt in my...
Please don't, Tim. I haven't got time for this. I really don't. I really don't. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Tim. Whatever it is that Tim wanted, that shit did not pass. Okay, great.
Lifted me out of that situation.
Hold on.
I want to talk about Jelly Roll. Turns out at a committee hearing with Jelly Roll, the country music rock singer, he grew up in Antioch, Tennessee. And I said, you remember Countryside Village? He said, well, they call it Countryside Meadow. I said, I used to live there. He said, I did too. It's a trailer park that's still standing on Richards Road in Nashville, Tennessee. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, I was living in that trailer park, and I was living with a family on the economic bubble. And I remember back then when President Reagan came in and he offered tax cuts, that everybody characterized those tax cuts as cuts for the rich. But let me tell you all, when we saw those tax cuts implemented, Tom Tillis and Jelly Roll ended up finding opportunities beyond our wildest imagination. So it turns out that those so-called tax cuts for the rich back then lifted me out of that situation.
I think you're conflating two different things. You found opportunities. The tax cuts were still for the rich. You just happened to get lucky. You just happened to get lucky, sir. What's this guy's name again? I always forget this fucking idiot's name. But he did not just say that he's avoiding saying that it absolutely raised taxes for his parents, but he at least found a job. Okay, well, so what?
into a high-tech career and now sitting here before you in the U.S. Senate.
Okay.
This and several other.
So the tax cuts gave you a job. Is that what you're saying? Tax cuts provided you with a job somehow, vicariously, through trickle-down economics?
Amendments are amendments that are standing in the way of other people getting lifted out of that same trailer park. So, ladies and gentlemen, on our side of the aisle and those over there, I hope you will join us. Shout loudly no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to. Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Arizona, Mr. Kelly, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't think we're looking to
yes, thank you.
Take it.
Who said that? Decipher. Yes, that's Tom Tillis. Thank you. I'm always forgetting that guy's name. He's a very forgettable person, not going to lie. Very, very forgettable.
Commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't think we're looking to take any money out of Jelly Roll's pocket here. But
who the fuck is Jelly Roll?
A tax break to the.
I still don't understand who the fuck is Jelly Roll. Is that a person I should know? Should I know who Jelly Roll is? Is that an important person in a like? Wait, is that? Oh my God, is Jelly Roll that like? He's like a Forgiato blow, right, or something like that? Isn't he one of those like right-wing rapper types or something? I can't remember. Who is Jelly Roll?
Richest people and most profitable corporations is a choice. And paying for it by kicking 17 million Americans off their health insurance is a choice. None of this is set in stone. Every one of us gets a vote here, a choice. We can help parents be able to take their kids to the doctor. We can keep seniors in their nursing homes. Or some rich guy, not Jelly Roll, can get another private jet.
Follow the rich white man.
We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $100 million a year. Yes or no?
Senator, North Carolina.
The reality is, let's fast forward now to 2017. I was in this chamber when we passed TCJA. And after we passed this, again, everybody was arguing.
Oh, yeah, Tom Tillis doesn't want to get the tax cuts out of there, the very thing that is adding to the deficit. And now he's going to bring up 2017. I love that he's trying to invoke the 2017 tax cuts, which ever since 2017, the deficit has gone up, as was predicted at the time, and has come to fruition over the last 8 years. So Tom seems to be trying to amend history, trying to undo reality, I guess. That's a weird thing to do, though, Tom.
I don't want reality. This was all tax policy for the rich. But we unleashed an American economy that we have not seen in our history. In fact, it was...
We unleashed the deficit upon the United States. That's what you did. Okay, pal? Let's be fucking real.
Gimmicks that we play.
Yeah, you are a big gimmick,
when we
man.
want to get a show vote.
Big gimmick guy.
Especially with somebody who may be running for re-election. We know that this isn't going to materially change things. Now, my friend from Maine
Who
knows
that?
where I am.
Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows that. Stupid. These fucking liars.
All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk report.
The senator from California, Mr. Padilla, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
All right, Alex, what you got for us?
Colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know that you take great pleasure in criticizing the federal deficit under Democratic administrations. But the numbers don't lie. The biggest driver of the ballooning national debt has been Republican tax cuts for the wealthy and large corporations. And despite the parliamentary gymnastics that are being played here, our Republican colleagues know that this bill is adding an additional $3.5 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. Why else would they have included a piece of the bill to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion if this bill saved money as they claim? So if Republicans really do want to balance the budget or reduce the deficit, let's start by guaranteeing that this measure is at least deficit neutral. That's exactly what this amendment would do. I ask for your aye vote.
Yes. Yeah, this is Alex Padilla here, senator from California, is getting to the heart of this bullshit argument that Republicans are trying to play. They're trying to claim that the deficit will not be made bigger by the embiggening of the deficit. Like, they're absolutely increasing the deficit. You know how we know this? By what Alex Padilla just said. They're raising the debt ceiling. If it's not going to raise the deficit, why would you need to raise the deficit? Why would you need to raise the debt ceiling? It's very strange, because the debt ceiling is the mechanism which would keep this, all very much, like, everybody following me along here? Because the debt ceiling needs to be raised every time that you go over the debt ceiling. And we were already perilously close to the current debt ceiling, right? And so any sort of increase in the deficit would get us very much close to surpassing that ceiling. And, the fact is they're raising it $5 trillion for the next 10 years. So what's happening here? Why do we need to raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion if we're not going to be increasing the deficit by some, comparable number? Oh, it's because we are going to be raising the deficit by almost exactly $5 trillion. They're just giving themselves a little 10% leeway on top of the actual, because it's closer to $4.5 trillion, but it's a lot.
Reserve my time.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yes. CBO tells us if we adopt current policy for Texas, we will save $507 billion. The deficit will go down by $507 billion if we do this.
They have not said that. That is a lie. That is a lie. Lindsey Graham is lying. Let's see if Republicans are going to get on board with this one. I'm sure they will. These guys are willing to lie about anything at any cost. It is incredible. Just look at Katie. Katie doesn't seem to know what to do. Look at her.
The yeas are 47, the nays
Katie's
are 53. The motion.
Katie's like look at her walking around. Oh, like she doesn't know anybody at the party. Just sort of meandering. Oh, she tried to talk to that guy. Oh, did you see that? Oh, Katie. Oh, did you just get snubbed in public? She's like
the
a
yeas are
lost
47,
puppy.
the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President. Look at that. Republicans want to raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. Huh. Weird. Probably because it has to be raised by $5 trillion in order to have this thing actually make any sense.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The legislation we're debating today would modestly increase the size of the child tax credit while leaving out more than 17 million children from the full credit. America's poorest children, whose families are struggling to make ends meet, receive nothing from this bill. Everywhere I go in Colorado, I meet parents who are working hard, often 2 and 3 jobs, just to keep their families' heads above water. Like Americans all across this country, Mr. President, they are wrestling with the legacy of 50 years of trickle-down economics that have benefited the wealthiest Americans while leaving working and middle-class families behind, which this bill does again. Today, the United States boasts one of the highest childhood poverty rates in the industrialized world. This is a moral disgrace, but we know how to end childhood poverty in this country. In 2021, we expanded the child tax credit and our childhood poverty. We cut it nearly in half and hunger by a quarter.
Senator's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President. We should refuse to pass a bill that adds millions to our debt in order to cut taxes for the wealthiest while doing nothing for our kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Jesus Christ. None of these motions are passing. None of them. Wonder how long this is going to go on for.
With income above 50 million. I urge support for this amendment to provide the additional funding for rural and Medicaid providers who desperately need it.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President and colleagues, here is how flawed this plan is. The danger Senate Republicans are causing for rural hospitals is so great, Republicans have had to create a rural hospital relief fund so they can look like they are fixing the problem they are causing. It is a Band-Aid on an amputation. It provides just a tiny fraction of the nearly $1 trillion in cuts the bill makes to Medicaid. It would be much more logical to simply not cut $1 trillion from Medicaid in the first place. This amendment doubles down on that flawed plan that's going to set rural hospitals adrift. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back. Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure violates Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Illegal. Senator from Maine.
President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
I love how they turned the volume off so we can't hear who's voting for what. Gotta hide from the people, of course. Would want the people to know what's happening, which specific senators are voting.
That's too much, man!
Republicans and Democrats alike both attempting to get amendments into this bill. Nothing, nothing, at least from what we've seen up to this point, and we just blasted our way through, where are we at? 12 hours. 12 hours of this shit. Oh my God. Did we really just get through 12 hours? Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Are you ready to go? On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 78. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative.
Oh my God. Susan Collins, no friends in the Senate right now. 78 to 22. That is the most resolute and unanimous vote that we've seen yet during this session.
The motion is
78
not
to
agreed
22.
to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2775 on behalf of Senator Kennedy and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 2775 for Mr. Kennedy to amendment number 2360.
Use all your time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, as you know, as we all know, many of our teachers in America come out of pocket to pay for school supplies.
Oh,
in 2002,
my God. What is Kennedy about to tell us right now? Huh? What are you about to tell us? Senator Kennedy here. What is this guy about to say? Republicans have been instrumental in the dismantling of the Department of Education. Now he's about to complain about teachers not having enough money to get school supplies for their kids? Maybe we should keep the Department of Education and actually fund it better than we do right now. How's that sound?
23 years ago, we allowed teachers to deduct $250 when they come out of pocket.
Oh, okay.
My amendment.
Nice. Okay, we're going to give teachers the ability to itemize deductions on school supplies. That's good. That's good. That's a great plan. I love that, John. I mean, hey, easier than actually funding schools to the degree that they need to be, I guess.
Would raise that deduction from $250 to $600. Teachers right now spend an average of $650 out of their own pockets, so we would allow them to deduct that instead of the amount we set in 2002. And I ask favorable consideration, Mr. President, of my amendment. This will just let teachers break even for coming out of pocket.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I wouldn't have much dispute of subsidizing the out-of-pocket expenses of our public school teachers. When I was a child, my dad, the mechanic, said, "Son, because we're so fortunate to live in America, if you go through the doors of that public school and you study hard, you can do just about anything." So I'm certainly a lifetime fan of public education. But in addition to expanding this for public school teachers, it has a new policy of expanding it to homeschool teachers. Well, that's quite a new policy to put into a reconciliation bill that really should be in the Education Committee and debated and bring people to bear. I'm not.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Is that right? We're trying to give basically parents who are removing their kids from schools on like religious grounds or whatever other nonsense. We're going to give them money. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Immediately struck that that's a great idea, but certainly as a new policy, it should go through committee. And for that reason, I think I'll do a point of order on this particular amendment. Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the amendment violates Section 4106 of the fiscal year 2018 budget resolution, House Con Res 71 of the 150th Congress, known as the Senate Pay-As-You-Go.
I'll be right back,
point
everybody.
Of order.
By the way, I just restarted the goal with no guardrails on what kind of super chats. I don't know the smallest amount you could super chat. I think it's pretty small, but it's for the confetti. You know, I just want us to be able to actually get the confetti. So 5 super chats of any size whatsoever. We'll get a sweet, sweet confetti. All right, I'm going to leave you here with this. I'll be right back.
Senator from Louisiana.
Do I have any time left, Mr. President?
No.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and on behalf of all of the teachers in America, and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move, on behalf of all of teachers in America, to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget resolutions for purposes of the pending amendment. And once again, on behalf of our teachers, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Am I addicted to confetti?
Mr. Banks.
No, I'm not addicted to confetti. I'm just addicted to giving chat cool things.
Mr. Barrasso.
And confetti is cool. I think everybody loves the confetti.
Mr. Bennett.
Am I right? Come on. Confetti is great. Nothing wrong with some confetti. Exactly, Moanop. You said the exact same thing. Nothing wrong with little confetti for everyone. We all deserve little fun in these trying times. I just wanted to make it, very achievable.
Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
We're almost caught up with this right now.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
Shit, my phone died.
Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Digital confetti is virtually paperless. It's true. Monoab is right. No trees were harmed in the making of space confetti.
You're good.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
That actually got kind of close. Or close-ish. As close as any have been, I think. I think that's the highest vote count that any of them gotten. Actually, maybe there was one that got higher. 55, I think, of AFC. Noah wants confetti. I knew people wanted confetti. One confetti, please. Indeed, Mo. Indeed. Oh, God. This is a...
process is just a total. Mr. President,
the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. That the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden motion to commit. Hirono, number 2382. Warnock motion to commit. Lee, number 2745. Kim, number 2817. Ernst, number 2372. Sanders, number 2435, with 60 affirmative votes required.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And Mr. President, I would suggest to my colleagues that we get this vote started, and that when we get it, we're going to start voting in our seats, and we're going to start doing 10-minute votes. Sure.
Wait, why didn't that count?
Senator from Oregon.
No,
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Scouts.
Clerk will report.
Scouts. No. I mean, thank you, Scouts, but it was a super sticker. The super stickers don't count to the regular YouTube goals, and I'm just trying to get you all genuine YouTube confetti. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I really do appreciate that thumbs up that red thumbs up of approval there, but any size super chat counts to the goals, but YouTube is still ridiculous, and they don't count super stickers. No, it's got nothing to do with it being Australian. It's got everything to do with it being a super sticker. But this may force me to give extra confetti. Maybe this is some sort of a gambit from Scouts, hoping that they'll get double confetti. Because I'll do extra confetti over here now. Because, yeah, I'm going to have to now. Okay. I'll do that instead. Well played. Well played, sir. Christopher DeBlante. 2 for confetti, please. Okay. Actually, I guess it's really 3. I'm counting 3. But yes. Confetti. Seems like the Space Fams do, in fact, want some confetti today here. And we need it. We need a little bit of celebration amidst the horror.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, Republicans started out planning to repeal the tax credits that finance Democrats wrote for wind and solar energy. Then it got a whole lot worse. The Republican plan actually taxes clean energy. Taxes raise energy bills. The Republican plan will raise your energy bills. If this passes, it is a death sentence for the wind and solar industries and hundreds of thousands of American jobs. It's a surrender to China on clean energy manufacturing. Leader Schumer and my colleagues on our side all support this effort. If you're for all of the above energy, something I've heard my Republican colleagues say, you'll support my motion to commit the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike the cuts to clean energy.
From Utah.
Mr. President, I'd love and respect my friend and colleague from Oregon, but I disagree with every word he just uttered, including but, and the.
Wow.
Look, the Energy and Natural Resources title of this bill is one of the most consequential pieces of energy legislation we've had in decades. It increases production on federal lands, and it eliminates wasteful spending at both interior and energy.
Wasteful spending like solar panels and windmills, I guess. That's what we're talking about. Investment in trying to keep our planet from burning to the ground. Great. Fucking asshole. What was the last vote tally? It was 54-46, I think, Jerry? I think. Don't quote me on that. Been seeing a lot of numbers fly by over here.
No. Ms. Murkowski? No.
Do we think it'll pass? Do we think what? The whole bill is going to pass? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, all signs point to the Republicans passing this thing through, right? And let's not forget that it would still have to go back to the House and remain in its current form in the House for it to actually get passed fully, right? But signs point to yes, but anything could happen here.
On
and this
this
is
vote,
a very, very
the ayes are 47,
very
the nays are
contentious
53.
bill.
The motion is not agreed to.
Scouts with another super sticker. Spoiler alert.
Mr. President?
Wait.
The senator from Hawaii.
Spoiler alert. Did I spoiler something? Scout seems committed to this double confetti gambit of his, and it's working. It's working. We're now at 4 of 5 and also 2 of 5. So one away from the first round of confetti and 3 away from the second round of confetti. All right, everybody. What was I saying? No, I've lost it. I don't remember what I was saying. God damn it. Whatever. Thank you, Scouts. Appreciate you.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2382 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, proposes for herself and others amendment number 2382 to amendment number 2360.
I move.
Mr. President, nearly 90% of K-12 students attend public schools, yet Republicans are pushing a plan in this bill to undermine support for public schools through the first ever nationwide private school voucher program. Republicans claim vouchers are about expanding school choice, but evidence shows these kinds of programs do little to meaningfully increase choice for families, especially low-income families and those who live in rural communities. When it comes down to it, this plan does not help students. It does not promote choice. It does not
going to do
support
it. Wouldn't be
public
prudent at
schools.
this juncture.
We should be investing in public education for all Americans, not diverting tax dollars to private schools. That's why my amendment with Senator Van Hollen would strip this provision from this bill. Stand up for our nation's students, teachers, and families by rejecting this provision and supporting our amendment. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
There are many important elements to the One Big Beautiful Bill, but none over time is likely to have as big an impact as this specific provision that the Democrats are trying to strike tonight.
Oh, really?
Across America, millions of children, especially low-income African-American and Hispanic children, are trapped in failing schools.
This is fucking ridiculous. This is the most this is absolutely a consequential provision to this bill, and it's fucking terrible. This is this is one of these ones that really gets my fucking my ire up. Oh, but Ted Cruz is a fucking piece of shit. We all know that. And what he's defending right now is taking money away from the very people that he just mentioned. Black and Hispanic kids. This provision is only going to make it harder for them to get a solid education. Okay? That is what's going to happen if it passes. It's going to divert money from public schools and give it to Christian nationalists homeschooling their kids, or who want to send them to people who have enough money to already send their kids to private school. That private school education will be subsidized by the U.S. government. Okay, that's all it's going to do, all right? And it's not going to, believe me, private schools are fucking expensive. The money that this bill allays to people is not at all, not even close. You're going to be, it's a drop in the bucket in a goddamn private school education, okay? And it's completely disingenuous for Ted Cruz to suggest that this is somehow going to be beneficial to any children, aside from the most privileged and insane families, I guess. We're almost live here. We're 44 minutes behind right now. Ted's a real cowardly piece of shit. It's true. That is true. He sucks.
On this vote, the yeas are 50. The nays are 50. The motion is not agreed to. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to protect pro-business, pro-worker tax credits that are creating hundreds of thousands of American clean energy manufacturing jobs, many of which don't require a college degree. Put simply, these tax credits are working. I know firsthand because they're working right now in Georgia businesses. In these businesses in which we've invested $1, we've seen investments as much as $4.50. They've helped create 42,000 new manufacturing and construction jobs, many in rural parts of our state that are too often left behind by Washington politicians. Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk if Republicans have their way and roll back these tax credits. And that's why North America's building trade unions, Mr. President, I ask for order.
Order.
Senator's time's expired.
Really?
I'm sorry. What?
Mr. President?
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Was that a joke? He called for order because people were talking over him. And then instead of calling for order, the president, oh my God, the presiding president over this says, your time is expired. That is beyond ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
and Raphael Warnock's face says it perfectly. He's like, are you serious right now? What are you talking about? Am I what?
These tax credits. And that's why North America's building trade unions, Mr. President, I ask for order.
Senator's time's expired.
Really? Mr. President?
It's been a minute and 10 seconds.
Give me a joke.
Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk. That's why North America's building trade unions call this bill the biggest job-killing bill in the history of this country. I urge my colleagues to vote with America's workers and vote yes on my motion to commit.
Senator from Utah.
Energy manufacturing jobs survive and thrive when there's less federal intrusion, not more. My friend and colleague from Georgia wants more. The American people want less. The American people understand that with the federal government out of the way, by cutting red tape, innovation thrives and the American people do better. I urge all within the sound of my voice to oppose this motion.
Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
There's
For
no more
every
time
$1
remaining.
we've invested, we've
There's no more
received
time remaining.
$4.50.
There is no more time remaining.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, thank you, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell.
I guess Republicans don't want to
Mrs.
protect
Capito.
American jobs.
Mr. Cath.
it would seem all the Republican names I'm hearing called are saying no. Who knew Republicans hated Americans having jobs? I thought the reason they were cutting Medicaid and SNAP was because there's so many lazy people not working, and now we're gonna get rid of other jobs that already exist. That's ridiculous.
That's too much, man!
Mike Lee is not a crockpot or a lunatic. He is a Mormon. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive.
Mr. McConnell.
I think you can be both Mormon and a crockpot. You can be a Mormon crockpot. You can be a Mormon lunatic crockpot. There's nothing saying in the bylaws that you can't be.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr.
13
President?
hours in.
Senator from Utah.
Call up my amendment.
Let me see, how far back are we? Holy shit, yeah. So we're 13 hours in. At least, I don't know, like 16 amendments must have gone by now. None of them have passed.
Lee Amendment number 2745.
Clerk will report.
Okay, I don't need to hear from Mike Lee. You can go fuck yourself, pal. I'm just going to hit the live button. We're already there. Actually, maybe I'll listen to this. No, I don't want to hear this dick. Just go live. All right, we made it, people. That is great. Great job. Great job. Great job, everyone.
Mr. Crapo.
I cannot believe we made it through all 13 hours of that, but we did it together. We had the fortitude with which to get all the way to the current timeline.
Mr.
We find
Bozeman.
ourselves.
No.
I gotta say, tiny computer lady's gotta have the worst job out of everyone. She's gotta stand here with her tiny computer all day. That seems horrible. You don't feel any better? I'm sorry, Christopher. I tried. I know, and sometimes I know that, you know, maybe I'm being slightly too optimistic. We gotta find a way to get through this, though. Well, now that we're at this point, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to check in with this periodically through the stream. We'll probably end with this as well. Just, I'm assuming this is going to be going throughout the rest of this stream here.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to.
So, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do here.
Mr. President?
Since nothing is passing, I assume they're just going to keep doing this for quite a while and keep this spectacle going, of which I support them doing. We got a lot of stuff else to talk about right now. So I'm just we're gonna intermittently go back, checking on what's happening in the Senate, so that we don't have to sit here. Because I was fine scooping through the video, the 13 hours of footage so far, but there's no way I'm just going to sit here sort of indefinitely watching this, waiting. You can talk about other things, and then we'll just come back to it from time to time. Check in on what Congress is doing. Does that seem good to everybody? Everybody good with that? Okay, where are we at right now? Time 5:09. All right, yeah. Let's go to the environmental half. Got quite a few environmental stories for us to talk about here. Let's start in, what is it, California? Oh, before we go to California, let's go here, WRAL. Talk about NOAA real quick, the National Organization, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association.
In 1 month, the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration will no longer have access to imagery from the Department of Defense to predict tropical storms and hurricanes. The DoD is ending the agreement over what it calls security concerns with how the data is transmitted between agencies. NOAA says there are other sources of data on hurricanes that will allow for accurate.
Wow. I wonder whose choice that was to stop sharing data between agencies of the United States. What are the security concerns of sharing satellite weather data between governmental agencies? I would love to hear the reasoning for this one. When I heard this, I was like, what are you talking about? What security concerns? Please tell me. I need to know. What is under threat by people knowing what the weather is going to be? Yay. All right, let's go to California, as multiple fires are currently burning there. The biggest one being the Wildfire, which we saw starting yesterday. Here's this. Jesus Christ. So this is all in California,
Fires are
southern
raging
SoCal.
across Southern California, with several still uncontained. In Riverside County, the Wildfire has burned over 1,100 acres. The Mandalay Fire, also in Riverside, has scorched 83 acres.
4 different fires all burning in Southern California. Meanwhile, the government is burning down the Constitution. By the way, this big, beautiful bill also takes away assistance, like FEMA money and all that other kinds of stuff. So it's probably all fucked.
Meantime, in San Bernardino County, the Lake Fire has burned 485 acres, while the Smiley Fire is nearly out with 99% containment. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna. We have a lot of ground to cover. Fox 11 on your side with team coverage. Meteorologist Star Harvey standing by with a look at the dry conditions. But first, we begin with reporter Matthew Seedorf, live in Riverside County near the Wildfire, which is the largest in the state right now. Matthew.
Yeah, we're at the edge of the Wildfire tonight. Firefighters say that conditions are improving, the winds are calming down, but if you get close to the fire like we are, the conditions a little worse. The fire creates its own weather of sorts, so it's a little breezier as firefighters here prepare for a long night. An intense firefight underway in Riverside County. The Wildfire exploding Sunday evening, quickly growing to almost 1,200 acres.
We have the wind pushing to the east, just kind of coming up and over this mountain. We're just keeping the amber cast down here from lighting all this on fire, trying to hold it on this side.
Crews battling dry, windy conditions on the ground while also making drops from the sky. An evacuation order issued in Twin Pines, nearby South Banning, in a warning zone. Firefighters right now trying to prevent these flames from jumping the 243. All this dry fuel would light like a match. The Mandalay fire in Riverside quickly scorching more than 80 acres. Residents rushing, trying to keep their homes safe.
Right now, what we're doing is we're just going around the neighborhood and making sure that we can help our neighbors and wet the roofs, whatever we can, escort all the elderlies out of here with this evacuation.
Busy weekend for firefighters across the Southland. Hot, dry conditions expected all week long.
The dry brush is lighting off pretty quick, and the wind's just pushing up and over the mountain.
So firefighters tonight watching all of these embers right here on the 243 as those embers can travel for miles and possibly ignite further downwind. The wind tonight blowing to the northeast. I know it's dark out there, but that's looking towards the town of Banning and the Interstate 10 over that direction as firefighters also still attacking this from the sky tonight. Reporting live, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
All right, Matthew, so that's some good news that they're still able to do the air attack. What about the behavior of this fire? Is there anything surprising? Did any of those firefighters talk to you about how surprised they were that this grew so quickly or anything like that?
Yeah, they say it's just that time of year. Conditions are so dry, all that brush, it can ignite so quickly. I mean, you can hear it just taking off, the sizzling. It loves this sort of weather and the dry conditions with the wind. It creates a dangerous situation. This is what they're used to seeing in fire season, and unfortunately, it's what's happening right now.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you so much for your coverage. All right, we're going to turn now to Star Harvey with the latest on these dry conditions. Obviously, there's a lot of fuel to burn. Star?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, we've been tracking the weather across not just the Riverside area, but also San Bernardino County. Now, conditions have been favorable, meaning we have had temperatures that are on the hotter side in the 90s for this Sunday. We have our humidity values that are on the lower end, and then our winds. They did start off a little bit breezier in our early afternoon, early evening. And again, as we do push towards, I'd say the 11 o'clock hour, 12 a.m. hour, our winds will continue to just drop down along the way. As you can see right here, I have us at the 10 p.m. hour. We went from temps in the 90s backing down into the 70s. By that midnight hour, we'll be in the low 70s, and then our lows across the area dropping down into the 60s. Getting that start off tomorrow with temperatures back in the 70s around that 8 o'clock hour. But again, across the Riverside, again, a lot of the Inland Empire region as we do move into Monday. Tomorrow, we are expecting that temperatures will once again be in the 90s for some of the area. I also want to put our focus towards these wind directions here. We do have some winds pushing.
Yeah, California very lucky that the winds are low right now because if they were higher, if they do increase while these fires are going, it's just going to light off. The whole area is just going to light off like a fucking tinder box. 3 miles per hour, that's nothing. But if it creeps up, it'll be bad. Flames have scorched over 1,000 acres in Riverside County so far. The blaze prompted mandatory evacuations for several communities near Highway 243. Highway 243 to Idlewild is currently impacted by heavy fire and smoke. The cause remains unknown as crews rush to contain the blaze. Okay, I'm gonna keep going through this footage. This is the most recent update on the Wildfire NBC LA from 13 hours ago or so.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Kathy Barrett.
And I'm Robert Kovasik. Jonathan is off tonight. It was this time last night. We were following just one brush fire, and now 6 of them are burning, all of them in the Inland Empire. Here is a look at the ones CAL FIRE is monitoring this evening. They all vary in size, but one in particular is the focus right now.
The Wildfire in Riverside County is forcing evacuations near the community of Banning, south of the 10. Since it broke out at 3 this afternoon, it has surged in size, chewing up about 1,200 acres of open space. Right now, it is 0% contained.
And we are also monitoring the Mandalay fire that is also burning in Riverside County. Evacuation orders are now lifted tonight for areas in the Jurupa Valley, but scary moments earlier today, as you see here, several homeowners hosing down their houses and gathering what they can before being told to leave.
Well, we were at church, and then on a ring out, we saw that it was a fire. He just told me, he's like, get a hose and start watering everything down.
But right now, this fire, the Wildfire, remains the biggest concern. NBC4's Tracy Leon in Banning tonight with a look from the ground.
CAL FIRE tells me the biggest challenge with the Wildfire is the location. Because it's burning on the very top of the mountain, ground crews are having difficulty accessing it, so they're relying heavily on air support. The Wildfire erupted near the intersection of Old Banning Idlewild Road and Wolfskill Truck Trail in Banning around 3 p.m. Sunday.
Oh, God. Del Sol Verde, you're making a great point. I wasn't even thinking about it, but you're absolutely right. July 4th is 3 days away. 4, actually. But yeah, I mean, this Friday. And people are going to be super irresponsible with fireworks. It's almost a guarantee. And every single year, fires get started by those fireworks. And places like Southern California are dry as a desert. But even drier than normal. Oh boy. Not looking good.
Fast-moving brush fire caused hundreds of evacuation orders and warnings to go into effect, impacting those living closest to the mountains. Winds are pushing this fire at a moderate rate through the heavy vegetation. About 300 firefighters, including 70 engines and 4 overnight helicopters, are battling the flames. The mountain cliff areas are difficult to access because there are no direct trails or roads that lead to the fire.
For fire suppression efforts, it's really important to have roads and areas in the difficult terrain that's located up there. So that's where the issue is lying, is we're just having accessibility issues and getting our firefighters where they need to be to stop the forward rate of progress.
Right now, about 458 people are under a mandatory evacuation order, and about 2,300 people are under an evacuation warning.
There we go. People are already evacuating this area in anticipation for spreading in this blaze happening in Riverside County. Hopefully that is not going to spread in any significant way. But like I said, if the wind picks up, it's going to be really hard for them to fight that fire on top of that hill. All right, let's quickly talk about what happened in Idaho yesterday. We talked about it really quickly last night, but there have been some updates to the shooting which occurred.
I'd like to welcome in now Assistant Managing Editor of the Coeur d'Alene Press, Bill Bewley. Bill, thank you so much for giving us some of your time right now. Certainly such a somber day What can you tell us as far as what is happening right now on the ground? Our authorities are certain that the shooter did act alone and that there is no immediate threat to the public.
That is correct. They are confident that there was a single shooter and then that there is no more of a threat to the public.
Now, have the victims been identified yet?
They have not. Okay. And we have asked the fire department, and we are trying to get the identities of those slain firefighters.
And we know now that the shooter, this suspected gunman who is believed to have acted alone, has now been identified. What more can you tell us about this gunman, and are there any clues? It's still very early, but any clues as to a possible motive?
Yeah, we don't know. We have just begun trying to do some research on this guy, so I can't say anything more about his motivations.
And is it believed that he did in fact start this fire?
Yes, that he intentionally set the fire.
What is happening right now as far as that wildfire, Bill? Are crews still working to try to get it under control? Because I know at one point they were not able to respond to the fire. They had to let it continue to burn because obviously they were most concerned about the safety of those fire crews.
Yes, they do have firefighters now out there trying to contain that fire.
All right, what can you tell us about what happens next as far as the investigation?
Well, we'll of course try to get the identities and more background of the shooter, what his possible motivations are, his ties to this area, and we'll continue to work on getting the identities of the slain firefighters because, this is a town that loves its firefighters, treasures these guys. We just passed a $16 million bond for the fire department so they could get new equipment and trucks. So this community's a little bit, I think, shaken that something like this could happen here, especially to the firefighters who are good people.
Absolutely, yeah. That's my last question for you. We saw that procession there. We know that hundreds came out waving flags, doing what they could to pay their respects. Just talk to us more about this community, what it's like, and the fact that obviously they very much value their first responders.
Well, it is. It's a pretty close community. Coeur d'Alene, a lot of longtime residents here. I will tell you, last night at that procession outside of Kootenai Health of the hospital, the people were coming out, but what struck me when I was there covering.
Sorry, everyone. I didn't realize it was so quiet. I turned it down when I was reading subtitles earlier. That's my bad. I guess we can rewatch it. Is everyone struggling to hear this? It is very quiet. No, you're right. It was very quiet. I'm going to go to back to here.
Are crews still working to try to get it under control? Because I know at one point they were not able to respond to the fire. They had to let it continue to burn because obviously they were most concerned about the safety of those fire crews.
Yes, they do have firefighters now out there trying to contain that fire.
All right, what can you tell us about what happens next as far as the investigation?
Well, we'll of course try to get the identities and more background of the shooter, what his possible motivations are, his ties to this area, and we'll continue to work on getting the identities of the slain firefighters because, this is a town that loves its firefighters, treasures these guys. We just passed a $16 million bond for the fire department so they could get new equipment and trucks. So this community's a little bit, I think, shaken that something like this could happen here, especially to the firefighters who are good people.
Absolutely, yeah. That's my last question for you. We saw that procession there. We know that hundreds came out waving flags, doing what they could to pay their respects. Just talk to us more about this community, what it's like, and the fact that obviously they very much value their first.
It is utterly despicable that anybody would choose to do such a thing. For so many reasons. I mean, just on its face, killing, innocent civilians for no, civilians. I don't think that's a necessary distinction in this, but just, murdering a bunch of people, shooting at them, obviously despicable. But when you add on this element of baiting first responders to an area by lighting a fire which endangers a whole vast number of other people potentially, and then shooting at the people who are here to protect everyone. That that just goes above and beyond in cruelty and insanity for me. Well, I genuinely struggle to get in the mind of a person who's just willing to do such a thing. Like, I just can't. Like, I really struggle to understand where you have to be in life.
In the days,
to think that is the thing that you should do. And I honestly don't have a lot of information on who this guy was. I have heard rumors that, like, he was like some sort of serious groiper type, but that's about all I've heard. Okay, one more on this story here from PBS NewsHour.
In the day's other headlines, a community in northern Idaho is in shock after 2 firefighters were shot dead after responding to a mountain blaze. A third wounded firefighter is in the hospital, stable, but in the words of a local official, fighting for his life. The alleged gunman, identified as 20-year-old Wes Raleigh, is dead. Authorities believe he killed himself. But as Stephanie Sy reports, officials are still searching for a motive.
Smoke and then gunfire in northern Idaho.
This was a total ambush. These firefighters did not have a chance.
Just after 2 p.m. local time on Sunday, firefighters responded to a brush fire in the mountains. When they arrived on the scene, they came under heavy fire, a gunman hiding in rugged terrain, shooting at them with a high-powered rifle. They hid behind fire engines.
They're shot. Everybody's shot up here. Law enforcement, code 3 now up here.
We do believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush and it was intentional.
2 firefighters were dead on arrival at the hospital. Idaho Governor Brad Little called it a heinous direct assault on brave firefighters. The crime unfolded on Canfield Mountain, just outside of the popular vacation town Coeur d'Alene, near the Idaho-Washington border. Some 300 law enforcement officers and first responders arrived at the scene. The shootout lasted several hours. By late Sunday, authorities lifted a shelter-in-place order. The body of the alleged gunman had been found using his cell phone data. He was dead with a firearm beside him. They believe he acted alone. Authorities today updated the public on the investigation.
We've had interactions with him, but we don't find a criminal record with him. We will certainly find out, or if there's any evidence to believe that there was a motive, we will do that. And I think an inventory of the vehicle would be a good place to start.
In Washington, D.C.
Okay, God, it's just a disgusting story. Really horrifying. All right, let's go not far away, down to Utah. Talk about this fire that's been going on there.
The Forsyth fire is now at 22% containment, and people are now returning home. That is good news. It's been 11 days since the fire first started, and crews are finally starting to make progress with stopping the fire. It's currently measured to cover over 12,000 acres. Now, the evacuation order has been lifted, and people are now returning to their homes finally. But that order could go back into effect if conditions end up changing.
12,000 acres burned, 22% containment on the Forsyth fire in Utah. People returning homes, but they may have to leave again if anything changes. 22% containment is not a lot. So this may continue on, although I have not found an update to this, a more recent update. This was from 2 days ago. We watched that one last night. Just figured I'd leave it in here while we were talking fires. Let's quickly go here to Minnesota. Oh, sorry, CBS Minnesota, on a story from South Dakota. Where over the weekend, multiple tornadoes touched down in the state.
This Monday morning, the
This Monday morning, the calm after the weekend storms. A lot of you probably woke up to tornado warnings on your phone in the middle of the night Saturday. Some people woke up to an actual tornado. This video sent to us from viewer Cody Instead while he was in Gary, South Dakota. It borders right on our state, and the town of Gary saw hail, excessive.
This is some full-on Twister shit. Look at this. Look at the magnitude of this thing. This is wild.
Rain and tornadoes, but thankfully the latter did not cause damage to the town.
Lucky. Got lucky. Okay, we're back in the Senate. Here we are. Oh, they changed out the tiny computer lady. I guess the other one got tired. Makes sense. She already looks bored. I'd be bored too. What's her job exactly? Is she a stenographer? I assume she's a stenographer. Although she could be doing other things. I have no idea. Why are we talking about rifle ammunition in chat right now? What the fuck? When they say high power rifle, they're generally referring to something that will pierce. Yeah, right. That's going to be larger than a 22 usually. It'd be like a NATO round. Or higher. 223. Oh, looks like they're getting a lot done over here in Congress right now, huh? We'll give them one full waiting room song, and then we'll switch back to environmental news. We're just gonna keep on checking in here until we finish. Well, this stream is taking longer than I thought it was. I thought it was gonna be like max 6 hours, and we're at 5.5 right now. I still got, how many videos do I have left? 20? 30? Oh, they're talking about his age. We were talking about his age, not the kind of gun he was shooting. I see. That makes more sense. Yeah, it's ridiculous that, I mean, it's insane that someone so young would choose to do something so horrifying. These people are so fucking useless. They're incapable of doing anything good for society. But they are capable of making society worse. They seem to do that pretty good. Pretty consistently making society worse. I know that. I know that much. right. That's all I got on this one for now. We'll be probably back to the Congress at some point in the near future. But let's get back to talking about fires. With Raleigh from Climate Town. According to him, we're deep frying the rainforest.
Can you imagine if I started this?
Hey, settle down, Raleigh. All right, talk to me about deep frying the rainforest, pal. Oh my God, is he gonna chop down a tree?
Illegal.
Can you imagine if I started this video off by taking a swing at one of these dudes? Not on your life, Jack. Trees are one of the greatest things this planet has ever produced. They look good as hell, they provide resources for plants and animals alike, and best of all, trees literally eat the pollution humans put in the air and shit out the thing we need to breathe to stay alive. This right here is made of carbon that comes from this right here. And as we continue to pour carbon dioxide into the atmosphere like it owes us money, it's very obviously in our best interest to try to keep our forests as fat and happy as possible so they can continue cleaning the environment that we are constantly polluting. Unfortunately, we're not doing that. If trees could talk and I asked them about people, I imagine I'd have to bleep a lot of it out.
How would you like to have someone and you?
Oh dear.
Despite being our absolute boys for the past 385 million years.
Okay, I loved that editing. That was great. Do that one more time.
If trees could talk and I asked them about people, I imagine I'd have to bleep a lot of it out.
How would you like to have someone and you?
Oh dear.
Despite being
just hilarious. I love this guy.
Our absolute boys for the past 385 million years, giving us shade and shelter and sticks with a little Y at the top that would be perfect for a slingshot. We are destroying our forests in what can only be described as an act of self-sabotage. To make matters worse, we are doing the overwhelming majority of deforestation in the humid tropical forests that store the most carbon dioxide per square inch and are home to the widest variety of plant and animal species. And it's not just cutting down trees. The most popular way to clear land so it can be used for agriculture is to set it on fire and just burn it all down at once. Sure, it releases.
That's hot. That's hot.
Scalzi getting crazy with it, doing another super sticker. And you know what that means? Oh, I think you know. The first round of confetti has been achieved. It's confetti time. Confetti. Bask in the confetti. Great job, everybody. We got it. We did it. It's amazing. It's glorious. And Skelts is the one who tricked me into doing double confetti. So, first round of confetti has been achieved. 3 actual super chats away from more confetti. It's beautiful. Bask in the glory. All right, back to talking about the exact opposite of glory. The burning down of rainforests across the planet.
Ton of gnarly and dangerous gases into the atmosphere and destroys the habitats of forest creatures, but it's way faster. And while fossil fuels are the #1 driver of climate change, deforestation is a pretty close second. And they actually work together as a sort of pincer movement to ruin our chances at maintaining a livable planet. It's like trying to stop Wayne Gretzky while pulling your goalie. It's just not gonna work. It's Wayne Gretzky.
Gretzky shoots, score! Gretzky moving ahead, score!
And would it shock you to hear that at the helm of this rampant deforestation are the massive multinational food and consumer product companies that we know and love? Oh, nope. Shit, is this dude trying to say capitalism is bad in a YouTube video? And look, I get that it's been a little done, but one, it's worse than you think, and two, there are actually some steps we can take to try to correct the literal fire sale that's going on in the world's tropical forests. They're getting burned for coffee, beef, cocoa, and a whole bunch of other etceteras, but today let's take a look at one of the biggest destroyers of tropical forests, especially for products that Americans buy, a little thing called palm oil. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree, and more importantly, an axe safety certification from the Boy Scouts that's literally called a totem chip. And this is a video about deforestation. Welcome to Climate Town. Alright, so palm oil is the most prolific ingredient that people have never heard of. It comes from the reddish-orange fruit of the oil palm tree. You crush it, process it, and now you've got palm oil, which is in f***ing everything. It's in brownies and toothpaste and shampoo, you name it. You can find palm oil in roughly half of all the packaged items in your grocery store. And it's not because palm oil has rich parents or a great agent. Palm oil is in everything because it's an incredible oil. It's got a high smoke point, which makes it good for frying, it's semi-solid at room temperature like butter, and it's shelf-stable for long periods of time. Palm oil makes ice cream melt slower, it makes cookies taste creamier, it makes lipstick smoother and soap more bubbly, and it does it all while being relatively unknown. Palm oil is basically a middle-aged Swedish man who writes all of America's pop music. And that's not a joke. It's this guy. He's written 27 #1 hit singles for artists like Taylor Swift, The Weeknd, and Ariana Grande.
I kind of only try to write as good, as good of a song I can write.
You can also just cook with it, and it now accounts for 40% of the world's vegetable oil, which is impressive on its own, except for it's producing that oil on just 6% of the cropland. Each hectare of oil palm can yield you 3.5 tons of palm oil. Canola oil is a deep second place with less than a ton per hectare. And to answer your question, a hectare is like if a football field was just over 300 feet wide. I didn't know what a hectare was either. I live in the US. I deal mostly in acres. We can use a hectare to acre conversion of 2.5 to 1.
Indeed. It's true. It's science.
And much like crude oil, you can also break palm oil down into a bunch of different derivatives with different characteristics, and there are now 3 billion people across 150 countries using some version of palm oil. But palm oil is not a new phenomenon. It's native to West Africa, where it's been used for centuries. But then businessmen from Europe and later the US found out about it a few hundred years ago and started sending it back home. And when I say businessmen, I mean men who are in the business of colonizing and are generously willing to make it everybody else's problem.
Help, I'm being repressed!
The company that would become Unilever started planting their own palm oil trees in Africa in the early 1900s to serve the growing demand for delicious margarine and disgusting, but that's not the point, soap. The soap Palmolive is actually called that because it was a mixture of palm oil and olive oil, palm olive. Easy. They used to have like 30 seconds to name stuff back in the day. None of this Google it or Palantir. You know, you're good at making burgers, you're the Burger King. If you make cars and your name is Ford, your cars are called Ford. It's easy. Up until the 90s, Americans imported a steady and small amount of palm oil for cooking and consumer products, but all of that was about to change. After a slew of health concerns with lard and tropical oils, the US and Europe went wild for partially hydrogenated vegetable oils found in margarine and its branded cousin, Crisco, described here as the absolutely new product. Wow, it's new? Nice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't go too hard on him. Back then, new stuff came out like once a decade, and the last absolutely new thing was f***ing planes. So yeah, I could see how they were kind of jacked for it.
No other shortening has Crisco's exclusive all-vegetable formula.
Women who cook to please men cook with Crisco.
Oh my God, the framing. of that commercial is so wild. Oh, God. Oh, boy. The 50s. Women who cook to please men choose Crisco. Are you a woman who likes pleasing men? Are you a nice housewife?
Exclusive all vegetable formula.
Women who cook to please men cook with Crisco.
Like Mom taught us, we always use Crisco.
But then they found out that those partially hydrogenated vegetable oils have a little thing called trans fats in them, which are probably very, very bad for you. So what did they do? They can't go back to butter or lard. They needed something new. Not absolutely new, that's too far. Just new in that it's already been around and can newly be considered healthy.
Vitra long fractionation palm oil, 100% cholesterol free, helps reduce bad cholesterol. Long fractionation palm oil, heart friendly.
Over the next decade, producer after producer embraced palm oil as they ran away from artificial trans fats like the second most famous running scene from the Rocky movies. And I know what you're thinking, isn't that the most famous running scene from Rocky? No, that was from Rocky 2, where they just did the exact same thing, except this time he was being chased through the streets of Philadelphia by hundreds of rabid children.
That's right. And then he went up the stairs. Yeah, there we go.
And then in the mid-2000s, palm oil got another major boost when the US and Europe suddenly realized that they use a ton of gasoline. In fact, they had structured their entire society around it. And then they also realized that despite using a lot of gasoline, they don't themselves produce a bunch of oil or gas. Bummer. So President Bush announced a bold new plan. They would make a massive push into biofuels, which is basically taking crops we grow in America like corn, fermenting them, and then using the resulting ethanol as fuel.
And that was one of the dumbest plans of all time. We took completely edible food, well, not completely edible, but using arable land to grow crops to then turn into that's why we have ethanol in our fuel now to begin with, and it's not even efficient. It's not even an efficient source of fuel. It's idiotic.
Had a goal of reducing our gasoline demand by 20% in a decade and signed a bill that required the US to produce 36 billion gallons of biofuels every year by 2022.
It's a big deal.
And a couple of years after the Bush plan,
there's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
And Europe announced a renewable energy directive that included a pretty similar biofuels initiative. But there's only so much agricultural land in the US. The ag industry was obviously thrilled with the artificial demand for turning food into fuel, but now the US would need to find a replacement for all that food that would now be exploded a few feet in front of drivers across the country. And you'll never believe what they used to replace it. But the problem with Europe and the US demanding so much palm oil is a pretty classic one. We can't actually grow oil palm here. They only grow in tropical climates, just like coffee and bananas and a bunch of other things we really like. Back in West Africa, international corporations were great at coercing local populations into forced labor, but they struggled to force the people there to plant and grow oil palms in exactly the way they wanted to. So instead, they turned to Southeast Asia, specifically Malaysia and Indonesia, where they could use the highly profitable, highly abusive plantation method, which you might remember as something the US mostly stopped doing right after we got rid of slavery.
Illegal.
By 1940, Malaysia was exporting more palm oil than all of Africa. And by the end of the 20th century, Malaysia was the dominant palm oil exporter, followed by Indonesia, and then pretty much no one else anywhere close. But when the world lined up to demand a monumental increase in palm oil production, they all turned to Indonesia, a country with 6 times more land than Malaysia. And Indonesia delivered. In 1990, they produced 2 million tons of palm oil. By 2000, that number was 7 million tons. And last year, Indonesia alone produced 45 million tons of palm oil, accounting for more than half of all palm oil production in the world. The thing is, a lot of that palm oil growth was absolutely devastating for the environment.
Well, there we go, people. Thank you, Raleigh, for depressing me. There we go. Palm oil. Our love of it is causing environmental destruction in, most specifically, countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, where very important rainforests happen to exist that are being destroyed as a result of it. Not enough is being done to stop it. 'Cause it's making the big bucks. That's why. All right. Let's go here. Go to Spain. España. Where climate activists climbed a building. Why, you might be asking yourself? Well, to put this sign up. Now, I don't speak Spanish, but I'm fairly certain this loosely translates to they're making money while they destroy the climate. You're something like that. Anybody here speak Spanish? Somebody. Yeah. I should just look it up. It's not that hard. Se están cargando el clima. What does that say down there? Y lo estás pagando tú. Yeah, basically, I think, oh, yeah. Basically suggesting that they profit while the climate is destroyed, and we are all paying the price for it. Or you are paying the price for it. I guess that's the pronoun that they're using, technically. They are polluting the climate, and you are paying for it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty close to what I was saying. They're trashing the planet, and we pay for it. Absolutely. Greenpeace, thank you for that. You're confused you were watching a palm oil video? I know you were, and we've switched. We're moving through all this. At the beginning of the stream, I told everybody I was going to do a short stream today. I'm trying to make it a short stream, which is why we just did the bare bones on that palm oil video. Got to go back to talking wildfires, because it's not just the United States that's on fire. Nope. Europe is on fire too. Temperatures in Spain and Portugal soared to record June highs of 46 degrees Celsius, while high winds helped to spread large wildfires in both France and Turkey. Yeah, that's a lot of smoke. It is eerie driving through that. Let's go. That's right. 115 degrees Fahrenheit or 46 degrees Celsius heat wave has been hitting Europe. People are hot, hot, hot out there. Let's go to Turkey, talk about those wildfires, because those wildfires are causing massive evacuations in western Turkey. Start here with DW News. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we already saw this. You already saw that. You don't need that one. Let's go here. Yeah.
Wildfires across Turkey, fanned by strong winds, have spread to residential areas in the western province of Izmir and elsewhere. More than 50,000 people have been evacuated from their homes. Buildings in Izmir have been damaged and at least 20 people hospitalized. Helicopters, water-bombing aircraft and more than 1,000 firefighters have been deployed to battle the blazes. Recent years have seen Turkey's coastal areas ravaged by wildfires as summers become hotter and drier. Our correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul told me more.
Yeah, these fires are continuing to spread from the northwest of Turkey in the provinces of Bilecik and Sakarya down to the Aegean of Izmir, Turkey's main city on its Aegean coast, and all the way down to the bottom of Turkey on the Mediterranean coast of Hatay. If you recall, 2 years ago, that was the center of one of the worst earthquakes in Turkey's history, and many people there are still coming to terms with that deadly event. So there's a lot of pressure building up on the authorities to contain these fires, and we're getting reports now of further outbreaks in the city of Mersin, another big Mediterranean city nearby there. There are reports of fires, and also Bodrum, which is Turkey's main tourism hub, where already millions of people around that region have gone on holiday. There's reports of many of the roads around there. These narrow, tight roads are packed with traffic of people trying to get away from these fires. And in Izmir, which is the worst affected, the international airport on Sunday was temporarily closed because of the smoke generated by these fires and the driving winds that are driving it across the whole of the region. So the firefighters are facing very, very difficult conditions, very high temperatures, even though it's early summer, well into the 30s. But the worst problems are the air is extremely dry and with these very, very strong winds. In Izmir last night, it was recorded the winds reached a speed of 120 kilometers an hour. And that is deadly for trying to fight these fires. And these difficult conditions are predicted to continue. So there is under a lot of pressure to contain these fires before they get totally out of control.
Okay. The coastal areas have been ravaged by wildfires over...
Lies? Wait. Are you referring to me? Did I lie? What did I lie about? Are you talking to the duck? Where's Don? I don't see Donald Duck. Who are you talking to? I'm confused. I don't think I know who that... I just realized it's a goose. It's not a duck. I'm assuming that's not directed at me. I don't think I lied about anything. What was I going to say, though? There was something I was going to say, then I saw the chat. Oh, God. I'm broken. I don't know what I was going to say. I had a thing I was going to say. And now I'm like, the train is left the station. I have no idea where it was going. Son of a bitch.
Years. Were authorities better prepared this time?
Well, that's a big question. Everyone will be waiting to see. You're right that in the past, the Turkish government was under severe criticism given the fact that these seaplanes, which were vital in the past for fighting firefights, these Kanat airs, which are used all over the world, they scoop up the water from the sea and dump it on the fire. They're capable to fly very low. Most of that fleet became totally unusable because they weren't being maintained. The government got a huge amount of criticism over that. Now the government have said that they have poured in a lot of money into the firefighting abilities of their services. They say that 4 planes have been deployed, 14 helicopters and over 100 trucks. Will that be enough? Well, that remains to be seen, given the fact that we are only in June, and July and August, the most hottest months of the year, are still ahead of us, and they're expecting this to be a very tough.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. 120 kilometer an hour winds, like they were saying, makes it very hard to fight these fires, because it all has to be done from the ground, right? Anything over like 60 mile an hour winds makes it incredibly dangerous for helicopters and planes to try and do this work, and often are forced to ground themselves even if they still need to be fighting the fire. That's what I was going to say.
And that will reveal whether the services are up to it or not.
And I'm reading about 50,000 or so people being moved to safety. Where are they being taken?
Well, you're right there. According to the Turkish Emergency Relief Organization, AFAD, around 50,000 have been forced from their homes, but they say that most of those are from people on a vacation in their second homes. Of that 50,000, the authorities say 42,000 are around Izmir, and of which they say 80% were in second homes on vacation. That means they can return home. But for the remainder, we're understanding sports halls are starting to be prepared, and also now the schools most of them are closed. That means school dormitories are now available to house people in times of emergency, and that resource is becoming available. But if these fires continue to expand and grow, that will put growing pressure on the authorities to provide accommodation. So that is adding to the pressure on the firefighters to get these fires under control as soon as possible.
We're seeing this across not just Europe, but the rest of the world as well. Climate change making wildfires more frequent and more intense. Beyond the firefighting equipment that you talked about, is this an issue that the Turkish government is taking seriously?
Well, I mean, the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan does, from time to time, bring up the dangers of climate change. Given Turkey's vast size and its geographical location, it is seen as particularly vulnerable. Water resources are under increasing pressure, which in part is blamed on climate change. And Erdogan says this is a pressing issue, and he says they are trying to address this. But given the fact that Turkey is going through an economic crisis, austerity is the policy of the day. There is a competition for resources, and that competition for resources is undoubtedly having an impact on what resources are devoted to climate change, and that is a problem faced by governments all over the world.
Thanks, Dorian. Dorian Jones in Istanbul.
Okay, we're going to come back to the Turkey wildfires in a second, but somehow we have to take a third break. I don't know how that happened. I really don't. I said this was going to be a short stream, and now we're 6 hours into this puppy. And we still got some stuff to get through here. Might be we're gonna get a full stream without doing a full goal, and that's okay with me. That's okay with me. We completed the galactic deficit financing goal. That makes me happy. Because well, it's beyond makes me happy. It makes it so that I can pay the bills for July, which is good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do the stream. But we do have to take a quick break, so stick around. Be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you can get the latest notifications coming out of this here Galactic News Network. Once you're done clicking with your fingers or thumbs, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways for space fams to contribute, of course. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships. And we still technically have an open confetti-based goal where any sized donation, $1, would get us closer. We have Cash App and PayPal, of course. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month over there will get you access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in those seats, unless you want to miss what is probably going to be the last half of the show. Almost definitely the last half. All right. Need another drink. We left off talking about the wildfires raging in Turkey, and that's where we're going to start off the fourth half. How did that happen? I said at the beginning of this goddamn stream that this was going to be a short stream. Who's in charge of this thing exactly? Come on! To Turkey. Jesus Christ. That was the sun from a couple 22 hours ago. Let's go through all of these. Got a few for us to get through. Jesus, look at these images. One hill crest after another on fire. Oh my God. I just looked it up. Oh wait, no, this is a different fire. Hold on. I'm currently trying to Google how big these fires are. I can't find an estimation on like square kilometers or acreage or anything like that. But they look massive. What are we doing in chat right now? Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take ya. Well, clearly this firefighting effort is an ongoing situation. I think I have one more video on this from you. Two, sorry. Guardian News here. Actually, I'm gonna just do this last one, just because I'm trying to speed run this fucking stream right now. Because it's gone way beyond what I expected. 50,000. Here's CNN. 50,000 people have been evacuated now. That number has gone up drastically. The first video we were watching, which was from over a day ago, was saying only hundreds of people had been evacuated. Now we're up to 50,000. This came out 50 minutes ago out of CNN.
Suyu bıraktı. Tabii ki dumanlar yükseliyordu ama
At least 196 homes were damaged nationwide.
biz tahliyeleri yaptık. Şu an itibariyle
We have carried out the
200
evacuations.
haneyi tahliye ettik. Ve bu vatandaşlarımızı yurtlarımızda barındırıyoruz. Yurtlarımızı açtık. Onun dışında ihtiyaçlarını da bu vesileyle karşılıyoruz.
From Friday to Sunday, 263 fires erupted across the country. 259 of those are now under control. That's pretty good.
We're being warned tonight of a dangerous weather system called a bomb
buddy.
cyclone, which could strike out.
You're getting way ahead of me right now. Okay, pal? Okay. This is the last story that we have on climate and weather, going all the way to the east coast of Australia, where a bomb cyclone is headed towards the Gold Coast. Here's 7 News Australia from yesterday.
We're being warned tonight of a dangerous weather system called a bomb cyclone, which could strike our coast in the next few days.
It's expected to bring winds of more than 100 kilometres an hour and up to 250 millimetres of rain. Thousands of SES workers are already on alert as emergency equipment is mobilised.
250 millimeters.
An east...
That's like a foot of rain. Or is it 2 feet? Wait, I'm trying to think. It's over a foot of rain.
Coast low means high danger. In 2016, an East Coast low smashed homes along Collaroy Beach. In 2007, a chaotic low stranded the Pasha Bulker. In 1974, it triggered what was known as Sydney's storm of the century. Now, we are not only being warned of a possible East Coast low, but also a rarely seen bomb cyclone.
Ultimately, what that means is this weather system intensifies very quickly.
Forecasts warn of destructive winds of up to 125 kilometres an hour, rain of up to 250 millimetres, triggering flash floods, and huge, dangerous surf causing coastal erosion.
It's an extremely dynamic, complex system, very unpredictable.
With fears of trees being knocked down and power outages. The SES has now activated all of its volunteers.
We have 11,000 across the state, but also our staff, we're moving them to areas that could be hot spots.
Yeah. Entire East Coast here is under threat from this system moving in. Hopefully everybody in Australia is attempting to stay safe. I got one more on this, and then we're going to go right back to talking Congress.
A powerful weather system being called a bomb cyclone is set to hit parts of New South Wales, bringing with it intense rainfall and damaging winds. For more on this, senior meteorologist Angus Hines joins us live from the Bureau now. Afternoon, Angus. Firstly, can you explain what a bomb cyclone is?
Good afternoon, Amber. Well, that term bomb cyclone, I have heard that being bandied around a little bit today, but certainly hasn't come from me, and no one at the Bureau of Meteorology would call it that. That's not really a meteorological term, but there are a few clues in that phrase that tell us what is going on. So cyclone is just a technical definition for a low pressure system, and in this context, the word bomb means intensify very rapidly, and that is what we are seeing. A low pressure area off the east coast that will intensify very fast, starting tonight, but really it's tomorrow. It's Tuesday when this weather system picks up some steam and becomes a very powerful weather system that will affect New South Wales and parts of Queensland and Victoria in the coming days.
Specifically, which areas are in the firing line?
Yeah, it's fairly extensive, actually, the impacts from this weather system. So we're starting off with strong to damaging wind gusts. That will affect most of the New South Wales coast, including Port Macquarie, Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong tomorrow, as well as many areas in the Great Dividing Range and up in the northern tablelands. When it comes to rainfall, that will mostly be about and south of Port Macquarie. So again, we're looking the Hunter region, the Sydney region, the Illawarra, the south coast and even eastern parts of Victoria. So very...
All right, people. Hopefully Australia is prepared for this storm. But even being prepared does not mean that nothing bad will happen. All right, back to the Senate. See what these people are up to over here.
Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Yes, leftist bastard. Cyclones are hurricanes. It's just where it comes from, right? Like, hurricanes are in the Atlantic. Cyclones are the Southern Pacific typhoons.
Senators
are
voting in the affirmative.
Indian Ocean, I think.
Also Brooks, Baldwin,
It's honestly, I get them. I get them confused, but it's all just different
Booker,
words
Cantwell,
for the same thing.
Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Wyden, Ms. Hirono, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice,
There's our
Kennedy,
guy.
Langford, Lee,
I like those
Lummis,
shoes Bernie is
Marshall,
rocking right now.
McCormick,
Those are snazzy.
Moody, Moran, Moreno,
Snazzy.
Mullen,
Those look
Hall,
comfortable.
Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye.
Okay, it sounds like they're still doing amendments. There's no way Bernie Sanders is voting for the actual bill. This is still the amendments portion of this right now. They're still tabulating votes on the whatever amendment they're on right now. I think they're on like they got to be closing like the 24 amendments, and at least up until the point where we stopped watching earlier, none of them had passed. Of like the 17 or 18 that we had heard up to that point, I would not be shocked to hear that not a single amendment has passed this process. It's just continuing to further delay this bill, which I totally approve of. Because the longer it's delayed, the longer the media has to pay attention to it, the more focus this is given. Hopefully the more people learn about this and the more calls that these fucking senators get from their constituents saying, hey, go fuck yourself, pal. You vote for this, you're getting thrown out of office. Okay. Okay. We'll head back to the Senate at the very end of the stream. That's how I was planning on doing this the whole time. Just wanted to make sure that we cover some other topics today. Even though this is really the story of the moment. I think I've done a pretty good job of that. We covered quite a few things. Why are they even doing this? Trump can just pass it with executive order now. I don't think Trump can pass a reconciliation without the Senate. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I'm fairly certain that's not above board, though. All right, let's go to space news. What do you say, chat? And guess what? An exoplanet has been discovered. thanks to the James Webb Telescope. We have discovered a new exoplanet. Very exciting.
This is TWA-7b, or rather the void that confirms its presence. On this image, the space at the top right of the ring, circled here, indicates its location. Known as an exoplanet, which relates to planets beyond our solar system, it was found by a research team based in France.
We found this very light planet. It is 10 times lighter than the planets that have been imaged so far. So it's at about the same mass as Saturn in our solar system.
The exoplanet is located 110 light years away.
Jesus
with
Christ.
1 light year corresponding to the distance that light travels in a year. That's over 1,000 trillion kilometers from us.
Otherwise known as a quadrillion kilometers. It's a little far. It would take us a very, very long time to get to this planet, I'm afraid. But hey, dare to dream. Quadrillion fucking miles. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go here. To India. Where,
Final status check for all Atlas vehicle systems.
Oh shit, I forgot about this one. Oh, great. Let's go, let's go to the United States, where Amazon's Kuiper 2 mission. Yay, Jeff Bezos sending more rockets into space. Why are my sound shots so goddamn quiet?
Systems, the payload, and the U.S. Space Force Eastern Range. Let's listen in as Dylan performs the final poll.
You know, chat, a year and a half ago, I started this stream. And, you know, you look at my desk. This note over here says, stop Bezos and Musk
7 minutes.
from ruining space.
Status check to proceed
And
with
I have
terminal
failed.
count, Atlas systems.
I failed. I have not.
Go.
I have not stopped
Hydraulics.
them from doing
Go.
garbage.
Pneumatics. Go. LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems. Propulsion. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Pass gas.
Go.
Electrical systems. Airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
CCQ.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilical.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Red line monitor. Go. Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULS safety officer. Go. Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range and weather.
Go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC verify T0 is set for 10:54:30 Zulu.
Verified.
Polling is complete, and the team is go for launch. From now until liftoff, launch conductor Dylan Rice and the launch team will continue reporting the final steps in today's countdown. This includes verifying propellant levels and pressures in the booster and Centaur fuel tanks, as well as arming the ordnance for ignition, separation, and flight termination.
Well, guess what? These dicks wound up launching this rocket into space without my sole permission. And that's fine. They do whatever they want.
Following final confirmation of rocket readiness, the RD-180 engine.
Whatever. Go fuck yourself, Amazon. Go fuck yourself. Now let's go here. South China Morning Post. 4 days ago, India sends its first astronaut into space in over 40 years.
Mission and
Astronauts from India, Poland, and Hungary are in space for the first time in decades. The trio are part of the Axiom mission for a U.S. commercial spaceflight. With the launch, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla is the first Indian in space since Rakesh Sharma. Sharma was an Air Force pilot who went on a mission in 1984 as part of a Soviet-led initiative. India plans to launch its maiden crewed mission in 2027 under the Gaganyaan program. People across India celebrated the successful launch. Yay! Billionaires taking over space.
India is no longer a follower. We are equal partners in all our collaborations. And I think it's borne out by the simple fact that of the 4 astronauts in the crew that has gone up, Shubhanshu Shukla is possibly the most.
It's real sad how we've completely privatized space at this point. I don't know how many private space companies there are at this point. There's got to be dozens. I'm running out of running out of hope for space. God damn it. I was really hoping we'd be able to usher in luxury space communism before it happened, but every day I lose a little bit more hope on that plan. It'll happen. It'll happen, I'm sure. All right. A few stories here. It is definitely a truncated stream to some degree, I guess. Although it's still going to take us 8 hours somehow, I think. That's not a truncated stream. I should stop lying to myself. All right, let's go here to the BBC. 21 hours ago, residents of Ukraine's Mariupol deny Russia's claims that occupied cities are returning to normal.
I don't want reality.
Now, as the fighting between Russia and Ukraine continues, President Putin suggested a new round of peace talks could bring a long-awaited ceasefire. The prospect of a halt in fighting is deeply worrying to Ukrainians living under Russian control. However, Russia now occupies just under 20% of Ukraine, mainly districts in the east. The BBC's managed to communicate with some Ukrainians in one city there, Mariupol, and along with the testimony of those who've escaped, we've pieced together the details of daily life. The city's Russian administration did not respond to the BBC's questions. Yogi Tulamai has this report.
A city bathed in Russian colours. These are some of the most recent available images from occupied Mariupol. Celebrations for World War II Victory Day. Military costumes, parades and performances. Soviet-era traditions that Ukraine had increasingly shunned, now imposed in occupied territories. This footage, filmed by pro-Russia influencers, paints a picture of a city that's being reconstructed. The exteriors of the buildings on the main street, including this drama theatre, where hundreds were killed as they sheltered in a targeted Russian bombardment, show barely any sign of the brutal war fought to capture Mariupol. But from just outside the city centre, this video, verified by the BBC, shows large areas still in ruins. A reality that Olha Onishko, who escaped from Mariupol after more than 2 years of living under occupation, also testifies to. She's now in Ukraine's Ternopil.
The Russians constantly lie. They have repaired the central square, but the rest of Mariupol is still destroyed. They cleared the debris in some places. Dead bodies were piled onto trucks along with the rubble and taken out.
This footage is secretly filmed by Ukrainians in Mariupol waging a resistance against Russia, showing how they're living. With dirty tap water, barely any electricity, and poor phone networks. And in schools in and around Mariupol, young students are being taught Russia's narrative of events.
Wow.
Here, the annexation of Crimea, presented
Russia?
as the Crimean Spring, in which Russia liberated it from Ukraine.
Nice.
It's too risky for...
I love the Putin picture up there. Hell yeah, that's some full on like some full on authoritarian shit right here. Oh boy, gotta indoctrinate the kids with the supreme leader Putin. You must always remember him. Have him in your thoughts at all times while learning.
in which Russia liberated it from Ukraine. It's too risky for Ukrainian activists in Mariupol to speak out openly. We communicated with them over a messaging platform.
Children are taught that Mariupol is eternally Russian land and that Russia saved it from the Nazis. Teachers who refuse to take these lessons are fired or intimidated.
Yeesh.
It's like a reprogramming of the minds of our children.
The activists also told us about their operations. These are secret videos taken by one of them.
I document information about Russian weapons, ammunition depots, and soldiers. I also paste leaflets and spray paint messages on walls.
This is one leaflet which says, "Liberate Mariupol." And this is video of a railway signaling system being set on fire by resistance groups, disrupting a key train line into the city. But Russia is trying to crack down on the resistance. In Ukraine's Dnipro, we met Andriy Kozhushina, who worked for one of the groups. He escaped Mariupol when the Russians found out about him.
I was at the store buying bread when I saw a soldier showing my photo to the cashier, asking if they knew the person. I realized then that I had been exposed and decided to leave.
And from inside Mariupol, a message.
Giving away territory for a deal with Russia will be a betrayal.
Well, things are still fucked over there. And I thought that we were going to get a ceasefire. I thought we were going to get peace. I was told that we were day one. What day is it now of Donald Trump's term? 180 something? We're like day 180. 2 weeks. One day, immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Actually, maybe they just need to fight it out. I don't know. I actually don't know how to make a deal geopolitically. Okay. Not gonna go too far. Let's go to Serbia, where mass protests are still ongoing in the country over alleged corruption of the Vučić government. DW News.
Protesters have marched in the Serbian capital Belgrade against the government of President Aleksandar Vučić. Saturday's protests were the latest in months of anti-government demonstrations, which have mostly been led by students. They began when part of a roof collapsed at a newly renovated railway station in the city Novi Sad last year, resulting in 16 deaths and accusations of corruption.
Riot police and protesters clashed after as many as 140,000 people marched through Belgrade demanding political change and early elections. The violence followed a day of peaceful protest, which began with a vigil for the Novi Sad victims. The deaths ignited simmering anger over alleged corruption and links to organized crime in a government now in power for over a decade. People across Serbia poured into Belgrade in the latest mass protest, demanding early elections.
Dude, Serbia has been filling up this square, like, with such ferocity. I am still in awe by the level of engagement and people. I mean, like, for months now, we've been seeing images like this, where there is no it's standing room only in the city. It's truly incredible. Hats off to the Serbians for not giving up after all of this time, even if especially considering that the Vučić government has continued to deny them their, any concessions.
We are here today because we cannot take it anymore. This has been going on for too long. We are mired in corruption and evil. It is time to end this.
We want to show that President Vučić has not defeated us, that there is still momentum to this rebellion.
Pro-government supporters also rallied in front of the national parliament.
We are fighters. We came here to support the state. These protests are no good at all. We are against them.
With President Vučić vowing to stick to a timetable for election in 2027, further clashes look increasingly likely.
Right, let's get more from DW correspondent Idro Seferi in Belgrade. Hello, Idro. This was one of the largest protests in the country in recent months, leading to violent clashes between police and the protesters. Tell us more.
As you could see also in the report, there were two gatherings or two protests, one supporting the government and the other one asking for elections. Everything was fine for 3 hours when the protest starts and till its end, but after that, some citizens still stayed in the streets, and it came to clashes with the police. They were saying that they want to liberate the park where the students, pro-government students, are staying in tents for months. The latest informations are that 8 people were injured, out of which 6 police officers during the last night.
Now, the government here has been accused of extreme violence against the protesters. We saw footage months ago now of them using sonic weaponry against protesters, all sorts of stuff they're doing to try and quash dissent here in the country. But these kids are not giving up. All right, this, you know, it is an overwhelming sort of solidarity and determination that seems to be shown by these protesters in Serbia, demanding, you know, accountability from their government. And it really is something I think we could all take a lesson from. They used the sound cannon. Oh yeah, we saw a video of this from, like, God, when was it? February? Dude, the last 6 months are like a fucking blur to me right now. It was a while ago. I can't say for sure when it was, honestly. The fact is, these protests have been going on for a hell of a long time now. All right. Now, let's see. Where are we? Okay, yeah. Oh, shit. Probably should have done this one first. Whatever. I did this in the wrong order. But other protests were going on far south of Serbia, down in Togo, which is in Africa, if you're not familiar. And the government there is being accused by human rights activists of violations of human rights. Shocking. As 7 people, according to Reuters, have died.
Several people were killed during anti-government demonstrations in Togo last week, said human rights activists, who also accused security forces of using, quote, shocking violence against protesters. The protest began last Thursday as people took to the streets to call for the resignation of longtime leader Forna Singbe amid what government critics called a cost of living crisis. A joint statement by 12 Togolese civil society and human rights groups accused security forces of carrying out arbitrary arrests, beating civilians with batons and ropes, and of stealing and destroying private property. The statement said 3 bodies, including 2 minors, were found in a lagoon east of Lomé, and 2 more in a lake in one of the capital's districts on Friday.
Disgusting. They're killing kids? They're just murdering children? Wow.
Another 2 bodies were found in another Lomé district on Saturday. A government statement dated Sunday acknowledged the bodies were recovered from the lagoon and the lake, but said the deaths were due to drowning. The protests are a part of ongoing political turmoil in Togo.
Just happenstance. He just happened to drown, and it's got nothing to do with anything we did. Okay, all right, maybe you say so. By the way, Togo is on the Ivory Coast, so that's like the southwest coast of Africa. A region of Africa that's certainly been ravaged by Western powers, but is now, there's a lot of corruption, unfortunately. Why is there so much corruption? Why is there so much corruption across the planet? Why can we not all start working together a little bit better? What's the deal? We need better governments. Okay, now this is a horrifying fucking news story that just came out during the stream. Let's go to India. Oh my god. So many atrocities happening. Now this was not, I don't know it wasn't, but at least 36 people, according to the South China Morning Post, have now died in an apparent chemical plant blast. Okay, here we go. My brother-in-law has been working here as an operator. Just 15 minutes before the accident, he had asked me for my keys to my room. He had begun working on the machines after having eaten our morning meal, and then suddenly the blast happened. Horrifying. I was operating the machine. There was no gate or shutter. I heard a sound of the shutter and I went out. There was a forklift, and in front of that was a bundle of paper. I wrapped myself with that paper and jumped down. After jumping down, I saw there was smoke all over, and a blast occurred. My problem is that my son-in-law, older brother-in-law, and younger brother-in-law work in the same factory. Yes, they work during the morning shift, not night shift. I don't know. My son-in-law operates the machine and does the baking. We don't know. We don't know where they are. This is horrifying. Wow. I feel terrible for that woman. She may have lost multiple members of her family in one go because they all worked in the same factory. That is tragic. 36 people dead, according to Reuters. Or, sorry, South China Morning Post. Terrible. Alright. Alright. Well, we are almost done with the stream. We are almost done, people. Let's go here to Thailand, where things between Thailand and Cambodia are quickly sort of devolving, if you will. As of a few days ago, Thailand shut down land crossings with Cambodia. Now, they've had back and forth disputes for quite some time, but this seems like an escalation to me.
A dispute that has simmered for decades has boiled over between Thailand and Cambodia. The border between the two Southeast Asian countries is now shut. it's most keenly felt by those reliant on cross-border trade.
The border closure makes it difficult for people on both sides. Thais are in trouble and Cambodians are also in trouble. But the authorities, are rich and they are not in trouble. But the poor people are suffering greatly. Those who live hand-to-mouth earn only $3 to $6 a day. But they don't think about how much their own people are suffering. We don't want to have a war with each other. We want to love each other like brothers and sisters.
Tensions between the two countries are at their worst in more than a decade, after one Cambodian soldier was killed in a brief border clash in May. No one is allowed to cross this ordinarily busy border, except for patients requiring medical treatment or students traveling for education. Not even tourists.
Just got the news from this morning that the border is closed. So now I have to go back to Bangkok and find another way to reach my destination. So probably it will be by plane because it's still open, but that's quite more expensive.
This dispute is over.
No kidding. Taking a plane is more expensive than walking across the border. You don't say. Yeah, and this dispute, like that woman said, is going to affect the poorest first, 100%. As that man just, I mean, I'm not suggesting that he's poor, but that comment from that guy sort of illustrates, right? It's like, well, I can't walk, so I'm going to take a plane. Nah, if you don't have the money, well, you're fucked. You're fucked. You can't take to the air. Yeah, can't get into Cambodia by the normal routes. Now, some protesters in Thailand are now calling for the resignation of the premier of Thailand over the escalation of border disputes.
Protesters gathered in the Thai capital Bangkok on Saturday, demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra as the government faces rising anger over a border row with Cambodia. The rally is the largest anti-government protest since a Pheu Thai party came to power in 2020.
Tourists made the cut? No, that's not what we're saying. So maybe it wasn't clear. The land crossings, right? The land crossings between Thailand and Cambodia are now shut, right? So you can't just walk across the border. You can't just drive across the border right now. But you could get in a plane and fly. That's basically all it is.
3. It was organised by the United Force of the Land, a coalition of largely nationalist activists who have rallied against other Shinawatra-backed governments over the last 2 decades. These led to judicial interventions and military coups in 2006 and 2014. But that's something this protester doesn't want right now. She says past military coups haven't provided the best solution for the nation or solved key issues, like corruption. But 59-year-old Supani just wants the Prime Minister to resign. She says she doesn't trust her. The protest increases pressure on the Prime Minister, who is battling to revive a faltering economy and keep a fragile coalition together, ahead of a potential no-confidence vote next month. Last week, the Bumjam Thai Party, the second largest party in the coalition, withdrew its support for the government. They cited the risk of a loss of Thai sovereignty and integrity over a leaked phone call between Paetongtarn and Cambodia's former Premier Hun Sen. During the call, the Prime Minister appeared to seek to appease the veteran Cambodian politician. She also criticised a Thai army commander, a red line in a country where the military has significant clout.
It just seems like the world is devolving into all of these different conflicts right now. Like, things have gotten so much worse in a short period of time. Like, honestly, like in the last 6 months, how many things have gotten worse? Like, rather than better. Oh boy. The last 2 years have just been a fucking disaster-filled time. We need a new timeline. Where's Scott Bakula? Maybe that's what we need. We need the emotional support characters back. Maybe that'll solve it. That'll probably solve it. All right, last story in Asia. Penultimate video, though. Great job, everyone. Good job to all of you for having made it this far. We're going to go to Hong Kong real quick before we go back to the Senate and end the stream there.
Now it's time for Asia View, and today is marking 5 years since Hong Kong's national security law was passed. The law was severely curtailing what remained of the country's pro-democracy movement and also press freedom. So we're going to cross then to Hong Kong for this week's Asia View, talk to our correspondent who joins us from there, Camille Nedeleg. Camille, 5 years on then from the national security law being brought in. I mean, what has happened to the pro-democracy movement and press freedoms there, do you think?
Illegal. Pro-democracy movement, domestically at least, is all but dead. On Sunday, Hong Kong's League for Social Democrats announced it would be disbanding. It said that was due to immense political pressure in the wake of the national security law and another law that then further tightened those restrictions. It also cited an atmosphere in which political dissent is suppressed, and it also cited near total imprisonment of civil society. Now, several members of that now disbanded party are currently in prison. It never had many seats in the Hong Kong legislature, but it was credited with pushing forward the conversation, making radical demands for suffrage and democracy in Hong Kong. And it's not just those political opposition voices. We're also seeing the same thing play out within the media landscape. Just a couple of weeks ago, Reuters Institute for Journalism published a report in which it said that journalists in Hong Kong are self-censoring and that there is a significant downward turn, significant pressures on media in Hong Kong. That said, there are still pro-democracy voices, Hong Kong pro-democracy voices, but they're not here. They are in hiding and they are in exile.
As part of Asia View, let's talk about something different as well, Camille. The dominant Chinese technology company Baidu says from today it's shifting its generative AI language model to open source. What does that mean then for the industry? What does it mean for users as well?
Well, what Baidu's essentially done is thrown a
Okay, we don't need to talk about Baidu. Although, actually, you know what? I'll let this go.
So the spanner in the works for the likes of OpenAI and ChatGPT. So that business model is trying to push the idea that AI is premium and that you need to pay top dollar for it. Baidu has essentially turned that on its head, is going to be making this, it's a rollout, so it will slowly become open source and is a real challenge to that business model. Interestingly enough, the firm had previously been quite vocal about not becoming open source, but we're living now in a post-DeepSeek world. And analysts have been saying this as a whole is good for users and for the industry because
this is fast. This was fascinating. That's why I decided to let it go, because like I remember this from before when I was listening to it earlier today. The fact that Baidu, because they had for a while been saying we don't want anything to do with open source. And then whatever, like 2 months after well, I guess it's a few months now after the DeepSeek revelation. But, you know, in a short period of time, they've completely upended that and are now saying, actually, open source is fine. This, in combination with things like DeepSeek, are going to really put into, you know, question some of the ways in which Western AI companies are doing business, spending trillions of dollars, just chucking money at AI right now. And may very well change things. I don't know, but certainly is going to change. I mean, I don't know about globally, but it's certainly going to change things in China. Can U.S. consumers access Baidu's AI? I actually don't know. All right, final story. I don't know about story, but final video of the night. Let's go to PBS NewsHour and see what's happening in the Senate. People are still here, and they are looking more and more tired. Look at that. Everybody is looking extra tired. It's 5:30 in the morning. Everybody's still here in the Senate, just sort of walking around. Ah, boy. Oh, it's been a weird week already, and it's only Tuesday. AI is just a marketing term. I mean, it's a marketing term that's being used to sell the destruction of multiple workforces, but to some degree, yeah. We've had autonomous stuff, robotic stuff for a while. But it does have, I think it has some meaning. I don't really want to get into deep AI talk right now. That was not my intention. I will go down a fucking rabbit hole on this shit. The founder of Baidu is the billionaire that the Chinese government disappeared. Oh yeah, that's right. What's his name? Jack Ma? No, it's... founder. Oh, I can't remember now. Jack Ma's Alibaba, right? I don't think he was actually disappeared. I'm looking it up right now. I think he's alive. Look at Tom Tillis over here stretching. It looks like he's about ready to fall over. Well, really exciting stuff happening here in Congress right now. Does Susan Collins have a blanket? Can you take your job more seriously, Susan? Actually, I take that back. Susan, you go to sleep. You go to sleep. We don't need you for anything, literally. In fact, you should just resign. Just resign, Susan. Nobody wants you. Yeesh. Well, I don't want to sit here all morning waiting for these guys to continue. I mean, like, I sense that they're just going to continue adding amendments to this thing for as long as they possibly can, and I completely support it. I'm not sure that I can sit through it all. It's much easier to digest this when we can do it in post, you know, like we did earlier today. We can kind of like zoom through it and just hit up the key moments of it. Whereas right now, watching these people like Mitch McConnell looking like he missed nap time. Settle down. This is like I just don't think I could do it. I just don't think I can do it. It's painful. Is that Mark Wayne? Look at Mark Wayne. Is he asleep? Is Mark Wayne asleep? Oh, no, just looking at his phone. Just looking at his phone. They're all just milling about as the country they're the ones crumbling the country, okay? There's mostly Republicans that I can see in that shot. And they're the ones who are the ones crumbling this country. So I prefer them to continue milling about and doing nothing, honestly. Instead of passing this horrible, terrible, big billionaire benefit. And just go home. Just take the week off. You don't need to pass this thing before July 4th. The thing is a piece of garbage. The only reason they want to pass it before July 4th is because of Donald Trump. It's the only reason. They would have gone. If Donald Trump wasn't demanding this reconciliation bill right now, they would have punted till September, and passed another continuing resolution. I would bet on it that if Donald Trump wasn't involved in demanding this massive 1,000-page bill, they all would have been perfectly fine continuing to fund the government 90, 120 days at a time, whatever, you know, like they would have just passed CR after CR. They've been doing that for like a decade. You know, like the only impetus to do this right now was one Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I mean, there's also the cruelty. They are excited about the cruelty a little bit, but honestly, I mean, they would have been fine. They would have gone ahead, continuing on as they had, year in, year out, not having, you know, the fortitude to come up with a decent bill that would have passed a normal budget process, would have gotten 60 votes. No. They're incapable of doing anything even close to that. Look at Mitch. Look at Mitch. This fucking guy over here.
Oh God, my diaper's full. Susan, I need your help, please. I need a changey. Yeah, I made a stinky. Ay.
Okay, chat. You're killing me. All right, I'm calling it. I am fairly certain we will have plenty of this to talk about tomorrow. Although, I'm not actually planning on streaming today. I might do Thursday, Friday. Well, I mean, I usually do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't think I'm going to do a Tuesday, Wednesday. I was going to take the next couple of days to try and get some shit done over here in the space station and down on Earth. Got to resupply, do some cleaning. There's a lot of confetti all over the floor. Wow, you're booing? That's hurtful. That's hurtful, Soul Life, alright? You know, you can't just sit here and watch these guys do nothing into eternity.
seemed that we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, folks. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Magaggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right. All of these people here have produced the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break, everybody wants a tax break, but you know what? There are other priorities in this country, I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point, this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day.